History and Memory in African American Culture. Genevieve Fabre. Robert O'Meally. Contents. 1. Introduction. 3. Robert O'Meally and Genevieve Fabre. 2. The Black Writer's Use of Memory. 18. Melvin Dixon. 3. The Politics of Fiction, Anthropology, and the Folk, Zora Neale Hurston. 28. Hazel Carby. 4. W. E. B. Du Bois and the Struggle for American Historical Memory. 45. David W. Blight. 5. African American Commemorative Celebrations in the 19th Century. 72. Genevieve Fabre. 6. National Identity and Ethnic Diversity, of Plymouth Rock and Jamestown and Ellis Island, or, Ethnic Literature and Some Redefinitions of America. 92. Werner Sailors. 7. International Beacons of African American Memory. Alexander Dumas Père, Henry O. Tanner, and Josephine Baker as examples of recognition. 122. Michel Fabre. On the Wrong Side of the Fence, Racial Segregation in American Cemeteries. 130. Angelica Krieger-Kalula. 9. What One Cannot Remember Mistakenly. 150. Karen Fields. 10. History Telling and Time, an Example from Kentucky. 164. Alessandro Portelli. 11. Memory and Mass Culture. 178. Susan Willis. X. Contents. 12. Performing the Memory of Difference in Afro-Caribbean Dance, Catherine Dunham's Choreography, .1938-87. 188. Vev Clark. 13. With a Whip in His Hand, Rape, Memory, and African American Women. 205. Catherine Clinton. 14. Shirley Ann Williams Desarose, History and the Disruptive Power of Memory. 219. Andrea Ann Kake. 15. Art History and Black Memory, Tour de Blues Aesthetic. 228. Richard J. Powell. 16. On Burke and the Vernacular, Ralph Ellison's Boomerang of History. 244. Robert G. O'Meally. 17. The Journals of Charlotte L. Fortin Grimke, Les Lieux de Memoire in African American Women's Autobiography. 261. Nellie Y. McKay. 18. Washington Park. 272. Robert Steptoe. 19. Between Memory and History, Les Lieux de Memoire. 284. Pierre Nora. Contributors. 301. Index. 303. History and Memory in African American Culture. 1. Robert O'Meally and Genevieve Fabre. Ask your wife to take you around to the gin mills and the barber shops and the juke joints and the churches, brother. Yes, and the beauty parlors on Saturdays when they're frying hair. A whole unrecorded history is spoken then, brother. Ralph Ellison, Invisible Man. It was not a story to pass on. So they forgot her. Like an unpleasant dream during a troubling sleep. They can touch it if they like, but don't, because they know things will never be the same if they do. Toni Morrison, beloved. The contemporary philosopher Cornel West has said that in this nation infamous for its brash will to historical forgetfulness, African Americans have been the ones who could not forget, they have been the Americans who could not know one. American whites, by contrast, could act as if by leaving the old world they had escaped the burdens of the past in favor of a vigorously principled new place where only the vividness of the present and promise of the future really mattered. Blacks could not know differently. The legacy of slavery and the serried workings of racism and prejudice have meant that even the most optimistic Black Americans are, as the expression goes, born knowing that there is a wide gulf between America's promises and practices. For Blacks, this tragic consciousness has spelled a cautious and critical attitude toward unfolding experience, a stance toward history that is braced by the awareness that the past, as Faulkner put it, has never really passed. Every shut-eye ain't sleep, every goodbye ain't gone too. This critical perspective coincides with that of the modern historian who knows that history is not so much a fixed, objective rendering of the facts as it is a process of constant rethinking and reworking in a world of chance and change. History is always written wrong, declared Santayana in 1905, and so always needs to be rewritten. 3. And so Blacks and whites historians as well as other professionals, along with front porch observers, have been engaged in a struggle over what to say about America's past and how to say it. 3. 4. Which parts of history matter most? Who makes history? Whose history will prevail? These are the thorniest of questions in an American scene where the stakes are high and where American history is being rewritten root, branch, and trunk, where the past ain't what it used to be. For the time has long since passed when it would somehow suffice for historians just to amend the master story here and there, adding a black figure or two while keeping the same old narrative shapes and plot lines. As Nathan Huggins has stated, altering American history to account fully for the nation's black voices would change the tone and meaning, the frame and substance of the entire story. Rather than a sort of Pilgrim's Progress tale of bold ascent and triumph, American history with the black parts told in full would be transmuted into an existential tragedy, closer, Huggins says, to Sartre's No Exit than to the vision of life in Bunyan, or, perhaps, closer to the yes-no/sweet bitter black American blues. But what are the real implications of telling the true story? What does telling the full truth about black American history actually signify? Here one is confronted with the paradox that even as blacks have been excluded from most written accounts of American history, they nonetheless have been indispensable makers and shapers of the American cultural and socio-political legacy. Though often invisible to history, they have played roles in it that have proved crucial. Paradoxically, the black American has served as a kind of barometer of what is most American about America. The Negro is America's metaphor, wrote Richard Wright. The history of the Negro in America is the history of America written in vivid and bloody terms. It is the history of Western man writ small. It is the history of men who tried to adjust themselves to a world whose laws, customs, and instruments of force were leveled against them. 5. The state of the nation's commitment to its own promises of social justice could well be measured, says Wright, by how well or unwell U.S. blacks were faring in their American homeland. Accordingly, Ralph Ellison has pronounced what he has called Ellison's Law: first something happens to us, and then, just wait, it happens to every other group in America. 6. The black something that happens can be a new style of expression or a problematic social circumstance. Either way, just as whites were most sure they could ignore events that seemed not to involve them at all, they spread across the nation in a flash. Coming from the bottom of the American social ladder and for so long rendered untouchable and invisible by slavery and segregation, blacks ironically have been relatively freer from the rules enforced by the official cultural monitors. As a group they tended to care the least about what, for instance, the black social dance called the Black Bottom looked like to the proctors at the local ballet class. Thus it is no surprise that blacks who invented such definitively American forms as the spiritual, jazz music and dance, as well as expressions associated with the cultures of rags, blues, bebop, hip-hop, and rap have had such a potent impact on 5. America's cultural life and history. What would American culture be without their presence? 7. According to Ellison, U.S. black created forms can be immediately recognized as what the American culture and society had instead of a sacred past. What there is of an indigenous American tradition didn't come from across the water, it came from the land and it came from beneath the social hierarchy. We provided the past aid. If this is true at home, it has been just as true abroad. Referring to ragtime music, James Weldon Johnson wrote in 1912, "In Paris they call it American music 9. For Americans at home and abroad, black Americans and their expression seem to encapsulate something central about the nation's culture, something definitive about its history." Coda to Ellison, "We provided the past." But, of course, blacks have been more than just markers and gauges for non-black Americans seeking who they are. African Americans have made history in other senses as well. We refer here not just to the long tradition, stretching from George Washington Williams to the present, of black historians writing American history books as such. We also refer to those blacks who may not be professional historians but who nonetheless are a watchful people, a people who could not know, a people of long memory. In her essay The Side of Memory, Toni Morrison has insisted upon the responsibility modern African American fiction writers have toward the past, and upon the necessity of ripping the veil which has been drawn over certain facts of black experience. Examining her literary heritage and, most important, slave narratives, the print origins of black literature, she became aware of the blanks left by those early authors, of the constraints under which they worked. The act of imagination is bound up with memory, she writes, and the act of imagination may help fill the blanks, reveal unheeded or silenced aspects. Inventing a new literary tradition, in Beloved she herself tried to find and expose part of the truth about slave life, either by revealing proceedings too terrible to relate, unspeakable things unspoken, or by probing into the private and interior life of people who did not write it. 10. Which brings us to this book's key question of the past viewed through the twin matrices of history and memory. Both processes involve the retrieval of felt experience from the mix and jumble of the past, the bulk of which certainly is not to be passed on. Most of what happens is best forgotten. 11. At least until quite recently, many observers would agree that while history at its finest is a discipline, memory is something else again, something less. Memory, these same observers might say, is by definition a personal activity, subject to the biases, quirks, and rhythms of the individual's mind. If a remembered event is expressed verbally, the remembrance is of course slanted by the teller's choice of words and by his or her sense of how to shape a tale. It is a created version of an event snatched from the chaos of the otherwise invisible world gone by. History, according to this paradigm, is closer to a scientific field wherein 6. The practitioners routinely insist on proofs and corroborating evidence to support balanced and sober modes of analysis. This is so even for the contemporary historian, who recognizes that historians are human beings who use language, shape histories, and sometimes cite twice-told tales as part of the evidence. If history is an imperfect tale always open to revision, as Santayana said, the historian can still take pride in the fact that history is a tale to be revised with as much disinterested objectivity as can be humanly mustered. Compared with the helter-skelter and dreamy impressionism of human memory, history is closer to human knowledge, which can fall back on the stability of fact and reasoned truth. And yet the narrating of history has not been the exclusive concern of historians, it has also been the province of artists and writers as well as other thoughtful and sometimes brilliant people. It is significant that in some languages the word for history also means story. The French word histoire designates history as it is lived and experienced, the discipline through which it is approached and grasped, and the narrative which relates it. We are thus reminded again that historians are storytellers after all, concerned with introducing characters and shaping their stories with some sense of the rhetoric needed to confront their audience's expectations and to bring the past to life. The first Black American historians may have been the authors of slave narratives, those whose testimonies comprised not only eyewitness accounts of remembered experience but also a set of worldviews with interpretations, analyses, and historical judgments. At these points, and indeed at many points around the compass, memory and history come together. Some French historians, like Jacques-Élie Goff and Pierre Nora, have attempted to re-examine this complex interaction between history and memory. 12. At the same time, literary critics and philosophers have studied the relationship between history and narrative as well as the configuration of time in historical or fictional narratives. 13. Thus, a more expansive and yet critical attitude toward both history and memory has evolved. Memory itself has become an object of concentrated scrutiny by historians studying its forms, written or oral, collective or individual, concrete or ephemeral, effective, analytic, or obedient to the rules of magic. Here the great questions have remained: when is memory a part of history? In what sense is what is remembered a crucial part of what is to be passed on to future generations? What is the true relation of art and history or of history and memory? The present volume began as a set of faculty seminar papers questioning the stark dichotomy of memory and history and focusing on African American culture as a locus for study. 14. Genevieve Fabre's idea was to use as a starting point and framework for the group's inquiries about African American history and memory the concept of huics de mémoire, or sites of memory. The term was coined and the theory developed by the French historian Pierre Nora in his introduction to a 7-volume study of France's history and national memory called Les Lieux de Mémoire. 15. 1. In this important landmark study in French historiography, Nora examines the polarization so often established between abstract, intellectual history and the effective stuff of memory and declares his distrust for dictatorial, tyrannical memory. But what is most striking is Nora's yearning to discover ways in which history and memory can creatively interact. He argues that in our rapidly changing contemporary societies, our relation to the past has been radically altered. The swift forward pull of modern life instills a feeling of uprootedness and drift. We moderns have to confront the problem of no longer having overarching ideological narratives. For example, the triumph of Western civilization. Defining what is supposed to be memorable. 16. The desire to retrieve the past still endures. Threatened by a sense of discontinuity and forgetfulness, we seek new moorings and props, new means of reactivating the processes of remembrance as we reach toward a better sense of who we are and whence we have come. As Nora describes his term, lieux de mémoire exist. Where memory crystallizes and secretes itself at a particular historical moment, a turning point where consciousness of a break with the past is bound up with the sense that memory has been torn, but torn in such a way as to pose the problem of the embodiment of memory in certain sites where a sense of historical continuity persists. 17. In our modern pluralistic societies, the idea of a total history supported by a global memory has given way to decentrated microhistories and to a multiplicity of memories. Spurred on by a will to remember, by a conscious effort to limit forgetfulness, lieux de mémoire are the products of this interaction between history and memory, of the interplay between the personal and the collective. To create lieux de mémoire, according to Nora, we deliberately create archives, maintain anniversaries, organize celebrations, pronounce eulogies. Commemorative vigilance. Whether deliberately or not, individual or group memory selects certain landmarks of the past, places, artworks, dates, persons, public or private, well-known or obscure, real or imagined, and invests them with symbolic and political significance. Thus a lieu de mémoire may be historical or legendary event or figure, a book or an era, a place or an idea. It can be simple and ambiguous, natural and artificial, at once immediately available in sensuous experience and susceptible to the most abstract elaboration. Nonetheless, it is material, symbolic, and functional. Lieu de mémoire can prompt both the processes of imaginative recollection and the historical consciousness. Such lieux de mémoire as New Orleans, the souls of black folk, the civil rights movement, or the Tar Baby tale are products of this highly energized interaction of history and memory and stand at the nexus of personal and collective memory. Werner Sollers has reminded us that at times the very term history can imply motives of aggressively willful exclusion. For example, Hegel argued in his lectures on the philosophy of history that America and Africa had not entered the upper room of what he termed the true theater of history. 18. 8. For this reason, said Sollers, what is called memory may become a form of counter-history that challenges the false generalizations in exclusionary history. Nor do we need to accept a polarized view of history and memory which posits that the whites had the history while the blacks 19 were stuck with nothing but impulsive, affective memory. Black and white Americans, our group found, had both categories of recollection. Neither one, history or memory, can be entirely disentangled from the other. And in America, lieux de mémoire sites that are wrapped up with a heap of signifying 20 are objects of history and memory, keystone places worked over by the American imagination, by blacks and whites. Our seminar began with terms and concepts invented in France to describe French historiography, but quickly we found that they nonetheless could offer rich possibilities for us as scholars of African Americana. Our application of the concept of lieu de mémoire to culture helped in our reconsideration of U.S. black identity as part of a historical process involving dynamic inventions and communications in books, art, and oral forms. Energized by Nora's cornerstone essay, and by the interdisciplinary work and play of the seminar, we set out to grasp new ways of conceiving our projects. and, indeed, many of us found that our essays were changed for the better by the cross-fertilizing experience. Our task was to reconsider American history not only so that it better accounted for the works of black historians in the usual sense. Our larger purpose was to revise what was meant by this history as a process inclusive of black and unknown bards, historians without portfolio, who inscribed their world with landmarks made significant because men and women remembered them so complexly and so well that somehow the traces of their memory survived to become history. Our seminar's first job was to identify certain African American lieux de mémoire. We did so from the perspectives of scholars in the fields of U.S. history, cultural history, and anthropology, folklore, sociology, art history, and literary theory. Many of us worked in spaces between the disciplines, some of us presented our findings as writers of poetry and autobiography. Whatever our disciplinary foci, we paid careful attention to the manners in which significances of lieux de mémoire are conveyed verbally, kinetically, visually through the careful coining of signs, symbols, and icons. We looked with care at such monumental books as The Souls of Black Folk and Invisible Man, at such events as Juneteenth and other emancipation celebrations, and at the blues, sounding through 100 years of the music in a variety of forms and fashions. Not that this identification of lieux de mémoire was a simple matter. We noted that certain sites of memory were sometimes constructed by one generation in one way and then reinterpreted by another. These sites may fall unexpectedly out of grace or be revisited suddenly, and brought back to life. We found that lieux de mémoire are constantly evolving new configurations of 9. meaning, and that their constant revision makes them part of the dynamism of the historical process. For us African Americanists, perhaps the most significant aspect of the idea of lieux de mémoires was its capacity to suggest new categories of sources for the historian, new sets of sometimes very difficult readings. We considered, for example, how to read certain dances, paintings, buildings, journals, and oral forms of expression. More than ever, we saw novels, poems, slave narratives, autobiographies, and oral testimonies as crucial parts of the historical record. These varied repositories of individual memories, taken together, create a collective communal memory. As a group looking at these complex forms of expression, we realized our responsibility to confront the issue of audiences, of those directly and indirectly addressed by these varied historical makers and markers, these lieux de mémoire. It is clear enough that audiences varying in ethnic affiliation, class, gender, and or location in space or time, such different ones will receive sometimes widely different messages from the coded texts we were studying. And sometimes a line would be drawn or a battered curtain would fall. In the midst of an interview between the Italian scholar Alessandro Portelli and a black couple in Kentucky, Portelli was told, "My grandma she was a daughter of slaves. Her parents were slaves. And they used to sit around and tell things, that happened when they were children and what they parents said. And I'll tell you what that will do for you, although you might not have done a thing in this world to me, but because you're white, of what my parents said. Don't trust you, 21. Nor have we taken the easy way of approaching African Americans as a monolith. Our studies paid close attention to divisions within this deeply varied group. Sometimes, we noted, interactions within the Veil of African America have concerned constituencies that are intimately related, then again, they have involved groups that hardly acknowledge each other. Our studies of black folk and elite groups, for example, brought such divisions sharply into focus. Here again, in a sense following Nora's example, we have resisted the conventional wisdom of viewing orality and literacy as opposite cultural modalities. Rather, we have seen them as parts of a tightly interwoven matrix of expression for a people who have nurtured a rich oral tradition and who at the same time have set literacy as a persistently sought ideal. Indeed, we have found ourselves at odds with the common Western assumption of the superiority of the written tradition. Our emphasis fell on the ways in which African Americans have idealized the mastery of both modes of expression. Both the word on the page and the word spoken in air can combine, we found, to create richly meaningful statements or structures of feeling. 22. The particular essays here were given at our meetings, which took place most often at Harvard University's Du Bois Institute, which hosted the seminar and supported it generously. We also held meetings at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture in New York City and at the University 10. of Mississippi at Oxford. Finally, we held an international conference at Bellagio, Italy, for an expanded meeting that involved participation by Americans who had not been in our group before and by scholars from Africa, Europe, and the West Indies. Our idea was to broaden the scope of our discussions as much as we could and to acknowledge formally the study of the culture of blacks in the United States as an important international endeavor. Doubtless Ellison's law has a counterpart that says, "Watch out for the brother and sister in black, what they do may affect history and memory all over the world." Our group in its varied configurations took on questions of history and memory and of lieu de mémoire not in a manner of following or applying Nora. Each essay offers a critical engagement with the possibilities inherent in his argument for a re-exploration of black history in an American context. Melvin Dixon's essay takes direct aim at Nora's opposition of history and memory, and at his biases in favor of recorded historical analysis when he considers non-Europeans. Dixon proposes the alternative of using literary evocations of memory to reconstitute wholeness. For him, the tensions between history and memory are further enhanced by those between narrative and metaphor. Attentive to textual images, rhythms, and moods, Dixon sees striking differences in the poetic strategies of certain poets throughout the diaspora, strategies of remembering in Senghor, of disremembering in Hayden, of unremembering in Cullen. In Dixon's analysis, a network of interconnections emerges between different geographical places: Harlem, with its distinctive history and topography, the South, that very old place, the French West Indies and the other islands, and Africa itself. Each conveys special intimations and ideas of creolization, negritude, and blackness. In the quest for identity and the assertion of birthright and ancestry, sites are anchors and frames. Geographical places and place names map out bearings in space and time. Memory ultimately becomes the essential metaphor, a means to confront the troublesome past and the uncertain present. Geography is a concern for Hazel Carby, too, as she reflects upon the canonization of Zora Neale Hurston's work on the rural folk in recent years. Why all the energy for the retrieval of the set of pastoral and romantic tropes, particularly this novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God, as a lieu de mémoire at this time? Does the great fascination for Hurston over the past decade parallel the interest in African Americans as representatives of the exotic and the primitive in the 1920s? As she raises such troubling queries, Carby makes us aware of the forces of myth and ideology at play in the arena of history and memory, especially when the highly charged figure of a powerful black woman stands at center stage. Focusing mainly on the crisis in representation and the way cultural responses are shaped, Carby analyzes Hurston's evidently contradictory position as one who was herself simultaneously part of the folk and of the elite. She takes Hurston to task for her choice to simplify the definition of African American culture as essentially 11. Rural at a time when urban migration was bringing dramatic changes to black communities, North and South. Carby also makes clear that the process of remembering is tightly knit with that of forgetting. When Their Eyes Were Watching God makes its way to syllabi all over campus, what more pointedly political works get dropped? In his essay, David Blight is concerned in another way with history and memory as fields of contestation. He gives a detailed analysis of W.E.B. Du Bois' active scholarly work at struggling for American historical memory, especially in Black Reconstruction. Blight cites an essay by Du Bois, who described Black American history as a swarthy specter sitting in its accustomed seat at the nation's feast, like Banquo's ghost come to haunt the historians at the dining table. 23. Coupling a scientific approach with a poet's intuition and language, Du Bois developed an acute awareness of the conflicting memories. As Blight shows, he used new sources to tell the American story in a drivingly counter-historical manner in a way to threaten the positivists of his era with losing their bearings. Certain categories of lieu de mémoire can change the very shape of the year. Genevieve Fabre's essay focuses on the multitude of freedom celebrations that constitute nothing less than a new way of organizing time, a black calendar. Th Street. They are well dressed, well mannered, and good to look at. He train pulls into 72nd Street. Two scabby-looking Negroes come scrambling into the coach. But no matter how many vacant seats there are, no other place will do, except side by side with the Yale Barnard couple. No, indeed. Being dirty and smelly, do they keep quiet otherwise? 1,000 times, no. They woof, buku, broadcast. Barnard and Yale sit there and dwindle and dwindle. They do not look around the coach to see what is in the faces of the white passengers. They know too well what is there. That's just like a Negro. Not just like some Negroes, mind you, no, like all. Only difference is some Negroes are better dressed. Feeling all of this like rock salt under the skin, Yale and Barnard shake their heads and moan, my people, my people. Certain of my people have come to dread railway day coaches for this same reason. They dread such scenes more than they do the dirty upholstery and other inconveniences of a Jim Crow coach. They detest the forced grouping. So when sensitive souls are forced to travel that way they sit there numb, and when some free soul takes off his shoes and socks, they mutter, my race but not my taste. When somebody else eats fried fish, bananas, and a mess of peanuts and throws all the leavings on the floor, they gasp, my skin folks but not my kinfolks. And sadly over all, they keep sighing, my people, 17. This is a confrontation of class that signifies the division that the writer, as intellectual, has to recognize and bridge in the process of representing the people. It is a confrontation that was not unique to Hurston as intellectual, but it was one that she chose to displace in her decision to recreate Eatonville as the center of her representation of the rural folk. The Eatonville of Their Eyes Were Watching God occupies a similar imaginative space to the mountain village of Banana Bottom in Claude McKay's novel of the same name published 4 years earlier. McKay's Jamaican novel is set in the early 1900s and recreates the village where he grew up. Much of the argument of Banana Bottom emerges in the tension between attempts by missionaries to eradicate black cultural forms and the gentler forms of abuse present in white patronage of black culture. Against these forms of exploitation, McKay reconstructs black culture as sustaining a whole way of life. But it is a way of life of the past, of his formative years, a place that the intellectual had to leave to become an intellectual and to which he does not return except in this utopian moment. Eatonville, likewise, is the place of Hurston's childhood, a place to which she returns as an anthropologist. As she states in her introduction to Mules and Men, she consciously returns to the familiar 19 and she recognizes that the stories she is going to collect, the ones she heard as a child, are a cultural form that is disappearing. 20. 34. In returning to and recreating the moment of her childhood, Hurston privileges the nostalgic and freezes it in time. Richard Wright, in his review of Their Eyes Were Watching God, accused Hurston of recreating minstrelsy. Though this remark is dismissed out of hand by contemporary critics, what it does register is Wright's reaction to what appears to him to be an outmoded form of historical consciousness. Whereas Wright attempted to explode the discursive category of the Negro as being formed, historically, in the culture of minstrelsy, and as being the product of a society structured in dominance through concepts of race, Hurston wanted to preserve the concept of Negroness, to negotiate and rewrite its cultural meanings, and, finally, to reclaim an aesthetically purified version of blackness. The consequences for the creation of subaltern subject positions in each of their work are dramatically different. The antagonism between them reveals Wright to be a modernist and leaves Hurston embedded in the politics of Negro identity. Eatonville, as an anthropological arid fictional space, appears in Hurston's work before her first anthropological expedition in 1927. 21. Not all the stories and anecdotes in Mules and Men originated from her research, and many appeared in different versions in different texts. 22. Rather than being primarily valued as a mode of scholarly inquiry, Anthropology was important to Hurston because it enabled her to view the familiar and the known from a position of scientific objectivity, if not distance. She couldn't see her culture for wearing it, she said. It was only when I was off in college, away from my native surroundings, that I could see myself like somebody else and stand off and look at my garment. Then I had to have the spyglass of anthropology to look through at that 23. Anthropology, then, is seen by Hurston as providing a professional point of view. Ethnography becomes a tool in the creation of her discourse of the rural folk that displaces the antagonistic relations of cultural transformation. 24 George Marcus and Michael Fisher have described the ways in which anthropology developed the ethnographic paradigm in the 1920s and 1930s. Ethnographies as a genre, they argue, had similarities with traveler and explorer accounts, in which the main narrative motif was the romantic discovery by the writer of people and places unknown to the reader. 25. Hurston shares this romantic and, it must be said, colonial imagination. Her representation of Eatonville in Mules and Men and In Their Eyes Were Watching God is both an attempt to make the unknown, known, and a nostalgic attempt to preserve a disappearing form of folk culture. 26 Marcus and Fisher argue that there are three dimensions to the criticism that ethnography offered of Western civilization. They primitive man have retained a respect for nature, and we have lost it. They have sustained close, intimate, satisfying communal lives, and we have lost this way of life, and they have retained a sense of the sacred in everyday life, and we have lost this. 27. While the other students of Franz Boas, Margaret Mead, and Ruth Benedict, turned to societies outside of Europe and North America to point to 35. What the West had lost but the cultural other still retained, Hurston's anthropological work concentrated upon the cultural other that existed within the racist order of North America. In 1935, Ruth Benedict published Patterns of Culture, in which she asserted that Black Americans were an example of what happens when entire peoples in a couple of generations shake off their traditional culture and put on the customs of the alien group. The culture of the American Negro in northern cities, she continued, has come to approximate in detail that of the whites in the same cities. 28. With this emphasis in the school of anthropological thought that most influenced Hurston, anthropology provided her not only with a spyglass but with a theoretical paradigm that directed her toward rural, not urban, black culture and folk forms of the past, not the present. Hurston, like Benedict, was concerned with the relationships between the lives and cultures that she reconstructed, and with her own search for a construction of the self. 29 Hurston lived the contradictions of the various constructions of her social identity and rewrote them in Their Eyes Were Watching God. Her anthropological spyglass, which she trained on the society that produced her, allowed her to return to that society in the guise of listener and reporter. In her fictional return, Hurston represents the tensions inherent in her position as an intellectual, in particular as a writer, in antagonistic relation to her construction of the folk as community. It is in this sense that I think Hurston is as concerned with the production of sense of self as she is with the representation of a folk consciousness through its cultural forms. Both, I would argue, are the motivating forces behind the use of anthropological paradigms in Hurston's work. But it is the relation and tension between the two, particularly the intellectual consciousness and the consciousness of the folk, that is present in the fictional world of Their Eyes Were Watching God, which was written between her two books of anthropology, Mules and Men and Tell My Horse. In this novel, we can see how Hurston brings into being a folk consciousness that is actually in a contradictory relation to her sense of herself as an intellectual. Throughout the 30s Hurston was in search of a variety of formal possibilities for the representation of black rural folk culture. She produced 3 musicals From Sun to Sun, The Great Day, and Singing Steel because she was convinced that folk culture should be dramatized. After a gap of 6 years, she returned to fiction when she wrote The Gilded Six Bits in 1933 and Jonas Gordvine, published in 1934. Then Hurston seriously considered pursuing a PhD at Columbia in anthropology and folklore. After finalizing all the arrangements for the publication of Mules and Men, however, Hurston accompanied Alan Lomax on a trip to collect folk music for the Library of Congress in 1935. That fall she joined the Federal Theater Project and was prominent in organizing its Harlem unit as well as producing a one-act play, The Fiery Chariot. Between 1936 and 1938, Hurston spent a major part of her time in the Caribbean collecting material on voodoo practices. She spent 6 months in Jamaica, and there. 36. Eyes Were Watching God was written while she was in Haiti. 30. In Their Eyes she reproduces Eatonville from a distance, which is both geographic and metaphoric, a place that is politically inscribed with issues of gender and class. Hurston's work during this period, then, involves an intellectual search for the appropriate forms in which to represent the folk, as well as a decision to rewrite the geographic boundaries of representation by situating the southern, rural folk and patterns of migration in relation to the Caribbean rather than the northern states. Henry Louis Gates, Jr., has explored in great detail matters of voice in Their Eyes Were Watching God in relation to a politics of identity by tracing Hurston's construction of a protagonist engaged in a search to become a speaking black subject. 31. On the other hand, Mary Helen Washington and Robert Steptoe have both raised intriguing questions about Janie's lack of voice in the text. Washington relates the silencing of a female protagonist to her reading of Jonas Gordvine, and concludes that Hurston was indeed ambivalent about giving a powerful voice to a woman like Janie, who is already in rebellion against male authority and against the roles proscribed for women in a male-dominated society. 32. However, both sides of this debate about the speaking or silent subject exist within the same paradigm of voice. I wish to introduce an alternative paradigm that suggests ways in which Their Eyes Were Watching God is a text concerned with the tensions arising from Hurston's position as writer in relation to the folk as community that she produces in her writing. In other words, rather than remain within critical paradigms that celebrate black identity, I want to concentrate upon the contradictions that arise in the relation between the writer, as woman and intellectual, and her construction of the subaltern subject. The two chapters that frame the story of Janie's life and are central to arguments about the ways in which Hurston prepares the fictional space in which Janie can tell her own story actually detail the antagonistic relation between Janie, as a woman alone, and the folk as community. The community sits in judgment as the figure of Janie, the protagonist, walks through the town to her house. This walk can be seen as analogous to crossing a stage and running the gauntlet. Oral language, as it was embodied in the folk tale in Mules and Men, was a sign of an authentic culture that enabled a people to survive and even triumph, spiritually, over their oppression. In the opening chapter of Their Eyes Were Watching God, however, oral language is represented as a weapon, a means for the destruction and fragmentation of the self rather than a cultural form which preserves a holistic personal and social identity. Questions become burning statements and laughs are killing tools. Janie has broken the boundaries of social convention and becomes the accused. She doesn't act appropriately for her age, which is way past 40. 33. Also inappropriate are the class codes that Janie threatens in her behavior and in her dress. As a middle-class widow she should not have associated with the itinerant tea cake, and as a middle-class woman, her faded. 37. Shirt and muddy overalls are a comforting sign to the folk as community who can ease their antagonism and resentment with thought that maybe she will fall to their level someday. Hurston increases the tension between her protagonist and the community to which she returns through a series of binary oppositions between the intellect, or mind, and speech. The process of the analysis by the anthropological self in Mules and Men is reversed by the creator of fiction in Their Eyes Were Watching God. In the former the oral tale is a sign of a whole healthy culture and community, in the latter the individual functions of speaking are isolated and lack a center. Janie responds to her victimization through synecdoche. The community is indicted as a mouth almighty, a powerful voice that lacks intellectual direction. Far from being spiritually whole, the folk who are gathered on the porch are reduced to their various body parts, in each an envious heart makes a treacherous ear. 34. This is the context that determines Janie's refusal to tell her story directly to the community, a refusal which distinguishes her story from the directly told and shared folk tale. In the process of transmitting Janie's story, Hurston requires an instrument of mediation between her protagonist and the folk, and it is Janie's friend Phoebe who becomes this mediator. When Janie decides to tell her story through her friend Ma tongue is in man friend's mouth, she says Hurston creates a figure for the form of the novel, a fictional world that can mediate and perhaps resolve the tension that exists in the difference between the socially constructed identities of woman and intellectual and the act of representing the folk. 35 Hurston's particular form of mediation appears to be an alternative version of the anthropological spyglass that she needed to create a professional point of view between her consciousness of self and the subjects she was reproducing. Janie's definite refusal to tell her tale directly, as in a folk tale, distinguishes not only her story from other stories that are communally shared but also her position from that of the folk as community. Hurston's position as intellectual is reproduced as a relation of difference, as an antagonistic relationship between Janie and the folk. The deficiencies in the folk figures, the porch sitter's absence of mind or intellectual direction, are symbolically present when Janie mounts her own porch. In Mules and Men, the porch is the site for the expression of the folk tale as an evocation of an authentic black culture. In Their Eyes Were Watching God, the porch is split and transformed. While the anthropological self of Mules and Men is positioned on a figuratively unified porch, primarily as a listener and a recorder, in Their Eyes Were Watching God the anthropological role of listener is embedded in the folk as community and the role of recorder situated in the mediator Phoebe/the text. In the novel, then, a listening audience is established for the narrative self, while in Mules and Men Hurston constructs a listening anthropological subject. It is Janie who can address and augment the lack in the folk as community, and Janie who can unify the division between mind and mouth. Janie, of course, is placed in the subject position of intellectual and has the desire to 38. Sit down and tell things. Janie, as intellectual, has traveled outside of the community and defines herself as a delegate to the big association of life. Her journey is the means by which knowledge can be brought into the community. As intellectual she creates subjects, grants individual consciousness, and produces understanding the cultural meanings without which the tale is useless to the community. Tain't no use in me telling you something unless I give you to understand and to go along with it, Janie tells Phoebe. The conscious way in which subjectivity is shaped and directed is the act of mediation of the writer. It is in this sense that Phoebe becomes both Hurston's instrument of mediation and her text in an act of fictionalization. The second part of the frame in the last chapter of Their Eyes Were Watching God opens with the resolution of the tension, division, and antagonism that is the subject of the opening chapter. The pattern of division of the first part of the frame is repeated. Janie is verbally condemned by the folk as community because she killed tea cake. The folk lack the understanding of the reasoning behind Janie's actions, but this deficiency is only compensated for through Janie's defense of herself in a court of law. The folk on the muck finally end their hostility to Janie when Sop explains that tea cake went crazy and Janie acted to protect herself. Reconciliation, then, between the position of intellectual and the folk as community takes place through acts of narration. The discursive unity that is maintained in the framing of the text prefigures the possibility for reconciliation between the position of Janie, as both intellectual and woman, and the folk as community when Phoebe provides them with the understanding of Janie's life through what will be another act of narration. Their Eyes Were Watching God, as such an act of narration itself, offers a resolution to the tension between Hurston, as intellectual, as writer, and the people she represents. In a paragraph that reproduces the tension in relation of the intellectual to the folk, Hurston specifies the source of antagonism between Janie and the community as being a lack of knowledge. Now, Phoebe, don't feel too mean wid the rest of 'em cause days parched up from not knowin' things. Dem meat skins is got to rattle tub make out they alive. Let 'em consolate they's elves wid talk. Course, talkin' don't amount to a hill o' beans when you can't do nothin' else. And listenin' to dat kind o' talk is Jews lack openin' yo mouth and lettin' de moon shine down yo throat. It's a known fact, Phoebe, you got to go there to know there. Yo papa and yo mama and nobody else can't tell ya and show ya. Two things everybody's got to do for these elves. They got to go to God, and they got to find out about living for these elves. The passage that I have quoted here is the final paragraph in Janie's story. It gains authority from claiming the tone of the preacher and the pedagogue, and at the same time it evokes the dilemma of the intellectual. Hurston's journey away from the community that produced her and that she wants to reproduce has provided her with a vision of an alternative world, while it is not actually 39. Present in the text. The novel ends with the possibility that this history could be brought into the community and suggests that Phoebe/the text is the means for accomplishing the transformation necessary to reconcile difference. As a woman and as an intellectual, however, Hurston has to negotiate both gendered and classed constructions of social identity and subjectivities. Critics often forget that Janie is a protagonist whose subject position is defined through class, that she can speak on a porch because she owns it. The contradictions between her appearance in overalls, a sign of material lack, and the possession of $900 in the bank are important. Hurston's anthropological trips for mules and men were financed by a patron, Mrs. Osgood Mason, to whom she dedicates the text. The folklore material that Hurston had collected she could not freely utilize as she wished. Mason had made it abundantly clear that she claimed proprietary ownership of all that ethnographic material. Hurston traveled to Jamaica and Haiti on her own Guggenheim grant, and when she was writing their eyes must have luxuriated in the pleasure that in this instance no one else could claim ownership of her words and her work. However, the problem is that providing her protagonist with the financial independence that Hurston herself must have found necessary in order to occupy a position from which to write reinforces the division between Janie and her community. The text echoes with Janie's grandmother's demand for a place like the white woman's, a place on high. The fact that Janie does indeed mount and purchase her porch enables the story, but also permeates it with a bourgeois discourse that differentiates her from the folk as community. But this intellectual and property owner is also a woman, and thus the problem of representation here is also a question of how a woman can write her story within a site that is male-dominated and patriarchally defined. In Mules and Men, Hurston addresses the social constitution of gender roles in particular tales and through brief narratives that describe the relations among the tale-tellers on the porch, but she does not inscribe a concern with gender within the terms of the professional role of the anthropologist itself. 36. However, the role of listener had its limitations. Hurston's conscious reversal of the role of anthropologist reveals the contradictions inherent in the processes through which an intellectual who is also a woman, can instruct a community about what is outside of its social consciousness. This is the problem that frames the novel. The final metaphor of the horizon as a great fishnet with so much of life in its meshes that Janie pulls in and drapes around herself is an appropriate image for a writer who can recreate and represent a social order in her narrative. But what this metaphor also confirms is the distance between the act of representation and the subjects produced through that act of representation. The assertion of autonomy implicit in this figuration of a discourse which exists only for the pleasure of the self displaces the folk as community utterly and irrevocably. I have suggested ways in which the narrative strategies of Mules and Men and Their Eyes Were Watching God are different and yet similar in that they 40. Both evoke the romantic imagination so characteristic of ethnography in the 30s. If, as Marcus and Fisher suggest, the main narrative motif of ethnography is the romantic discovery by the writer of people and places unknown to the reader, then Mules and Men both discovers the rural folk and acts to make known and preserve a form of culture that embodies a folk consciousness. The folk as community remain the other, and exist principally as an aesthetic device, a means for creating an essential concept of blackness. The framing of that novel is the process of working out, or mapping, a way of writing and discovering the subject position of the intellectual, in relation to what she represents. Hurston's journey to Jamaica and 2 trips to Haiti produced Tell My Horse, a book which Robert Hemingway has dismissed as Hurston's poorest book. Hemingway argues that Hurston was a novelist and folklorist, not a political analyst or traveloguist. 37. One would agree that Hurston's overtly political comments in Tell My Horse are usually reactionary, blindly patriotic, and, consequently, superficial. The dominant tendency in Hurston scholarship has been to ignore or dismiss as exceptional some of her more distasteful political opinions, but, as Marcus and Fisher have explained, the ethnology and travelogue share a romantic vision, and I would add a colonial or imperial vision, making Tell My Horse not an exception to Hurston's work at this moment in her life but an integral part of it. In the second chapter of Part 2 of Mules and Men, the section on hoodoo, Hurston shifts away from a concern to record and preserve a particular form of black culture, the folk tale, and toward a desire to create the boundaries of a cultural world in a relation of difference to the dominant culture. The geographical boundaries of Hurston's black folk are rural, but their southernness is not dent through a difference to northernness as much as it is related to cultural practices and beliefs of the Caribbean. This shift is clear when Hurston, the anthropologist, moves from Florida to New Orleans and seeks to become a pupil of a hoodoo doctor 38. In her introduction to Mules and Men, Hurston explains that she chose Florida as a site for the collection of folklore not only because it was familiar but because she saw Florida as a place that draws people. Negroes from every southern state. And some from the north and west. So I knew it was possible for me to get a cross-section of the Negro South in one state 39. In the section of Mules and Men that is situated in Louisiana, we can see a shift in Hurston's work to a stress on a continuity of cultural beliefs and practices with beliefs and practices in the Caribbean. In Their Eyes Were Watching God, this system of reference is continued through the way in which Hurston discursively displaces the urban migration of black people in the continental United States. In her novel, as in Mules and Men, migration is from the southern states further south to Eatonville, Florida. Migration in a northerly direction is undertaken only by the Barbadians who join Janie and Tea Cake on the Muck. After the completion of her novel, Hurston continued her search for an appropriate vehicle for the expression of black culture in Tell My Horse, a first-person account of her travels in Jamaica and Haiti. Part 3 of Tell My 41. Horse completes the journey, initiated in Mules and Men, in search of the survival of voodoo ritual and practices. 40. The geographic boundaries that enclose Their Eyes Were Watching God enlarge our understanding of the metaphoric boundaries of self and community. The discourse of the folk, which I have argued is irrevocably displaced in the figuration of a discourse of individualized autonomy existing only for the pleasure of the self, is dispersed and fragmented in a narrative of Hurston's personal initiation into African religious practices in the diaspora. Hurston does not return again to a romantic vision of the folk. Her next book, Moses, Man of the Mountain, is an extension of her interest in the relations between and across black cultures because it rewrites in fictional terms the worship of Moses and the worship of Damballa that had first interested her in Haiti. 41. This figuration of Moses/Damballa also transforms questions about the relation of the intellectual to the folk as community into an exploration of the nature of leaders and leadership. The intricate inquiry into the construction of subject positions, as writer, as woman, and as intellectual, is also not repeated. In Dust Tracks on a Road, an apparently autobiographical work, Hurston ignores her earlier attempts to represent the complexity of the relationship between public and private constructions of the self. She continues, however, to displace the discourse of a racist social order and maintains the exclusion of the black subject from history. This is the gesture that eventually wins her the recognition and admiration of the dominant culture in the form of the Anisfield Wolf Award for the contribution of Dust Tracks on a Road to the field of race relations. 42. We need to return to the question of why, at this particular moment in our society, Their Eyes Were Watching God has become such a privileged text. Why is there a shared assumption that we should read the novel as a positive, holistic, celebration of black life? Why is it considered necessary that the novel produce cultural meanings of authenticity, and how does cultural authenticity come to be situated so exclusively in the rural folk? I would like to suggest that, as cultural critics, we could begin to acknowledge the complexity of our own discursive displacement of contemporary conflict and cultural transformation in the search for black cultural authenticity. The privileging of Hurston, an attempt, you may say, to memorialize her, at a moment of intense urban crisis and conflict is perhaps a sign of that displacement. Large parts of black urban America are under siege, the number of black males in jail in the 80s doubled. The news media have recently confirmed what has been obvious to many of us for a while, that 1 in 4 young black males are in prison, on probation, on parole, or awaiting trial, and young black children face the prospect of little, or inadequate, or no health care. Has Their Eyes Were Watching God become the most frequently taught black novel because it acts as a mode of assurance that, really, the black folk are happy and healthy? Richard Wright is now excluded from contemporary formations of the African American canon because he brought into fictional consciousness the subjectivity of a native son created in conditions of aggression and antigo. 42. Nism, 43. But, perhaps, it is time that we should question the extent of our dependence upon our recreations of particular aspects of the romantic imagination of Zora Neale Hurston to produce cultural meanings of ourselves as native daughters. 4. W. E. B. Du Bois and the Struggle for American Historical Memory. David W. Blight. The greatest enemy of any one of our truths may be the rest of our truths. William James. What pragmatism means. Americans can be notoriously selective in the exercise of historical memory. Ralph Ellison, Going to the Territory. On February 23, 1968, marking the 100th anniversary of W. E. B. Du Bois' birth, Martin Luther King, Jr., delivered one of his last major addresses at Carnegie Hall in New York City. In a year that would prove pivotal in African American history, and that would bring such anguished events as King's own death, it is interesting and fitting to note how King chose to celebrate Du Bois' legacy. Above all, among Du Bois' scholarly and organizational achievements, King stressed his role as historian. Du Bois' singular greatness, argued King, was his unique zeal, which rescued for all of us a heritage whose loss would have profoundly impoverished us. King especially emphasized Du Bois' work on Reconstruction, a period traditional historians had for 3 generations portrayed as a tragic mistake in American race relations, an era when blacks, incapable of honest political behavior and self-reliant economic activity, had been the principal cause of a sordid interlude in the progress of American history. King was no professional historian, but his own prophetic sense of history enabled him to grasp the social implications of historical understanding and debates. With all too much continuity, the collective mind of America, declared King, became poisoned with racism and stunted with myths. Traditional historians' treatment of the black experience, the civil rights leader argued, was a conscious and deliberate manipulation of history, and the stakes were high. 1. The question of the stakes involved in struggles over rival versions of history leads us not only to the political and social meanings of what historians do, it also provides an angle of understanding about the confluences of history and memory for intellectuals and for the larger society. 45. 46. In her book The Art of Memory, Frances Yates has demonstrated how, throughout time, versions of historical memory have been employed in the service of ruling ideologies, philosophies, or states. Complex and ambivalent, his achievements sometimes stunted by a legendary arrogance, Du Bois was, nevertheless, a pioneer in illuminating this phenomenon in American culture with reference to history and race. He spent much of his career as a scholar and an artist trying to dislodge American history from its racist moorings. He was a self-conscious creator of black counter-memory. Du Bois was, in the first place, said King, a teacher. About our tasks of emancipation. Those tasks included an active confrontation with all of the force and power of traditional historiography about slavery and race, with scientific racism, with indifference, and with the mythology of the lost cause, which had become influential in American popular culture by the early 20th century. In his essay The Propaganda of History, representing the final chapter of Black Reconstruction in America, Du Bois declared himself aghast at what American historians had done to the fields of Reconstruction and African American history. The American historical community had not only subordinated the black experience but had rendered it virtually unknown. The state of popular historical misunderstanding in the first third of the 20th century is what Du Bois sought so contentiously to overturn. 2. As this partial examination of Du Bois' work helps to demonstrate, the study of historical memory might therefore be defined as the study of cultural struggle, of contested truths, of moments, events, or even texts in history that thresh out rival versions of the past which are in turn put to the service of the present. In Du Bois' large body of historical writing he was not merely crying foul at racist historians for leaving blacks out of the story of American history. He was trying to restore his people's history, while at the same time, he believed, enriching American history. He was very much interested in how multiple parts could make a new whole, how pluralism might be a new conceptual framework for American history. Du Bois helped spark a major historiographic turn in the study of Reconstruction and race among American historians. This turn that Du Bois initiated at least as early as the publication of The Souls of Black Folk in 1903 took many years to bear fruit. Du Bois appreciated the political and social stakes of historical debates. He understood the power of historical images in shaping social policy and human interactions. In his historical writings, therefore, a tension developed between art, politics, and the pursuit of scientific truth. As Arnold Rampersad has shown, Du Bois made a gradual but persistent turn away from the scientific empiricism in which he was trained to the poetic sensibilities that characterized so much of his writing after he left Atlanta to edit The Crisis in 1910. 3. Du Bois' efforts to forge an African-American counter-memory should be understood in the context of this turn in his work from social science toward art. Du Bois came of age and was trained during the era when history assumed the mantle of a science. He was by any estimation a highly skilled and accomplished social scientist who, at Harvard, studied Phi. 47. Philosophy with William James, Josiah Royce, and George Santayana, and history with Albert Bushnell Hart. It was James with his pragmatism and Hart with his research method, Du Bois wrote in his autobiography, that turned me back from the lovely but sterile land of philosophic speculation, to the social sciences as the field for gathering and interpreting that body of facts which would apply to my program for the Negro. Du Bois understood himself to be an emerging historical sociologist, though Harvard did not yet recognize the field. Although at times Du Bois' rhetoric can be overwrought, and his arguments exceedingly self-righteous or arrogant, he was committed to the sheer accumulation of the body of fact that might be thrust before an ignorant or contentious world. In an autobiographical piece written for Rayford Logan's What the Negro Wants in 1944, Du Bois admitted that he had rationalized his personal story into a coherent unity that masked some of the hesitancies and graspings of his life. Indeed, we would do well to use his autobiographical writings with caution. But Du Bois' self-assured claim that his early career had a singular aim is instructive. History and the other social sciences, he wrote, were to be my weapons, to be sharpened and applied by research and writing for. So, always the trained historian in search of verifiable evidence, he also came to use history as a strategy to confront and overcome traditional, often white supremacist versions of American history. In his earliest writings one already finds the tensions between scientific truths and art, between data and politics, and between past and present. 5. In his bitterly ironic commencement address at Harvard in 1890, Jefferson Davis as a representative of civilization, the 22-year-old Du Bois offered Davis, the recently deceased former president of the Confederacy, as an American Teutonic hero. Boldly, he used Davis as a symbol of the type of civilization which had advanced itself by murdering Indians, had created a culture whose principle is the rise of one race on the ruins of another, and which was driven by an overweening sense of the I and a consequent forgetting of the thou. The veiled implication of Du Bois' speech was that America's quest for sectional reconciliation had led it not only to honor ex-Confederate leaders but to fashion a society where might made right, where unbridled individualism reigned, and where racism flourished. The glamour of history, and therefore the rise of a nation, declared Du Bois, depended on strength and force. The Anglo-Saxon loves a soldier, declared Du Bois. Jefferson Davis was an Anglo-Saxon, Jefferson Davis was a soldier. In his few minutes of commencement glory, Du Bois urged his Harvard audience to make way for the rise of the quieter, creative, submissive culture of blacks, the race of whose rights Jefferson Davis had not heard. Implicit in Du Bois' message was the notion that the day of Anglo-Saxon hegemony had passed, and the rise of the black race had commenced. Moreover, the speech was an anguished cry for justice, for inclusion, and for a new standard by which to judge civilization. While there were elements of 19th-century racialist thinking in the young Du Bois rhetoric, and he too would one day exalt the soldier, at bottom, Du Bois' address was a direct 48. Appeal to the historical memory and moral imagination of his audience. You whose nation was founded on the loftiest ideals, challenged Du Bois, and who many times forget those ideals with a strange forgetfulness, have more than a sentimental interest, more than a sentimental duty. You owe a debt to humanity for this Ethiopia of outstretched arm, who has made her beauty, patience, and her grandeur law 6. By addressing his audience so personally as you, Du Bois asserted that history had left a collective responsibility in America. Slavery and racism were everyone's legacy and everyone's problem. The link between Jefferson Davis, civilization, and you was not only a brilliant stroke of irony for such a young orator but a clear indication that Du Bois had launched his lifelong project of contending against America's prevailing historical memory. Du Bois' early conception of history as contending memories is further illustrated in the suppression of the African slave trade to the United States of America, 1638 to 1870, his doctoral dissertation, which became the first volume published in the Harvard Historical Monograph series. Reflecting his rigorous methodological training under Hart and during his 2 years in Germany studying economics, Suppression was primarily a legalistic analysis of the long effort to abolish the slave trade. But an ethical tone informs the volume and pervades its concluding chapter. Du Bois' moralism was relatively typical of American historiography during the 1890s. 7. Even under the new veneer of scientific analysis, most historians claimed the duty of teaching moral lessons, hence the final section of Suppression is entitled The Lessons for Americans. But something deeper can be learned from a closer look at Du Bois' language in the final passages of Suppression. Du Bois was fully aware that by the mid-1890s American society was in the midst of a near crusade of sectional reconciliation, the celebration of the mutual heroism of North and South in the Civil War, and the quest for a present and a future that allowed people to forget slavery and racial conflict, a position now championed by the popular historian James Ford Rhodes. Moreover, as aloof as Du Bois could be, he could hardly have been completely detached from the poverty and oppression he had already witnessed in the South, or the racism he had encountered at Harvard, when he wrote of the enrichment of the Western world in just such proportion as Americans stole Negroes and worked them to death in the 18th and 19th centuries. 8. His chastisement of the moral apathy of antebellum Americans, as one generation after another postponed the slavery problem, was no doubt spurred by the moral weaknesses of an era of lynching. As Du Bois' voice turns from description to moralizing in the final pages of Suppression, we see not only the doctoral candidate's attempt to attach an ethical conclusion to his monograph. Rather, we begin to see the turn toward art and polemicism in Du Bois' work about which Arnold Rampersad has written. 9. We also see in this, his earliest formal work of history, an engagement with the oldest and most enduring conception of the American past, the providential view of America as a chosen nation, a people of progress who ultimately solve their problems, and offer the world a model of an omniscient society. 49. Thriving above threat or conflict. Du Bois was one of the earliest historians, therefore, to challenge what Nathan Muggins has called the master narrative of American history. Whether in the 1890s or the 1990s, the aggravating persistence of racism in American society makes challenging demands on the past, wrote Huggins, demands that cannot be comprehended through the sanitized and innocent master narrative. Anticipating some of the historiography of his own generation and of the modern consensus school of the 1940s and 1950s, Du Bois challenged his readers to reflect from the heart as well as the head and to acknowledge contradiction and paradox. No American can study the connection of slavery with United States history, and not devoutly pray that his country may never have a similar social problem to solve, until it shows more capacity for such work than it has shown in the past. It is neither profitable nor in accordance with scientific truth to consider that whatever the constitutional fathers did was right, or that slavery was a plague sent from God and fated to be eliminated in due time. We must face the fact that this problem arose principally from the cupidity and carelessness of our ancestors. The tone of Du Bois' language clearly reflects his awareness that he lived in a nation still unwilling to believe that the growing evil of slavery had opened the highway that led straight to the Civil War. Americans, he maintained, lacked historical consciousness and, therefore, moral foresight. They congratulated themselves more on getting rid of a problem than on solving it. 10. The young Du Bois illuminated America's struggle in the 1890s to contend with the memory of slavery, racism, and the Civil War. He also quietly announced one of the principal aims of all of his future historical work, to forge a memory that might help solve or transcend the race problem, rather than simply getting rid of it. From his most scientific studies of Black and Southern life to his essays, fiction, and poetry, a sense of history informs nearly everything Du Bois wrote. From his earliest writings, and especially with the publication of his classic, The Souls of Black Folk, Du Bois became a self-appointed sounder not only of America's peculiar race concept but of the full range of tragedy and possibility in American history. Indeed, as a student of race, and therefore of conflict, Du Bois was placed in an oppositional and sometimes advantageous position from which to comment on the struggle over contending memories in American society. The famous passage in Souls about double consciousness, anguished as it is, nevertheless begins with the claim that the Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil, and gifted with a second sight in this American world. The dilemma of Tunis might have the potential to deny true self-consciousness, but the black historian/artist, like all historical outsiders, had a unique vantage point. As he would in various ways throughout the rest of his life, in Souls Du Bois asserted that the black experience stood at the center of national history, at least for those who cared to look at conflict rather than only continuity, at irony rather than pleasing myth. His image of 50. The swarthy spectre sitting in its accustomed seat at the nation's feast stunningly frames his claim that the nation has not yet found peace from its sins in the 40th year since emancipation. 11 specters haunt, and American memory was haunted, Du Bois seemed to be saying. This country's collective memory awaited new voices, new scholars, and storytellers whose strivings might liberate it from the past. Indeed, the novelist John Edgar Wideman declared that if he were allowed only one book with which to teach post-Civil War American history, it would be The Souls of Black Folk. Such a comment not only attests to the function of Souls as a work of historical importance, but Wideman also claimed that each time he teaches or reads the book, when he closes it, beauty and pain linger. He finds himself transported to beautiful memories of the Ames Zion Church in which he was raised, a place of hope and sustenance, and then, he is also left with the message of pain, the disquieting thought, the fear that nothing has changed about race in America through time. In Du Bois' own time many perceptive readers wondered about the somber tone of Souls. In 1906 William James wrote to Du Bois questioning the despair of the book. "You must not think I am personally wedded to the minor key," Du Bois answered. "On the contrary, I am tuned to the most aggressive and unquenchable hopefulness. I wanted in this case simply to reveal fully the other side to the world." 12. One wonders if this response did not contain a bit of both bravado and insecurity in the face of a mentor's reading of the author's most important work. But Du Bois' answer to James reveals his sense of writing about the tragic other side of American experience. This endless dialectic between the beauty and the pain in American history is just what Du Bois sought to capture by bringing the black experience to the center of the story. As time passed, Du Bois would become even less shy of generalization about the place of blacks in the American story. By 1924 he made the bold claim that dramatically, the Negro is the central thread of American history. The whole story turns on him, whether we think of the dark and flying slave ship in the 16th century, the expanding plantations of the 17th, the swelling commerce of the 18th, or the fight for freedom in the 19th. It was the black man that raised the vision of democracy in America. Thus, early on, in such portentous prose Du Bois had anticipated and joined all of the black poets and scholars who would write from an oppositional mood, an inherently critical and, ironically for America, liberating point of view. Among the many meanings in Du Bois' famous metaphor of the veil, therefore, rests this duality in the oppositional mood. The veil can be the walls of a prison house, forever stunting creativity and self-consciousness, or it can be the challenge and the source of new points of view that provide the thinker with the chance to soar. 13. Make no mistake, the veil had to be lifted, but it first had to be remembered, analyzed, and understood. Claiming the center as scholars, or singing from the margins as poets, writers about race in America have for generations fashioned a counter-memory, a concept elucidated by Michel Foucault and several other theo. 51. Risks. In language, counter-memory, practice, Foucault characterizes the history we write and learn as a continuous product of a rancorous will to knowledge. One does not have to accept fully Foucault's notion of history as ceaseless discontinuities in a veritable moral vacuum to see a certain wisdom in his discussion of contending memories. He reminds us that our obsession with origins can blind us to the vicissitudes of history, to its jolts, its surprises, its unsteady victories and unpalatable defeats. This admonition might especially be directed at proponents of a providential, trans-historical view of America, as well as at romantic, ethnically essentialist conceptions of the past. One is reminded here of Du Bois' plea for historical irony in Black Reconstruction in America. Nations reel and stagger on their way, wrote Du Bois, they make hideous mistakes, they commit frightful wrongs, they do great and beautiful things. And shall we not best guide humanity by telling the truth about all this, so far as the truth is ascertainable? 14. Foucault is helpful, I think, in explaining the sheer passion and violence of cultural conflict over memory. Relying on Friedrich Nietzsche, Foucault characterizes such cultural struggle as a hazardous play of endlessly repeated dominations. A domination becomes fixed, throughout its history, claims Foucault, in rituals, in meticulous procedures that impose rights and obligations. It establishes marks of its power and engraves memories on things and even within bodies. According to Foucault, history proceeds from domination to domination, it develops as an endless cycle of contending wills and interpretations. In extreme, and perhaps cynical, form, Foucault nevertheless captures the fickle ways that social and historical memories are forged. Du Bois never gave up believing in an ethical basis for history, even after he embraced a more materialist, economic analysis in the 1930s. But he fully understood and eloquently warned against the problem of domination in historical memory. With sufficient general agreement among the dominant classes, he declared in 1935, the truth of history may be utterly distorted and contradicted and changed to any convenient fairy tale that the masters of men wish. 15. Hence, representing both the danger and the inspiration of much revision of history, it is power and persuasion that keep any version of social memory dominant. On the larger, social scale, the stakes in such hazardous play between memories are, therefore, quite serious. They may include collective and personal identities, the fundamentals of school curricula, the objectives and justifications of major wars, the creation and survival of human rights, and even the rise and fall of governments. Memories rise and fall from dominance, sometimes through the force of armies and always, it seems, through the use of language. As intellectuals all over Eastern Europe, the Soviet Union, South Africa, or China are demonstrating in our own time, and as black writers have understood in America at least since the first slave narratives, the ownership of language, the liberation of words from debasement and control by the masters of plantations or states can rescue the human spirit from totalitarian control. Words and 52. Indeed, the images and myths they convey are the signposts of memory. And, as Peter Burke has argued, conflicts of memory are most acute in those societies most deeply embedded with memories of conflict. 16. As a historian, Du Bois was most concerned with social, and therefore collective, forms of memory. How groups remember and contend in the marketplaces of power and culture for hegemony is perhaps the central problem in the study of historical memory. In his pioneering study, The Collective Memory, Maurice Halbwachs explained how individuals depend on other members of their own groups for independent confirmation of the content of their memories. The incessant human quest for identity and communion makes it such that culture itself could hardly exist without these social dimensions of memory. Collective memory is held together by the confidence derived from association. Yet we have also learned from the philosophy of history and from modern psychology that collective memory is a constructive and reconstructive process. Memories are not merely reproduced, they are constructed in all the various cultural forms: music, dance, fiction, poetry, and historical scholarship. 17 Hence, we create and recreate narratives in response to ever-changing political and social circumstances. In the hands of such a self-conscious historian-artist as Du Bois, the forms of those narratives become a mixture of the scholarly and literary dimensions of history, and such a combination may occur in historians' work more than we are willing to admit. As Paul Ricoeur has demonstrated in Time and Narrative, we can only begin to understand and mark time with memory, and we only really understand memory through narratives we construct to give it meaning and substance. We need stories, the poetic act of implantment, argues Ricoeur, to render the bewilderment of time and experience intelligible. Deep understanding is usually derived from the deepest memories, those that have somehow engaged the soul and elicited lasting narratives. It is in the soul, hence as an impression, says Ricoeur, that expectation and memory possess extension. Ricoeur leads us to an understanding, therefore, between memory and expectation, the crucial philosophical elements in any consideration of the stakes of social memory. Passionate debates over the actual nature and meaning of the past, often involving claims of collective guilt or responsibility, are concerned, while they remain in the realm of reason at least, not with retribution but with anticipation. As Stephen Knapp has argued, the ethical relevance of the past derives from an agent's imaginative relation to the future consequences of some contemplated action. In other words, we not only have art so that we will not die of reality, we have narratives as an authoritative means of negotiating between retribution and forgiveness, between ignorance and knowledge, between lies and enlightenment. In this context, I am reminded of Frederick Douglass' timeless definition of racism as a diseased imagination. 18. Certainly Du Bois understood the destructive and stultifying aspects of racism in the same manner. He also understood how deeply embedded the problem of racism was in American historical narratives, as well as how much those narratives continued to shape the future. He said as much many times. 53. Notably in The World and Africa, where he charged that it is the greatest indictment that can be brought against history as a science and against its teachers that we are usually indisposed to refer to history for the settlement of pressing problems. This was not merely another call for a usable history, it was a warning against selective, willfully narrow history, history that resulted from certain suppressions in the historical record current in our day and from the habit, long fostered, of forgetting and detracting from the thought and acts of the people of Africa. Du Bois also had future consequences in mind in his moralizing about national duty in the final pages of Suppression of the African Slave Trade. Moreover, he clearly had present and future purposes in mind for the image of John Brown that he constructed in his polemical biography of the abolitionist in 1909. Du Bois' short historical synthesis of blacks throughout the African diaspora, The Negro, published in 1915, was intended in great part to historicize Africa in a world scrambling to colonize that continent's land and resources. And, finally, as Rampersad has argued, duty was itself the hero of Du Bois' essay on the Freedmen's Bureau, of the Dawn of Freedom, in Souls, a work filled with lessons for a turn-of-the-century world struggling with the problem of the color line. 19. As for the problem of narratives that reflect deep memory, that engage the soul, we need only look to the title and content of Du Bois' most famous book. In The Forethought of Souls, Du Bois addresses the gentle reader directly and invites him or her to see buried treasures, things which if read with patience may show the meaning of being black in America. With poetic sensibility, in these essays and one short story, Du Bois made an offering to the souls of Americans. 20 Souls was like a gift of narratives that might help mediate America's treacherous journey between memory and expectation about race. Many scholars have stressed the importance of aesthetic appeal in the art of memory. The emotional power of a historical image or of an individual or collective memory is what renders it lasting. As Yeats demonstrated, unforgettable images that inspired awe and a sense of sacred space were what gave meaning to the memory wheels, theaters, and palaces of the Italian Renaissance. Moreover, the 18th-century philosopher Guillaume Battista Vico forged a conception of memory as the deep structure of knowledge, revealed only in poetic expression. The more profound the poetic imagery or the metaphoric association, the more lasting a memory might be in any culture. This could be true of oral as well as literary traditions, of spoken epics as well as printed texts. As Patrick Hutton has contended, even with the modern revolution that the printing press brought to the art of memory, the power of single, poetic images, events, or moments are what still gave substance to cultural memory. Even under the influence of highly individualized modern psychology, whether we believe in the collective unconscious or not, the memory palaces of our own time can be a single image conveyed in a novelist's metaphor or a historian's persuasive prose. We may be focused, introspectively, on the printed page instead of listening to the ancient storytellers. 54. Voice, but the object is the same, to invoke the emotional chords of memory through aesthetic sensibilities. 21. Trained in the social sciences, influenced by William James psychology, and devoted to a search for verifiable truth where possible, Du Bois was nevertheless deeply aware of this poetic level on which collective memory works. After all, if James' mentoring had any influence at all, Du Bois could never have sidestepped the spiritual elements of life and thought. Du Bois' early writing swayed between his commitments to empirical scholarship and an increasing appreciation of the power and necessity of aesthetic expression. Both Du Bois' historical writings and his historical novels revealed this tension. Intellectually, and even spiritually, he lived a double life. Du Bois' rigorous training in research served him well. He never gave up on his commitments to scholarship and his faith in mind as a social force. But Du Bois saw himself both as a scholar and as a 19th-century gentleman of letters, as Rampersad has put it. 22. Moreover, as this gentleman of letters turned increasingly toward art and persuasion in his role as a race spokesman, the poetic energy in his writing exploded. According to Rampersad, Du Bois' turn toward art came in 1897, after he first experienced the goad of Southern racism. That year the young scholar-teacher published the original version of Our Spiritual Strivings, which became the first chapter of Souls. Therein Du Bois first constructed the metaphor of the veil, and explored the psychological depths of African American double consciousness. Throughout the rest of Souls, what prompts repeated imagery of the veil and other metaphoric barriers are those moments when imagined freedom seems almost tangible but just beyond reach. In Du Bois' story The Coming of John, the veil that lay between him and the white world is first revealed to a young black man as he becomes educated. Moreover, as John, full of zeal, returns to his sleepy southern hometown to help his people, he finds that he no longer speaks their language and that it was so hard and strange to fit his old surroundings again. Utterly out of step with his fellow blacks, and about to be lynched by whites, John has a homecoming that is a tragic waste of double aims. 23. For Du Bois, education and bitter experience had revealed the veil. Only through some kind of dissenting imagination in history or fiction, therefore, could he confront and peer through such barriers. With the publication of Souls in 1903 and John Brown in 1909, and after breaking with the Academy in 1910 when he left Atlanta University, Du Bois would never again write strictly descriptive, empirical history. He had not only turned toward art and polemicism, but he had turned toward the construction of a counter-memory in American history. To many in the historical profession, this would render his history suspect or even irrelevant, but like most self-conscious pioneers, though his conclusions would always remain debatable, he had begun to ask new and compelling questions. In addition to the obvious ways in which Dubois' literary style was the product of the time and place of his training, as well as of his temperament, we might also consider his conscious grasp of the art of memory as another. 55. Explanation of his developing rhetorical style. Although Souls is on the surface a collection of essays, it is also a self-conscious attempt to write a historical epic. Souls might be considered a modern African-American memory palace, a storehouse of unforgettable images conveyed with such aesthetic power that readers and writers might return to it, generation after generation, for historical understanding and inspiration. No text ought to be valorized beyond its merits, but in my experience whenever young students initially encounter Souls, they are first struck by the power of the prose. The work seems to defy students' traditional categories, they have entered a memory theater, and they find themselves both instructed and moved by the performance. In Souls, Dubois takes his reader on many journeys to sacred places of memory, similar, at least imaginatively, to what Pierre Nora has called lieux de mémoire. In his ironic autobiographical tale, Of the Meaning of Progress, Dubois the schoolteacher ushers us, once upon a time, to a remote, segregated hill town in eastern Tennessee, where a bright but poverty-ridden young black woman named Josie dreams of an education. Dubois tries to engage the reader's senses on as many emotional levels as possible as we hear the music thunder from two black churches, enter a makeshift ensign-colored schoolhouse, and listen to the dark fatalism of the freedmen and freedmen's sons and daughters. But this is no romantic tale set amidst the humble poor and the blue Appalachians. It is a tragic narrative of human struggle, crushed hope, and death. It is also a historian's challenge to the theory of progress in America, told by a narrator who must ride a Jim Crow car in and out of this little world that Dubois seeks to plant in American memory. 24. Moreover, in Of the Black Belt, Dubois takes us, again by Jim Crow car, on a revealing journey to the crimson soil of Georgia. In vivid imagery he describes a monotonous quality of the landscape of the former Cotton Kingdom, yet he did not nod, nor weary of the scene, for this is historic ground. Here is Dubois the artist-scholar combining rich descriptions of nature with the social history of the legions of sharecroppers. Here is a more believable Georgia than that of Margaret Mitchell, here is a landscape and a society truly gone with the wind, where only the black tenant remains, and the shadow hand of the master's grandnephew or cousin or creditor stretches out of the grey distance to collect the rack rent remorselessly. Remnants of the big houses, the parks and palaces of the Cotton Kingdom, remain, but that merry past now lies in silence. Ashes and tangled weeds. Here is even the beginning of a challenge to the Southern historian Ulrich B. Phillips' depiction of the benign world of masters and slaves in his classic American Negro Slavery. Dubois depicts this Egypt of the Confederacy as a society built by the blood and toil of generations of blacks, and as a cause lost long before 1861. On every level, Dubois' journey through Georgia is an imaginative way to dissent from the traditional image and history of slavery and the South. He frequently allows the voices of the freedmen themselves to tell the story. In a scene framed by the bare ruin of some master's home, an old ex-slave says, 56. I've seen niggers drop dead in the furrow, but they were kicked aside, and the plow never stopped. Down in the guardhouse, there's where the blood ran. In his Of the Black Belt, Dubois combined the beauty and power of nature, the sweep of history in epic proportions, and the painful ruck of the freedmen's daily lives to forge an indelible memory, a memory that countered the romance of the lost cause and national reunion. There are no happy darkies in the Black Belt, race relations have not been better off left to the South's own devices. And finally he described a prison farm where the present is so full of the past that the tenses become blurred. It is a depressing place, wrote Dubois, bare, unshaded, with no charm of past association, only a memory of forced toil now, then, and before the war. They are not happy, these men whom we meet throughout this region. In effect, slavery has transcended time in Dubois imagery. Neo-slavery had emerged by the turn of the century, and 2 generations of black tenants bore their burdens with a combination of hope and gloom. 25 examples abound in Souls of Du Bois' attempt to revise history, both with evidence and with aesthetic appeal. In his essay on the Freedmen's Bureau, Of the Dawn of Freedom, Du Bois presents a logical case for viewing the agency in a more positive historical light rather than as a villain in the tragedy of Reconstruction. Du Bois offers a sympathetic portrayal of the tremendous undertaking that the Freedmen's Bureau represented in its all too short life, its charge to provide for refugees, create schools, administer abandoned lands, and extend political rights and justice to the freedmen. He does not ignore the flaws and failings of the Bureau, nor of its agents. But this is an essay designed to create a new framework of history in which the plight of the freedmen might be more easily understood. At bottom, this is a fin de siècle probing for legacies. The essay begins and ends with the same sentence. The problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. In this case, history must be explored and felt in order to know the responsibilities of the present. It must be seen and heard, and like the voice of a prophet, Du Bois tried to provide the necessary imagery. First, he urges the reader to cast his/her vision to the rear of the grim parade of history. He suggests 3 images in the procession of Sherman's march across Georgia: the conqueror, the conquered, and the Negro. Some see all significance in the grim front of the destroyer, writes Du Bois, and some in the bitter sufferers of the lost cause. But to me neither soldier nor fugitive speaks with so deep a meaning as that dark human cloud that clung like remorse on the rear of those swift columns. In vain they were ordered back. On they trudged and writhed and surged until they rolled into Savannah a starved and naked horde of tens of thousands. 26. Here are the nameless freedmen, inexorably both liberated and self-liberated in a terrible war, given equal billing in this memory theater with the tragic planters and the awesome William Tecumseh Sherman. Moreover, in a brilliant passage about passion in the South after the war, Du Bois suggested 2 figures that typified the era of Reconstruction and demonstrated the power of its legacy. 57. The one a grey-haired gentleman, whose fathers had quit themselves like men, whose sons lay in nameless graves, who bowed to the evil of slavery because its abolition threatened untold ill to all, who stood at last, in the evening of life, a ruined form, with hate in his eyes, and the other a form hovering dark and mother-like, her awful face black with the mists of centuries, had aforetime quailed at that white master's command, had bent in love over the cradles of his sons and daughters, and closed in death the sunken eyes of his wife. I, too, at his behest had laid herself low to his lust, and borne a tawny man-child to the world, only to see her dark boy's limbs scattered to the winds by midnight marauders riding after damned niggers. These were the saddest sights of that woeful day, and no man clasped the hands of these passing figures of the present past, but hating, they went to their long home, and hating their children's children live today. 27. Past and present met in this imagery with frightful intensity and authentic tragedy. Here were not the cliched forms of old soldiers who had met in battle and could now clasp hands in mutual respect. Here were the veterans of an even deeper conflict, and perhaps a deeper tragedy. Here was the image of an old male slaveholder, the broken symbol of power and sexual domination, and an old black woman, representing mammy, mother, and survivor. The heritage of slavery lived on in these 2 passing figures of the present past. Or, in other words, the problems of slavery lived on in the problem of the freedmen, and the problem of the freedmen lived on in the problem of the color line. But more important still, no racial reconciliation could ever match the vaunted sectional reconciliation without a serious confrontation with the hostility rooted in sexual abuse, lynching, and racism. Du Bois used gender here to render his imagery all the more meaningful. As essay on the Freedmen's Bureau had been converted into a telling statement about the most persistent evils of slavery and racism. Du Bois could have chosen no starker example than white male sexual abuse of black women. As he would later write in 1920, Du Bois could forgive the white South almost anything, its slavery, for slavery is a world-old habit. It's fighting for a well-lost cause, and for remembering that struggle with tender tears. but he would never forgive the persistent insulting of black womanhood which insought and seeks to prostitute to its lust. 28. Deep memory, Du Bois had exhibited in his writing, was rooted in stark imagery, and its conflicts were never easily reconciled. Black Reconstruction in America, a project Du Bois had worked on intermittently for more than 25 years, is his most direct and complicated confrontation with the meaning of historical memory. Du Bois assumes the posture of an empiricist, but in the preface he acknowledges the dual function of the historian, to tell and interpret. It is especially interesting that in a one-page preface Du Bois believed it necessary to say frankly in advance that his most basic assumption was that blacks were ordinary human beings, that he sought to refute any theory of Negro inferiority, and that he understood that this might curtail his audience. The weight of traditional interpretations of slavery and the Civil War and Reconstruction both inspired 58. And haunted this long book. Du Bois conceded that he would not convert any die-hard racists, but that he would no longer allow emancipation and black enfranchisement after the war to be so easily dismissed as gestures against nature. Black Reconstruction would, therefore, be more than what we are accustomed to calling revisionist history, just another point of view or interpretation. It would be a bold effort to retell what Du Bois considered the most dramatic episode in American history. The sudden move to free 4 million black slaves in an effort to stop a great civil war, to end 40 years of bitter controversy, and to appease the moral sense of civilization. 29. It would be the construction of counter-arguments and counter-memories, all in an effort to dislodge and replace the customary historical image of the situation of black people in America. The first chapter of Black Reconstruction, The Black Worker, is a meditation on the meaning of slavery in American history. Coupled with the final chapter, The Propaganda of History, these two essays independently serve as a primer for the field of African American history as it has developed since the 1930s. Although Du Bois' tone was unquestionably polemical, he did strive for some balanced perspective. He acknowledged that slaveholders were not unremittingly evil people, and even that the institution of slavery was not usually a deliberately cruel and oppressive system. He allowed that slaves may have been reasonably housed and fed. But looking back upon the historiography of slavery, as well as at popular attitudes toward the Old South as they stood in the 1930s, Du Bois declared inconceivable the idyllic picture of a patriarchal state with cultured and humane masters under whom slaves were as children, guided and trained in work and play, given each such mental training as was for their good. Instead, he offered a picture of a labor system bent on the ultimate degradation of man, and the psychological disorientation of individuals. Such a picture anticipated the future work of Stanley Elkins and critiqued the earlier work of U.B. Phillips at the same time. Moreover, Du Bois' conception of slavery as ultimately a violent and debilitating system directly challenged Booker T. Washington's famous characterization in 1901 of slavery as a school for blacks. 30. To Du Bois, the broadest significance of slavery lay in its definition of the limits of American democracy. As long as labor, freedom, and constitutional rights were defined in racial terms, America's historical self-definition would always be stunted. Du Bois quoted at great length from Frederick Douglass' famous 4th of July oration in 1852 to underscore the fundamental irony and dishonesty at the core of American history. Du Bois called Douglass the voice of the exploited black worker, vaguely setting up his subsequent Marxist analysis of Reconstruction. But more importantly, he appropriated Douglas' scorching phrases to the long-term aim of an alternative history, one not characterized by deception, impiety, and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes. He used the fiery former slave, in some of his angriest rhetoric, to expose that American history where the 10,000 wrongs of the American slave were kept in the strictest silence, and where he who would reveal them was considered an enemy of the nation for daring to 59. Make those wrongs the subject of public discourse. 31. The heroes of the slavery era, Du Bois contended, were the fugitive slaves who constantly tested the power of slavery by their escapes and their witness. Indeed, fugitive slaves like Douglass not only provided leadership but also furnished a text for the abolition idealists. Such texts, as many historians and critics have argued in recent years, provided the foundation of African American literary and political history. Moreover, if the black worker, as Du Bois contended, was the founding stone of the antebellum economic system that tumbled into civil war, then the slave narrative, the entire abolitionist literature, was the founding stone of an alternative American history. Near the end of Black Reconstruction, Du Bois returns to Douglass as he continues to explore the meaning of slavery. No one can read that first thin autobiography of Frederick Douglass, Du Bois declares, and have left many illusions about slavery. And if truth is our object, no amount of flowery romance and personal reminiscences of its protected beneficiaries can keep the world from knowing that slavery was a cruel, dirty, costly, and inexcusable anachronism, which nearly ruined the world's greatest experiment in democracy. Writing at the very time the WPA slave narratives were being collected, and well before any serious rediscovery of Douglass or the other antebellum black writers, Du Bois made an important claim about black sources and black history. Some of the best witnesses had never been asked, the very notion of a source needed redefinition, and an entire history was yet to be told. In what may have been an ironic reference to Booker Washington, Du Bois insisted that black history did not begin with emancipation. Up from this slavery gradually climbed the free Negro with clearer, modern expression and more definite aim long before the emancipation of 1863-32. Du Bois' propaganda of history is an indictment of American historiography and a probing statement of the meaning of race in American historical memory. If the stakes in souls of black folk were the spiritual and psychological well-being of blacks in the age of segregation, the creation of a counter-memory to that forged by white popular literature and by Booker Washington, then the stakes in Black Reconstruction were collective national memory and the struggle over the nature of history itself. According to Du Bois, there were essentially 5 tragic flaws in American historiography. First, most American historians, consciously or unconsciously, conspired in an avoidance of conflict, especially on the issue of race. Second, American historians spurned moral judgment or responsibility for the wrongs of the past. Third, slavery, both as an institution and as a cause of the Civil War, had never forthrightly been confronted. Fourth, the active role of blacks, as well as abolitionism, broadly defined, in the achievement of freedom had been ignored or suppressed. And fifth, the highly developed hideous mistake thesis about Reconstruction was rooted in false assumptions, mass production, and popular racism. This wall of historiography could not easily be pierced. Its flaws were not sins, wrote Du Bois, of mere omission and emphasis. 33. They had to be engaged with counter-arguments and, indeed, counter-propaganda. Du Bois' devastating critique of American history. 60. Ography provides one of the most acute examples we have of the interdependence of history and society, of how deeply rooted collective historical memories are in social structure, popular beliefs, and professional academic interests. Du Bois' Black Reconstruction challenged much more than historiography. It challenged the racism and the social theory through which most Americans gained any level of historical consciousness. American historiography concerning race has come so far since the 1930s that the avoidance of conflict no longer seems as pressing a problem as it once did. Likewise, since the turbulent 1960s and 1970s, the notion of history as moral discourse may seem to have returned to its proper place on the periphery of historians' concerns. But almost all debates over new histories and old histories, over events versus social process, or over the various ways to return to narrative have hinged in great part not only on the proper subject matter of history but on these two issues, conflict/continuity, scholarly dispassion/moral judgment, and the inclusion of those still perceived as outsiders. Indeed, the current challenge of multicultural studies in the academy might benefit from the perspective of looking back at some prior models. The ship of diversity is not sailing in completely uncharted waters. Du Bois did not advocate a personal needs-based history. He resisted the kind of ahistorical chauvinism that the Reagan-Bush era has brought us from both ends of the ideological spectrum, and he saw pluralism as the source of a new American historical narrative, not its obstacle. The two ideas with which Du Bois began his arraignment of American historiography in 1935, the avoidance of conflict and moral responsibility, still ebb and flow from our historical agenda about race. How much of Reconstruction was truly a political, social, and racial revolution, and how much was left unfinished? 34. Are the legacies of slavery still a matter of national and social responsibility in America? Do we even discuss slavery in those terms anymore? How much did the victories of the modern civil rights movement accomplish for political democracy but leave undone for economic democracy? How much should blacks shape their current agenda by looking to the symbolic memory of Martin Luther King or Malcolm X? How are those memories being constructed? Is the apparent success or failure of recent history, and its widespread dissemination in print and film, distorting or inspiring the development of the long-term historical memory among blacks and among all Americans about race? Has Martin Luther King Day lent itself to historical consciousness or historical amnesia? It all depends, of course, on who is shaping the memory, how it is conveyed, and to what end. In contemplating this crucial element of America's collective memory, we would do well to remember Nathan Huggins' insistence that the greatest challenge in writing African American history lay not in continuing to uncover black history, important as that process will remain, but in subverting and redefining the master narrative itself, in understanding that there can be no white history or black history, nor can there be an integrated history that does not begin to comprehend that slavery and freedom, white and black, are joined at the hip. 35. 61. Du Bois comments on the meaning of conflict and moral responsibility in American history have had many interesting echoes in the more than half a century since he wrote them. Looking especially to the Civil War era, he warned against using history merely for our pleasure and amusement, for inflating our national ego. A meaningful black history might so contract overt white supremacy that it was deemed neither wise nor patriotic to speak of all the causes of strife and the terrible results to which sectional differences in the United States had led. There had to be a place for slavery, massive civil war, and post-war racial violence in the doctrine of American progress. Avoidance might be the only effective remedy, then, to sustain a historical memory rooted in the contradiction of white supremacy and progress. Du Bois chastised reticent historians who blinked or bowed in the face of an issue such as slavery. Our histories tend to discuss American slavery so impartially, he wrote, that in the end nobody seems to have done wrong and everybody was right. Slavery appears to have been thrust upon unwilling, helpless America, while the South was blameless in becoming its center. The difference of development, North and South, is explained as a sort of working out of cosmic social and economic law. In this passage Du Bois captured the spirit and substance of much that had been written, inside and out of the Academy, about the meaning of slavery and the Civil War in the 70 years since Appomattox. He was trying to advance a new set of facts into the historical equation. At the same time he insisted that history was inherently a moral discourse. War and especially civil strife leave terrible wounds, he contended. It is the duty of humanity to heal them. 36. One of the facts with which Du Bois was most concerned in his critique of American historiography was the role of slavery in causing the Civil War. This question was, and still is, pivotal in the broad development of American historical memory. Du Bois was incredulous toward interpretations of Civil War causation that ignored the slavery question. He considered it simply self-evident that the Confederacy existed and fought for the perpetuation of slavery. No amount of stress on unionism, states' rights, or differences in civilization could, in his view, ever diminish the centrality of slavery as the moral and political cause of the war. He identified the stakes involved between contending memories when he pointed to a monument in North Carolina that had, in his view, achieved the impossible by recording of Confederate soldiers, "They died fighting for liberty." 37. These sentiments toward the Confederate dead and toward the whole conception of the Civil War as a struggle between white men over Southern independence or national union are strikingly similar to those Frederick Douglass expressed a generation earlier. Douglass had deeply resented monuments to Confederate leaders and soldiers, and he especially resisted the way sectional reconciliation had been forged through the mutual respect of white Southern and Northern veterans. Du Bois restated these resentments and demonstrated how the values of honor and valor and the concept of the good fight on both sides had helped usher the idea of black emancipation into the background of America's memory of the Civil War. To forget about slavery as 62. A cause of the war was one of the surest ways to forget about the challenges of black freedom and equality during the age of Jim Crow. One could search current American histories almost in vain, wrote Du Bois, to find even a faint recognition of the thousands of black soldiers who fought in the Civil War, and of the fact that the freedmen were not inert recipients of freedom at the hands of philanthropists. 38. Du Bois observed that the greatest obstacle to any development of a new American historical memory regarding race was the chorus of agreement about Reconstruction. In the academy, in popular culture, and in the schools, when Americans reflected upon their past during the early 20th century, they tended to look to the tragedy of Reconstruction for lessons and meaning. The South had been grievously wounded, blacks had been set back by mistaken radical policies, and the nation as a whole was shamed and retarded in its growth to greatness. There is scarce a child in the street, wrote Du Bois, that cannot tell you that the whole effort was a hideous mistake. Du Bois explained why this historiography, both popular and academic, was so overwhelming. 39. It had been initiated and sustained by two successful popularizers, James Ford Rhodes and Claude Bowers. Rhodes, an Ohio businessman, combined the techniques of mass production, an overriding thesis of Negro inferiority, and a conservative's contempt for democracy to manufacture his famous 7-volume History of the United States from the Compromise of 1850. Rhodes' wide popularity and influence over school textbooks and curricula were matched in the 1920s by the journalist Bowers' best-selling book The Tragic Era, a work that took the tragic legend of Reconstruction to its highest development and largest audience yet. Du Bois' characterization of Bowers' work as a classic example of historical propaganda of the cheaper sort demonstrates both his disgust and his awareness that the popularization of historical amnesia is, in part, a struggle over power and social domination. 40. Within the Academy, according to Du Bois, the frontal attack on Reconstruction was most formidable of all. He surveyed the wide range of Reconstruction historiography produced in the first third of the 20th century, but centered his critique on John W. Burgess and William A. Dunning. Burgess, a Southerner by birth but a former Union soldier who became a professor of political science at Columbia University, used unabashed theories of white supremacy and Anglo-Saxonism, along with an overt defense of authority, to condemn Reconstruction as an attempt to overthrow the natural order. Readers of Burgess' work would not only witness the political mistakes of Reconstruction as well as the efforts to push history beyond its evolutionary limits, they also encountered a bold-faced, academic argument that black people had simply not risen above barbarism and had never created any civilization of any kind. At the turn of the century, Burgess, of course, voiced the prevailing racial ideology of the age. His perspective was not unique and his work appeared to be scholarly by all existing conventions. History, rooted in such sentiments, had convinced Du Bois that all struggles over historical 63. Memory would, therefore, have to be fought on both sides with some degree of propaganda. Du Bois respected the more careful and scholarly Dunning as a less dogmatic historian. 41. But in many ways the Dunning school of Reconstruction historiography, with its enormous influence on two generations of scholars, its dozen or more state-by-state monographs, and even with its few exceptions that did acknowledge blacks as part of the story, provided the greatest obstacle of all to an alternative memory. Most of the work by the Dunning school, however scholarly or scientific, had been written in the service of a widely accepted thesis and a very popular theory, the tragic mistake of radical Reconstruction and white supremacy. What Du Bois illuminates in the final chapter of Black Reconstruction is the social organization of remembering and forgetting. Versions of historical memory, their sources and meanings can be suppressed in the interest of social cohesion or dominance. Following the lead of Carter Woodson and a handful of less visible black and white historians, Du Bois helped to launch the long attempt to rescue Black history in America from what many scholars have called a structural amnesia. In the United States during the early 20th century, no official state censor governed scholarship and ideas. No single authority could be said to have had the power of creation or erasure of official memories, as in totalitarian societies. 42 But the authority structure of white supremacy in America had been almost as well served by the historiography on Reconstruction as it had been by Jim Crow laws, official acquiescence in lynching, or coon songs and blackface minstrel shows. Such was the aim, said Du Bois, of those Reconstruction historians who ridiculed the Negro as the impossible joke in the whole development. Du Bois sadly described the results of this pervasive control of historical memory. "We have in 50 years, he wrote, by libel, innuendo, and silence, so completely misstated and obliterated the history of the Negro in America, that today it is almost unknown. History had been effectively used," he maintained, "to teach Americans to embrace and worship the color bar as social salvation." 43. Du Bois' critique of Reconstruction historiography led him, finally, to a meditation on the epistemology of history and on the proper role of the historian. By training and temperament he was exceedingly interested in how historians create and convey knowledge. Du Bois never stopped referring to history as a science, and he always remained committed to the ideal of finding historical, if not objective, truth. By the 1930s he certainly was no longer a hard-boiled empiricist, but he could not easily relinquish the belief in history either as a science or as an art using the results of science. But Du Bois fully appreciated and exploited the subjectivity of the historian's craft. In a 1937 memorandum about his proposed Encyclopedia of the Negro, Du Bois demonstrated that, though he was never indifferent about the pursuit of truth, he knew its limitations. "No scientific work done by living, feeling men and dealing with humanity," wrote Du Bois, "can be wholly impartial. Man must sympathize with misfortune, deplore evil, hope for good, recognize human fellowship. All that social science can do is so to limit natural human feeling." 64. By ascertained facts as to approach a fair statement of truth. 44. Du Bois was a relativist, like most, with an evolving, sometimes clear, sometimes ambiguous, but often aggressive conception of right and wrong interpretations. The restraint apparent in 1937 had seemed under great duress a few years earlier when Du Bois wrote the final chapter of Black Reconstruction. Because he wrote in a field devastated by passion and belief, and because racism so infested the historiography of Reconstruction, Du Bois argued that of sheer necessity he had written an arraignment of American historians and an indictment of their ideals. Although he vowed to let no searing of the memory by intolerable insult distract him from a search for facts, he acknowledged that the one fact driving his analysis was that most recent historians of Reconstruction cannot conceive Negroes as men. Reconstruction historiography was understandable, Du Bois contended, as the result of intersectional attraction to a lost cause and a romanticized South. But it rested on a bedrock of propaganda against the Negro since emancipation. One of the most stupendous efforts the world ever saw to discredit human beings, an effort involving universities, history, science, social life, and religion. 45 Such propaganda demanded counter-propaganda, and hence the irony in the title of Du Bois' final chapter. Such an overwhelmingly powerful effort to forge a historical memory required all the weapons of art, persuasion, and scholarship to counter it. The idealist in Du Bois prompted him to argue that Reconstruction historiography had spoiled and misconceived the position of the historian. If history were to be the proper guide for a better future, historians had to distinguish between fact and desire. In almost the same breath Du Bois made an objectivist demand for the things that actually happened and a relativist appeal for the philosopher and prophet to interpret these facts. These two functions of the historian, as Du Bois described them, are precisely the same two he reserved for himself. Confronting a racist historical memory in America, Du Bois had learned and demonstrated, could not be accomplished by a mere separation of fact and desire. It demanded contextualism and relativism, the careful chronicler and the moral prophet. Du Bois tried to do both but, in the end, chose primarily the latter role. 46 In the final pages of Black Reconstruction, Du Bois turns aggressively to art to convey the stakes of contending historical memories. He portrayed the whole of black history from the slave trade through emancipation as a magnificent drama and a tragedy that beggared the Greek. He likened this American epic to the upheavals of the Protestant Reformation and the French Revolution. Black people, he said, had descended into hell, and in the 3rd century they arose from the dead, in the finest effort to achieve democracy for the working millions which this world had ever seen. This was more than a typical Du Boisian flight into hyperbole. The resurrection imagery frames his angry disavowal of those American historians who had constructed the dominant memory of Reconstruction. So much had been missed, so much had been suppressed. The Civil War, black freedom, and the Reconstruction of the South, Du Bois seemed to be saying, ought to have been the epic of American 65. Democracy. Yet we are blind, he declared, and led by the blind. Du Bois would have agreed with Walt Whitman's famous caveat that the real war will never get into the books. The art of memory, Du Bois understood, was not a benign process. It thrived on great contention and a social need for consensus, with aspiration and art deliberately and elaborately distorted. 47. The despairing tone of Du Bois ending in Black Reconstruction probably reflects an honest sense of the obstacles this book, and any future revision of Reconstruction history, would face. It also represents Du Bois' felt need to confront and provoke his fellow historians. He was not writing in 1935 as a typical professor inside the academy. He could not simply take his work to the American Historical Association's annual meetings, which were ironically raging at that time with debates over relativism and objectivity. Du Bois had to contend for American historical memory for a new vision of the meaning of race and Reconstruction with the weapons of language. He felt so futile, he said, in confronting this task. Du Bois viewed the truer, deeper facts of Reconstruction with a deep despair. To him, it seemed an era of great lost opportunity in its own context, and great misapprehension in the works of historians. 48 Du Bois waxed nostalgic for the heyday of radical Reconstruction, those 7 mystic years between Johnson's swing around the circle and the Panic of 1873, when Americans allowed themselves to believe in and experiment with racial equality. Such a season of hope he then juxtaposes with the crash of hell that followed in the late 19th century, a period of racial repression and organized forgetting. Du Bois ends the book with the image of a college teacher in an academic hall somewhere at the turn of the century. The teacher looks into the upturned face of youth, and in him youth sees the gowned shape of wisdom and hears the voice of God. Cynically, the professor sneers at chinks and niggers. Then Du Bois places the words of the historian John Burgess in the mouth of the teacher. The nation, announces the lecturer, has changed its views in regard to the political relation of races and has at last virtually accepted the ideas of the South on this subject. The white men of the South need now have no further fear that the Republican Party will ever again give themselves over to the vain imagination of the political equality of man. 49. In this metaphoric classroom, with the actual words of a leading Reconstruction historian, Du Bois demonstrated that the real tragedy of Reconstruction was not in the history but in the histories. In this classroom, as in textbooks, in popular culture, and in historiography itself, white supremacy in the present remained secure as long as historical memories were controlled or suppressed. The hope embedded in Du Bois' tragic ending of Black Reconstruction is that when the marketplace for the construction of social memories becomes as free and open as possible, while still firmly guided by the rules of scholarship, then the politics of remembering and forgetting might be, here and there, overcome. Whether that is a vain hope or an occasionally realized ideal remains the principal challenge of all those seriously interested in American historical consciousness. African American commemorative celebrations in the 19th century. Genevieve Fabre. The celebrative spirit has always been strong among African Americans. Slaves and free blacks punctuated their lives with many feasts and commemorative events. Even though these festive occasions followed a calendar set by whites, religious and political feasts, holidays, and seasonal events like the famous corn shucking, they were often radically transformed and reinvented in their ritual and forms as well as in their function and meaning. Finding ways to alter the time-space framework prescribed or suggested by whites, African Americans created their own cycle of celebrations away from white supervision and extended it into a territory which became their exclusive property. One, leaving out the rituals of daily life, Christmas and New Year, Easter, Sundays, but also baptisms, weddings, and burials. This essay will deal mainly with the calendar of public celebrations observed in the North, in the post-revolutionary era, and through the antebellum years. Emerging at a time when blacks in the new republic were experiencing both high hopes and disenchantment, these celebrations were informed by two movements: a will to remember and the determination to construct an African American memory, one which often ran counter to the national memory, and a desire to accomplish a dream deferred and an unfinished revolution. The sense of betrayal and the enduring precariousness of their situation induced in African Americans a greater concern for the future. The commemorative spirit which permeated a wealth of celebrations was therefore oriented both toward the past and toward the future. Its mood was subjunctive. The ought and should prevailed over the was. With a feeling of urgency, of great impatience at the renewed delay, African Americans invented a future no one dared consider and forced its image upon black and white minds and spirits. Looking at the calendar of celebrations created from the beginning of the 19th century till the outbreak of the Civil War, I shall argue that, in contrast to most observances which are devised to fix history, African American feasts partook of the flux of history, commented upon its direction, and indicated, in subtle ways, paths to follow. Whereas commemorations are 72. 5. African American commemorative celebrations 73, often seen as oriented toward the past and as a means of preserving tradition, black feasts were primarily concerned with forcing change and inventing a more viable future. If their purpose was to invent tradition, it was, one must emphasize, a tradition of struggle, jeremiad, and claim-staking. As such, these commemorations should be analyzed as a political gestus which contributed to the development of the collective memory, not just memory of past events but the memory of the future, in anticipation of action to come and of the historical consciousness of a people who are often perceived as victims rather than as historical agents. The future which was at stake was not only the future that slaves and free blacks were preparing for themselves, it was also the destiny of the Republic and of American democracy. Even the feasts which seemed to involve mostly black people were in fact sending a message to white America. Each celebration charted the various steps toward gradual, then general emancipation, thus expressing its concern for black freedom and its commitment to liberty as a fundamental human right. This interpretation of festive events runs counter to commonly held assumptions on the presence and the role of African Americans in American history, as well as on the role of feasts in African American culture. I shall attempt to show how freedom was constantly celebrated, not as a mere allegorical figure but as a fully developed idea, how these freedom celebrations belong to African American intellectual, political, and cultural history and should not be seen as marginal as the mere manifestation of a folklore which was allowed to come to life only in limited allotted time and place. Too many religious and political leaders seized upon these occasions to address the world in sermons, speeches, and orations. They tried to evaluate the contribution of black people in the building of the nation, to assess the progress of the race and its capacity for self-government, and to develop race pride as well as race memory. Most significantly, the speakers were setting themselves in the place of the Founding Fathers, as those who could take the dream of liberty one step further and perhaps bring it to completion. Celebrations gave rise to an impressive production of speeches which belonged to an oral tradition of harangues and rhetoric. Delivered in a culture where the spoken word prevailed, they reached out beyond their immediate contemporary audiences and eventually found their way into written forms. They testify to the skills of Negro orators and to the importance of the word among a people who were thought to express their feelings more easily through music and body motions. The ability to put ideas into words was also very much a part of their culture. 3. The power of ideas was related not only to the gestures and the quality of the voice but also to the ritualized and performative style which accompanied these celebrations, and it became an essential element in the commemorative spirit. Freedom celebrations were freedom performed with much ado and with a will to adorn. 4. Images and symbols were created, displayed, interconnected in an unusual assemblage in words, in gesture and movement, and in visual forms. Here again the concept of performance or ritual should not be understood in a limited sense. This steel engraving from the French publication Le Monde Illustré depicts the first celebration of black freedom as proclaimed by the Emancipation Proclamation of January 1, 1863. African American Commemorative Celebrations. 75. Feasts were crucibles in which a culture was constantly in process. African Americans were not simply performing culture, they were performing crucial social and political acts. They were using the power of the imagination to invent, visualize, and represent themselves in roles they had always been denied, and their symbolic acts held significances that transcended mere play, game, role-playing, or improvisation. Feasts were also rites of passage, transitions from invisibility to visibility, which included collective responses to social and political injustice and wrongs. They marked the passage from various forms of subordination and enslavement to a season of change which could ultimately bring complete emancipation and liberation. Performance must here receive its full meaning. While performing during their celebrations, African Americans were training themselves and shaping their anticipated roles as full-fledged citizens, capable of participating in public affairs. Feasts were not only a big time to enjoy, they held out a promise to refashion a better world and wield new power. Stages in the quest for a national black commemoration. The spirit of 1776, Independence Day. It seemed appropriate that blacks who had participated in the fight for independence should want to celebrate the spirit of 1776, yet observances of the 4th of July became a hotly debated issue among African Americans. 5. This commemoration was promoted by those who gave priority to their American identity and were struggling to ensure their integration in the new nation. They put their trust in a new government which, even though it had failed to abolish slavery, was still animated with noble principles of equality and liberty that might one day prevail for all persons, regardless of birth or color. Black orators, who spoke at the early 4th of July celebrations, did not indict the nation for having left out of the republic part of its population. Instead, they encouraged blacks to seek moral improvement in order to become worthy citizens. The best example of this plea is perhaps Jupiter Hammond's speech warning his brothers against certain vices and urging them not to become servants of sin and slaves of Satan but to seek earnest living by their labor and industry. 6. As the abolitionist movement grew, Independence Day became a keynote in the building up of the anti-slavery argument. 7. It was the occasion to remind the nation of the principles which had presided at its birth and the Declaration of Independence. The Bill of Rights or the amendments were often read. Speeches pointed at the obliviousness of those who could plan a new egalitarian society and forget the black population. The inequities which still persisted were more blatantly evident in the maintenance of slavery. If liberty, the great first motive passion which in all times had impelled and agitated the 76 world, in the words of Caleb Cushing's oration before the Massachusetts Colonization Society in Boston, on July 4, 1833, and had been the predominant idea and the masterpiece of the American Revolution: liberty of thought, of speech, of action, liberty in government and in person. Many black speakers asked, why not grant it to all, regardless of color of skin? The meaning of 1776 could not be the same for whites and for the members of a long-abused race. 8. Caleb Cushing, who was one of the white interpreters of Independence Day, expressed in another oration the traditional significance of the date. Nothing is more surely fitted to invigorate the spirit of patriotism in our breasts than the return of an anniversary festival which like the present may freshen our recollections of the persecution to which our forefathers were subjected in their native land, and of the generous enthusiasm in the cause of religious virtue and freedom which animated all the exertions and accomplished the final emancipation. 9. We shall not speculate here on the way patriotism could be invigorated in black minds by the solemnities of the day. Certain words, however, encapsulating key ideas, kindled the spirits of black orators and audiences to formulate their own distinctive interpretations. Certainly, the 4th of July could offer an opportunity to proclaim that persecution was not over and that emancipation was still far from reach. As 4th of July speakers, blacks persistently tried to demonstrate the scope of the injustice they were still enduring and elaborated on the ideas of liberty. Frederick Douglass's famous address of 1852, "What, to the American slave, is your 4th of July?" best exemplifies black ambivalence and dissatisfaction. Your prayers and hymns, your sermons and thanksgivings with all your religious parade and solemnity, are to him mere bombast, fraud, deception, impiety and hypocrisy, a thin veil to cover up crimes which would disgrace a nation of savages. 10. This document is one of the most compelling antebellum expressions of discontent and outrage. Delivered 77 years after the Revolution, it gives vent not so much to emotions inspired by that double consciousness so often referred to as to that spirit of Jeremiah and anger which prompted many black petitions and informed the struggle for liberation. White Americans came to fear 4th of July festivities. Either they encouraged separate celebrations, and ironically they did so when blacks were trying to hold integrated observances, or they simply prohibited or outlawed black participation. To black Americans, the 4th of July could be a most menacing and perilous day, a day when they were more likely to be exposed to white violence, resulting in arson or total destruction of a meeting place, or in riots and murder. 11. Independence Day, this most controversial and often bleakest commemoration, became a key symbol around which all other slave celebrations converged, not to emulate white festivities but rather to offset them and create a separate ritual. The Black 4th of July, however, in anticipation of black independence, was to be observed not on that day but through another calendar of feasts, deemed more relevant to African American history and memory. 12. African American Commemorative Celebrations. 77. History, during these antebellum years, suggested other more appropriate commemorative celebrations, other sites and more significant landmarks around which to weave communal aspirations and construct an alternative memory. This slow and deliberate elaboration of an African American memory is to be seen in its dialectical relation to history, both complementary and oppositional, and in its diachronic movement from one side to the next. The recognition of a new site was often brought by the dissatisfaction with a former one or heralded by the demise of an earlier celebration. This fluctuation from one date to another, far from being the expression of inconsistency or lack of purpose, offers evidence of the determination with which blacks pursued their quest for a national commemoration in order to draw guidelines for taking action. It invites us to probe more deeply into the meaning of the concept black history, seen here not so much in opposition to white history as the image and representation black people had of American history, and the history they managed to make for themselves against all odds. That African Americans should hold their destiny in their own hands was a firm belief shared by many leaders. Their collective memory selected certain events, moments, heroes, and figures more appropriate to convey this black perspective and to inspire their historical imagination to invent and create their future. Each new site suggests new interpretations, and the analysis of each site, in which a constellation of signs and messages can be read, is a precious tool for those who wish to study black history and culture. The abolition of the foreign trade, January 1, 1808. The abolition of the slave trade, a long-awaited event seen as a major step toward the abolition of slavery, was at the beginning of the 19th century the first site chosen for a national black celebration. In contrast to the 4th of July, it was situated at the other end of the calendar. The New Year had always been a dreaded moment in slave life. It brought an end to Christmas festivities and heralded another long year of toil and humiliation. After 1808, however, it received a new meaning and became a harbinger of hope. It was observed in the spirit of gratitude and of rejoicing induced by most celebrations as a day of public thanksgiving and as a day to remember for the hopes it brought of a brighter future. This new New Year's Day also developed a character of its own and set the pattern for commemorations to come. If one is to judge from the descriptions one finds in the speeches given on that day or in the black press, rejoicing was tempered by mourning, and thanksgiving by ardent protest. In 1809, Joseph Sidney noted the celebration's festive mood but insisted that the participants did not forget those still held in bondage. January 13 one also reminded blacks of the historical impact of the slave trade, of the greed of fleshmongers, and of the importance of gain and power in Anglo-Saxon history. It brought at the same time a heightened consciousness of Africa as a lutte memoir, the point from which the Black Odyssey had started and the fear that the end of the trade might entail. 78. Another dramatic break from the mother country. On the one hand, slaves and free blacks recalled their common origins, the communality of their fate as chattel property brought into the New World, and the importance of the African component of their identity. As in the other celebrations, the elections of governors and kings in New England, for instance, they could take pride in their African origin and bemoan the hardships of their bondage. On the other hand, for the first time perhaps since their arrival on American soil, the continuity of the link they had managed to preserve with Africa was threatened. Viciously destructive as it was, slavery did mean that the constant arrival of new slaves had kept their memories of the homeland alive and had been instrumental in renewing and reviving their culture. The commemoration, celebrating as it did the end of a much dreaded trade and the opening of a more hopeful era, was fraught with mixed feelings. It was important that it should keep American blacks from forgetting their African origin, that it should also help them foresee their destiny in the United States. When the colonization movement started, the relation between these two poles, Africa, where some free blacks were encouraged to return, and America, where many thought they were either forced to stay or committed to remain, became more and more complex. January 1st observances provided the site of many debates between those who, like Delaney, pleaded for a return to Africa, those who, like Douglas, opposed colonization, and those who, like Garnett, had more ambivalent feelings. It is therefore interesting to look at January 1st for the changes it brought to the memory of Africa. First, the end of the foreign trade and then the beginning of the colonization movement, tended to divide and confuse blacks. January commemorations assumed a new function, to reorganize memory and to redefine the new components of the African American identity. Bringing a great number of blacks together, these January 1sts were also given the task of bridging the gap that threatened to endanger the unity of the community. This gap, as we shall see, was increased by the movement toward emancipation, which spread across the northern states and redistributed the free blacks/slaves division along starker geographic lines, opposing northern liberty to southern bondage. By reiterating commonalities of origin and values rather than conflicts and tensions, these black celebrations strove to correct certain inconsistencies of history. Memory became not only more selective but also prescriptive. It chose to ignore certain realities which could impair its work, or rather it attempted to change the course of history by cementing a unity which was constantly jeopardized. Since freedom was the main object of celebration, slavery had to remain the central issue, and abolition, through general emancipation, the ultimate aim. The ritual followed for the New Year ceremonies, with the alternance of song/prayer/sermon/address/parade, was distinctly African American. It might have been partly inspired by Independence Day, but the place chosen, the mood, and the styles of African American commemorative celebrations 79 performance were definitely African American. Celebrations were organized, presided over, attended by blacks. The services were held in an African church, the opening address was given by a black minister, the anthem sung by a black choir, and, if the official document that was read was the Congressional Act of Abolition, the formal address was given by a black leader, and the congregation sang the hymns and prayers. The atmosphere was predominantly religious, more so than in later celebrations which became increasingly secular, but the orations, the reading, and the address transformed the event into one that was decidedly political. In a lengthy account of the New York ceremonies, James McCune Smith shows how much the rituals of January the 1st were close to those of the governor's elections and to the Pink Stir Festival. The styles of marching, of music, and of dancing were common to all these celebrations, the Grand Marshal of New York's New Year, Hardenberg, with his attendants and his aides on horseback dashing up and down the line, bore much resemblance to Pinxter King or to the kings and governors of New England. 14. The procession counted a great number of first-generation Africans, who marched not in separate clusters but all together. African languages were heard in speech and in song, but, in spite of the diversity, the feeling was one of unity, the procession bringing together a people of different backgrounds. The New York African Society for Mutual Relief, whose founding was celebrated in the 1808 feast, led the grand procession. The name African was on many banners, at a time when many organizations still used that word as a sort of title and legitimate designation. 15. On the banners were also inscribed freedom mottos, and people carried themselves with a free air, which showed that they thought themselves free. They paraded in large numbers, easily thrashing aside by their own force the small impediments which blocked their way. All the details we find in this description show the importance of visual effects, of mood and demeanor as signs of freedom. All rituals and performances seem to converge to celebrate major aspects of black life: African identity, freedom, leadership, solidarity between free blacks and bondsmen, between African-born and American-born blacks. New Year celebrations were held mostly in New York and Philadelphia, the cities which had the greatest number of blacks. Black Bostonians apparently never observed January 1st, instead they celebrated July 14th, anniversary of the abolition of slavery in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This event was sponsored by the African Society of Boston, and occasionally involved white guest speakers. These celebrations often met with strong white disapproval and were often derided. In Boston, numerous broadsides, between 1815 and 1825, made fun of black pomposity and of the pretentiousness of the grand and splendid abolition of slavery. Under these circumstances, friends of the Negro in Boston were unable to offer sufficient protection against those repeated attacks. 80. The January celebration, in spite of its popularity, was kept only 8 years in New York and survived only until the early 1830s in Philadelphia. It never became a national day for all blacks until the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 gave this date a newer significance. In the 1820s and 1830s, disillusionment over the impact that the abolition of the slave trade could have on the course of history caused many blacks to abandon the site on which they had set so much hope. The legislation had not been respected, it had not paved the way for the abolition of slavery. Indeed, it was responsible for the development of the even more dreaded domestic trade. By 1830, too, the peculiar institution had been strengthened and supported by a diversified pro-slavery ideology and by a body of codes and acts which were to culminate in the 1850 Fugitive Slave Law. State emancipations and July 5 commemorations, 1827. Following the example of Boston, some black Americans, in search of new anniversaries, chose to celebrate the abolition of slavery in their states. Thus, from 1827 on, New York forsook January 1st and held its annual celebration in July. But since the legislation took effect on Independence Day, the old debate about July 4th was resumed. The Freedom Journal stressed the necessity of creating a separate black ceremony. The 5th of July was chosen to set it apart from the American holiday. 5 other states also commemorated the end of slavery, and records reveal 18 different celebrations in 8 years in 8 different cities. Nathaniel Paul's Emancipation Day address in New York stressed the importance of the appearance of blacks in the streets of the city, and eloquently defined the themes of the day to be humiliation and exaltation. "We find much," he said, "which requires our deep humiliation and our most exalted praises. The power of the tyrant is subdued, the heart of the oppressed is cheered, liberty is proclaimed to the captive." 16. While he exposed the perniciousness of slavery, he praised the peaceful, bloodless revolution through which so glorious an event had been accomplished. His address thus offers a classic example of 5th of July speeches, an indictment of the evil of slavery, the ardor with which it calls for vengeance and a just retribution, the way it points at the medley of contradictions and the palpable inconsistencies. which stain the national character, and finally its anticipation of the role the British Parliament, which had first permitted such an infamy, might play in arresting its progress and effecting its expulsion. The ritual was held partly in the private spaces of black churches and partly in spaces much more public. Parades were included more frequently, as African American commemorative celebrations 81, a challenge to white power and authority. They were also a challenge to the American parades of the preceding day, the 4th of July, a demonstration of orderliness and respectability on the part of those who claimed their right to be considered as fully responsible citizens. These outdoor performances were strongly opposed by some organizations, like the National Negro Convention, or by such leaders as Samuel Cornish or John Russwurm, editors of the Freedom Journal. Yet the stage was set and the time was ripe for the entry of blacks into the public space. 17. The transition from the more secret, sacred space of the black church to the streets of major cities created a dramatic change and accounts for the transformation of celebrations. They became more of a community affair and were no longer placed exclusively under the control of the church. They sought more deliberately to attract the attention of white people. Forms also changed. Community dinners were organized with formal toasts. Military bands replaced religious choirs. These ceremonies now usually opened with the firing of guns in salute and the displaying of new emblems and other striking visual effects. They offered many black groups and associations the opportunity to appear publicly. These forms were not altogether new, for they had been present in feasts like Election Day, local festivals, and in some New Year ceremonies. Yet, coming right after the 4th of July, they became more daring and more legitimate. July 5th celebrations offered the opportunity to challenge more openly the national mood and to develop publicly a counter-ceremony. The occasion to resume the old debate on Independence Day was seized upon with much vigor and eloquence. Throughout these antebellum years, the 5th of July orations give the measure of the intensity of the confrontation with white America, and show clearly the development of the anti-slavery argument. They also allowed black abolitionists to offset the speeches of other American orators, to vent their disagreement with their white counterparts, and to take a strong stand against some of their assumptions and postures. It is around this reflection on the 4th of July, that cornerstone of American history, that African American thought and political culture grew more elaborate and sophisticated. It is to that period that one is indebted for the wealth of black speeches addressed not only to blacks but to the nation at large. It is then also that speakers like Douglas refined their oratorical skills and their reflections, then that the stronger statements and the boldest indictments were made. It would be interesting to analyze the impact July 5th had on the abolitionist movement when it was in full swing, to see what support it received from the white abolitionists, and, most importantly, what inspiration it gave them. One is tempted to say that some white friends of the Negro were eager to follow a movement which arose without their initiative, while others were irritated or threatened by this arrogant display of black political independence. Emancipation celebrations, consistently observed from 1827 to 1834, just like 82. Celebrations for the end of the slave trade, became less memorable as years went by and as blacks realized the limits of the freedom granted. Emancipation brought little improvement to free blacks, who ironically saw their status decline as the increasing number of new free states voted new constitutions that imposed restrictions on the black vote, requiring, for example, property qualifications or segregated the educational system. Negrophobia was widespread in the North, where the presence of free blacks was considered less and less desirable, even in Philadelphia, where the free black community was large and influential. Efforts by advocates of Negro rights, reformers, or abolitionists to alleviate racial tensions and violence failed. Once again, dreams of freedom were deferred. British emancipation in the West Indies, August 1, 1834. In these times of shattered hopes, an act of the British Parliament ending slavery in the West Indies encouraged black Americans to think of their fate more in terms of a diaspora than in the limited frame of state or U.S. events. The August 1 celebration, which started in 1834, immediately assumed a much larger scale than all other observances. The act, which emancipated approximately 670,000 slaves, brought back on the scene the immense hope of general emancipation. A powerful country was setting an example which one day might be followed by the United States. General emancipation offered a brighter prospect than gradual state emancipations. Discriminatory segregative practices and the upsurge of racism which had followed upon Northern emancipation left many free blacks powerless and vulnerable. Slavery was outlawed, but legislation brought new restrictions. General emancipation, by the sheer impact of numbers and liberating all slaves among a fast-growing population, would give blacks a greater power, restore their unity, and check the impending cleavage between free and enslaved, and between North and South. Free blacks, who were the initiators and the celebrants of August 1st, also knew that only nationwide abolition of slavery could bring them the freedom they failed to receive from their emancipation, in other words, that as long as slavery existed, it would continue to affect the status of the entire black population. One understands, therefore, why August 1st celebrations became such an important site of memory for the black community and for the abolitionist movement in its pre-Civil War years. They were occasions to reaffirm the solidarity of free and enslaved. Other ties were also emphasized, ties to a loyalist past and to Canadian brothers and sisters, who had organized their own celebrations in Canada West as early as 1835. August 18, 1834, thus significantly expanded the black collective memory by introducing two important symbols, England and Canada. England, at the time of the Revolutionary War, had promised black loyalists freedom, whereas African American commemorative celebrations 83. By contrast, the American Republic often betrayed black patriots. In the 1830s, England also provided more official support to the abolitionist movement, offering it a broader international forum and an audience as well as institutional and financial help. England, which only a few decades earlier had been, in many patriotic speeches, presented as the perfidious despotic tyrant/enslaver of America, was now held up as a moral example of humility and honest repentance for the United States. A country that still clung to the doctrine of the divine rights of kings was nevertheless ahead of the American Republic. Canada was likewise held up as a major symbol, a potential land of the free, a country where fugitive slaves could find refuge and start a new life, the termination point of the Underground Railroad and of the slave's hazardous life and suffering, the incarnation of the North Star, the mythic Canaan land Canada. Yet both England and Canada left blacks with ambivalent feelings. Black loyalists exiled on British territory often voiced their complaints to Parliament at the unjust treatment they received from British authorities and citizens. In Toronto, blacks proclaimed their loyalty to the British government and praised its humanitarianism. But speakers also raised the issue of white prejudice and racism, and drew a distinction between the tolerance of abolitionists in England and the harshness of colonial governments. The common fate of free blacks in the United States and Canada tightened their solidarity. For both communities, August 1st celebrations were again animated with two moods, hope and despair, praise and denunciation. To American blacks, August 1st offered an opportunity for a drastic reconsideration of the significance of American history for their people. It spurred a resurgence of the movement against the 4th of July, and a new and radically changed reflection on the American Revolution. August 1st became another counter-celebration. Again, black orators often took addresses delivered by whites on the 4th of July as their main rhetorical targets. 19 Beyond the criticism, indeed the excoriations, of the American government, one is struck by the sharpness of their analysis of the pre-Civil War climate, by their intuition that Union interests would prevail over the anti-slavery cause, and by their conviction that the abolitionist movement would be perceived more and more as a threat to the Union. One finds in Douglas's writings, for example, an interesting point on one of the effects of slavery on the historical imagination, having noted that the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution make no reference to the slave and that these facts have been systematically obscured, he writes, "Slavery has taught us to read history backwards, sitting at the feet of Calhoun and Taney 20. August 1st celebrations were thus meant to shape and orient the historical mind. With a sharp focus on past events, they could correct errors and presumptions. They could help set history straight. As black leaders were revising history, they made insistent calls for future 84 action and commitment, and for appropriate methods to achieve these aims. Orations abounded with exhortations, to support fugitive slaves and to demonstrate black ability to manage freedom, to become self-reliant and to distrust white philanthropy. Blacks were also urged to seek self-improvement, respectability, dignity, and exemplary conduct. Encouragement was also given to unite in the fight against pervasive racism, both in Canada and in the United States, and emancipated and fugitive slaves were called upon to bear witness to the prejudices and suffering they had endured. In addition, they were expected to describe their achievements as free men and women. In these testimonies, the individual memories of lived experience, rich and complex, contrasted with the simplified constructed collective memory. Both the fugitive slave whose voice had to be heard and the West Indian blacks were set as examples. They became central symbols. Jamaica often came into the picture, and the white press was often blamed for demeaning black accomplishment among newly freed West Indians. 21 One must remember that August 1st celebrations took place at a time when pro-slavery forces were gaining ground, when efforts were being made to check the abolitionist movement, and when legislation was passed to limit the liberty of free blacks. It was most important then that blacks show some concern for the image they were presenting. Ceremonial events had to be well organized and orderly. Again, the 4th of July, conducted with shame and confusion if we are to believe some retrospective depictions, became the foil. Douglas repeatedly attacked 4th of Julyism, not only for its lack of political relevance to blacks but also for the excess that presided over its ritual, for its tall drinking, tall talking, tall swearing, tall speech-making. 22. Likewise, other more carnivalesque and popular festivals were also decried for being disreputable and impairing black dignity. August 1st stands apart from other feasts precisely because of its orderliness, for the way it tried to impress whites not only with ideas on the meaning and the course of history but with images. And whites did react favorably. Not only did they participate more widely, they also expressed their approbation and admiration. If some newspapers like the New York Herald remained consistently hostile, most of the white press gave frequent reports and made laudatory comments on the spirit and proper behavior which prevailed. The celebration ritual grew more complex over the years, perhaps as a result of the growing significance it held. Indeed, one should not neglect the role that ritual played in the creation and maintenance of commemorative spirit. Celebrations themselves became history, became important and memorable events, a memory to hand down to generations to come. Their number was impressive. August 1st was observed in 13 states, in 57 different places in the United States, and also in Liberia in 1859. 23 In London it became one of the most significant anti-slavery affairs. In 1851, at the Hall of African American Commemorative Celebrations 85. Commerce, West Indian Emancipation Day combined with a special meeting to welcome George Thompson home. The event was chaired by the black abolitionist William Wells Brown, and by leading British anti-slavery figures. Alexander Duval from Baltimore read the appeal of the people of Britain to the world, and Brown gave the formal address. In 1859, another famous August 1st meeting was held in London at Store Street Music Hall. Lord Brougham presided, and gave a speech reviewing the history of British agitation against slavery. It is probably in Britain that the most solemn ceremonies took place, with the attendance in 1859 of members of Parliament and of famous black abolitionists like Sarah P. Remond and Ellen Craft. 24 In the United States, certain places and certain years also became famous for their ceremonies. This celebrity was due to the presence of a renowned speaker or to the importance of the gathering. Rochester, Canadana, 1847, 1848 because of Douglas, Poughkeepsie, 1857 because of Garnett and also for the famous Dred Scott decision. In Canada, Chatham, Hamilton, Amherstburg, and Toronto became key sites. An intense network of interaction and exchange was woven between these various sites, places, and times. Former celebrations were often referred to and established as examples to be followed or improved upon. Thus from one observance to the next a solid chain was created, each feast connected with some important event and with a particular spirit. The fugitive slave law induced anger and a sense of outrage, whereas the general emancipation created a festive mood and exhilaration. Delegations, sent from other cities, often traveled hundreds of miles to the major sites. Celebrants traveled for days to Rochester, or from Canada west to New York, or from New York and Albany to Poughkeepsie, from Detroit and Windsor to Amherstburg. Boats occasionally were chartered. Although all of these celebrations occurred in the north, they related themselves to the slaves in the south. Participants were exhorted not to forget the enslaved. Memory of enduring servitude by fugitives was always present. The celebrations were planned months in advance. Preparations involved churches and many African American associations and societies. The events were well advertised, with local black militia plus horn and brass bands with high-sounding names brought forward to attract huge crowds. These ritual occasions included fairs, parades, picnics, banquets, and dances, and thus blended the traditional religious elements with the secular and the military. Dance and drink alternated with prayer and speech. Many symbolic acts and gestures were performed, the ringing of bells, burning of powder, display of banners, all offered on the altar of freedom. In spite of the organizers' determination to conduct the August 1st ceremonies with exemplary genteel restraint, the festivities became occasions for popular rejoicings and conviviality. Abundance and plenty replaced the prescribed sobriety. In 1846, an emancipation ball was introduced in spite of the objection of serious-minded observants. The celebration, over its 30 years of existence, grew in scope and, in the process, sometimes lost its original frame and meaning. It 86 was the orator's duty to remind participants of the seriousness of the occasion, and they often did so with authority and eloquence. Nevertheless, the celebrations eventually got out of hand, and their popularity ironically caused them to lose their political and civic character. Some leaders began to question the political meaning of August 1st. Like their predecessors who opposed celebrating the 4th of July or January 1st, they argued that it commemorated acts of white people. James McCune Smith objected to celebrating the deeds of a race by which we are so despised. 25. An alternative calendar. As the initial thrust for commemorating August 1st declined, alternative celebrations were suggested or even observed, events deemed more worthy of remembrance or more centered on black history, anniversaries of death or prominent deeds of black leaders. While Baltimore preferred to commemorate Toussaint L'Ouverture and the Haitian Revolution, 26 Cleveland recommended the downfall of slavery in Haiti or Nat Turner's birthday. 27 McCune Smith suggested Turner's Rebellion of 1831 or Vesey's death in South Carolina in 1822. In the late 1850s, Massachusetts began to honor Crispus Attucks on March 15, in protest against the Dred Scott decision. The commemoration festival, held in Faneuil Hall in Boston, celebrated, together with Attucks, Peter Salem, Prince Whipple, the Colored Patriots, the Sons of Freedom, and black soldiers who had fought in the American wars, and famous places like Lexington, Bunker Hill, or King Street. 28 In Syracuse, New York, another significant celebration, begun in 1851, was directly connected with immediate history, Jerry Rescue Day, in memory of the rescue of a fugitive slave and in protest against the 1850 law. Jermaine W. Logan, preacher and superintendent of the Underground Railroad, created this site of memory by appealing to the people of Syracuse's love of liberty. In one of the most powerful addresses of the times, he urged his fellow citizens to unite and fight, and to denounce the obnoxious statute, thus sending from Syracuse an earthquake voice through the land. I tell you the people of Syracuse and of the whole North must either meet this tyranny and crush it by force or be crushed by it. The speech he delivered 3 days after the Fugitive Slave Law went into effect is a compelling statement on the stand taken by former slaves. They have taken their stand, they would not be taken back to slavery. They will have their liberties or die in their defense. The call to defiance and to resistance against a government which has transgressed constitutional and natural limits is reminiscent of Walker's appeal. The violence and the daring of Logan, going to the rescue of his people, set the mood for celebration of black resistance, courage, and audacity. I don't recognize this law, I don't fear it, I won't obey it. It outlaws me, and I outlaw it. Speaking in the name of all African Americans. African American Commemorative Celebrations 87. At a time when fear was stifling so many voices, he also set the fugitive slave as the central symbol in the struggle for liberation and the love of liberty as the core of all action. With Jerry Rescue Day, Freedom Celebration received its most uncompromising meaning. 29 Thus there existed, besides the more official calendar of the three main celebrations, January 1, July 5, August 1, an alternative calendar which favored commemorations of black resistance, of black heroic deeds and black resilience. The three main sites, supplemented by those of the alternative calendar, should not be interpreted, as Smith did, as simply honoring white deeds. As Douglas rightly pointed out, these legal acts by whites who were the only people entitled to pass any legislation were often forced upon them through the sustained struggle of black people, who through nonviolent or violent action consistently pursued their fight for freedom and managed to impose upon white minds their own idea of a free republic. Even if the acts celebrated were taken thanks to the support or the sympathies of whites, they were ultimately the doing of black people, who, obstinately and with determination, accomplished this long revolutionary process and broke open the institutional doors of their white rulers. The fact that emancipation celebrations became such a firmly established institution in the life of antebellum Northern blacks reveals that their conception of freedom was linked with the end of slavery, a conception which was to be questioned after the Civil War. General emancipation then proved to be a necessary but insufficient step toward the recognition of civil liberties and rights and the erasure of racism. In the pre-Civil War years, the anti-slavery cause was the most legitimate and crucial issue, and it was this character, the legitimacy of the claim, that was emphasized in freedom celebrations. But with the strengthening of the pro-slavery movement in the 1850s, black leaders were less inclined to turn celebrations into Thanksgiving ceremonies that honored white sympathizers or a republic which had repeatedly betrayed them. Instead, they shifted their celebration sites towards new symbols: black warriors here, rebels or fugitives there, demonstrating the force and courage of a people who had striven to bring to completion an imperfect revolution, not as victims but as alert and diligent historical actors. The trend that was already present in some early celebrations, asserting the right to autonomy and sovereignty through legal or illegal and even violent action, became more manifest in the 1850s and accounts for the emergence of an alternative calendar. 19th-century celebrations created a tradition of ritualization of civic life which was to culminate in the Emancipation Jubilees of 1862 and 1863, and in Juneteenth. But such forms of remembrance also continued well into the 20th century, still in anticipation of a freedom which general emancipation had failed to accomplish. The numerous organizations founded after the war resorted to ceremonial rites and commemorative events to continue reinforcing the idea of freedom. These groups patterned their meetings and conventions on the earlier celebrations. Later, freedom celebrations 88 served as models for the organization of great demonstrations like those of the Garvey movement or of the civil rights era. The persistence of the tradition attests not only to the unending struggle for liberty and justice but also to the significance of these ritual performances in the dynamics of black cultural, institutional, and political life. Commemorative celebrations may also have another decisive meaning, in resolving some of the contradictions created by the distance between history and memory: history as it is lived and history as it is conceived, history as it is remembered and history as it is commemorated. These celebrations highlight the tension between the is and the ought, between the course of things and principles stated, but they also oscillate between presence and absence, making the presence more perceptible and proclaiming the absence. Moreover, they stage the dialectics of forgetting and not forgetting. On the one hand, they stress the necessity of forgetfulness of certain aspects of the past which would be too inhibitive to construct the future. On the other hand, they correct the lapses and oblivions of memory and insist that some events be recollected. Standing as they do between history and memory, arbitrary in their selection, commemorations do not always do justice to complexities and uncertainties. They do violence by imposing simplification, exaggeration, stylization, or dramatization. Yet they lend to history and memory an organizing principle. They question their habitual workings by calling attention to unnoticed but nonetheless meaningful historical realities. On the eve of the Civil War, commemoration celebrations helped African American people not only to grapple with their lives and destiny, but also to forge a collective memory which could challenge the national American memory and perhaps even change the course of a history otherwise violently oblivious of the fate of its black populations, enslaved and free. National identity and ethnic diversity, of Plymouth Rock and Jamestown and Ellis Island, or, ethnic literature and some redefinitions of America. Werner Solers. Yes, the Statue of Liberty still stands, and we still open our arms under our law to people that are politically oppressed, Bush said. But he added, I will not, because I've sworn to uphold the Constitution, open the doors to economic refugees all over the world. We can't do that. The crowd applauded. New York Times, May 22, 1992. Ethnic and national identities are interrelated in ways that are important for an analysis of minority as well as majority cultures. For this reason, the historical nature of categories such as American deserves close scrutiny in investigations of immigrant, ethnic, racial, and other cultural issues. This relationship could be looked at from many vantage points. I have here chosen to focus on the ways in which America and its national symbols have been defined, debated, and redefined in their relationship to ethnic diversity. It is well known that modern geographers named the New World America, honoring the Italian explorer Amerigo Vespucci. Initially, the term American referred to the original inhabitants, or Indians, in Puritan New England. However, it was increasingly adopted to refer to the British colonists, as when Nathaniel Ward, in 1647, spoke of an American creed and meant the religious beliefs of the English settlers in North America. In the American Revolution, the term was used to emphasize less the British origin than the new makeup of the settler population of the United States. In Crevecoeur's famous answer to the question "What is an American?" in the third of his letters from an American farmer, he singled out that strange 93 mixture of blood, which you will find in no other country. For Crevecoeur, the term American referred to the ethnic diversity of at least the white colonists in the New World. Yet anchoring national identity in mixing goes back at least to Daniel Defoe's English model, which he advanced in The True-Born Englishman of 1701. I would examine all nations of Europe and prove that those nations which are most mixed are the best, and have least of barbarism and brutality among them. The hyphenated Anglo-Saxons thus provided a prototype for Crevecoeur's supposedly uniquely mixed Americans and for the melting pot metaphor. Initially applied to the Indians, then taken on by the British and applied generally to white settlers, by 1900 the term American had become problematic. In 1907 Henry James asked, "Who and what is an alien?" In a country peopled from the first under the jealous eye of history, peopled, that is, by migrations at once extremely recent, perfectly traceable, and urgently required. Which is the American? Which is not the alien, over a large part of the country at least, and where does one put a finger on the dividing line? Flames 1968, 124. American could mean all sorts of things. The ethnic fault line could be drawn on linguistic or religious grounds, making the English language and a certain form of Protestantism touchstones of America. Even the Americanness of the first group of people who were called Americans could now become questionable. Thus the sociologist Robert Park mentioned the story of an old lady who visited the Indian village at the World's Fair and moved to speak a friendly word to one of these aborigines actually asked, "How do you like our country?" At the center of the debates about the nature and future of America was the problem of ethnic heterogeneity. How inclusive and how exclusive could America be? An extreme example was provided by the political journalist David Goodman Crowley, who had coined the word miscegenation in 1863 and was also the father of the New Republic's founder, Herbert Crowley. In 1888 David Crowley published Glimpses of the Future, Suggestions as to the Drift of Things. Crowley's mouthpiece, Sir Oracle, makes the following prophecy. We can absorb the dominion. For the Canadians are of our own race. But Mexico, Central America, the Sandwich Islands, and the West India Islands will involve governments which cannot be democratic. We will never confer the right of suffrage upon the blacks, the mongrels of Mexico or Central America, or the Hawaiians. The white race is dominant and will keep their position, no matter how numerous the Negroes may become. According to Crowley's view, American meant white, hence non-white and mixed races were not considered absorbable or eligible for full citizenship rights. Not even Central America counted as American. Crowley himself was an Irish immigrant but did not wish to extend the melting pot metaphor to 94 non-whites. Of all the fault lines, race or, more precisely, the decision whether a person was white, and thereby a potential American, or non-white, hence non-absorbable, has been the deepest dividing line. On the other side were reformers such as the newspaper editor Hamilton Holt, who early in the century ran a series of first-person singular accounts by people of many backgrounds in the Independent. When he published some of those lifelets in book form in 1906, he chose the programmatic title The Life Stories of Undistinguished Americans, as told by themselves, stressing the compatibility of the elastic term American with a very broad spectrum of the populace, Rocco Corresca, and Italian bootblack, Sadie Frown, a Jewish sweatshop worker from Poland, Amelia de Moulins, a French dressmaker, and an Irish maid, Agnes M., a German nurse girl, Axel Jarlsson, a Swedish farmer, a Syrian journalist, Antanas Kaztoskis, a Lithuanian butcher, an anonymous Negro peon, a Japanese manservant, a Greek peddler, a Midwestern farmer's wife, and a handicapped Southern Methodist minister, a Chinese laundryman and businessman, Li Chu, Fomoali Ponce, a foreign non-immigrant Igorot chief from the recently conquered Philippines who was on display at Coney Island, and an Indian, Ananlata Ni. Holt includes everyone, black, white, Indian, Asian, native-born, immigrant, refugee, temporary migrant, sojourner men and women from all walks of life. Their voices cover a broad ethnic spectrum, making the book one of the most inclusive American texts early in the century, as the collection virtually transformed the inhabitants of the whole world into potential Americans. The contrast between Crowley's exclusive and Holt's inclusive America was dramatic. On such a contested terrain, attempts at symbolizing the country had to yield contradictory and problematic results. Americans All was the title of a poster designed by Howard Chandler Christie in 1917, used to promote Victory Liberty Loans and other war efforts. It depicts a scantily clad young blonde woman in front of an American flag, holding a laurel wreath under which an honor roll of ethnic names appears: Dubois, Smith, O'Brien, Chaka, Hawk, Papandrikopoulos, Andrassy, Villato, Levy, Turovish, Kowalski, Krasinevas, Knudsen, and Gonzalez. They were all to be Americans at a time when World War I made undivided loyalties mandatory. At first glance this may have seemed to constitute an invitation to foreigners who were thus honored to become eligible as Americans in the vein of Holt's Undistinguished Americans. Yet the allegorical figure who was meant to signal the incorporation of various ethnic groups into America is not a mulatto Madonna with an Indian headdress but the American girl, an English-looking white woman, not sturdy like the Statue of Liberty for which the Alsatian sculptor Frederick Augusta Bartholdi's mother had posed but with a glitzy Christie-style look. The poster did not simply honor ethnic diversity. Christie's image contains a double message as ethnics are asked to assimilate to an Anglo-Saxon norm that is constituted precisely in opposition. Americans all. Detail showing shackles of Statue of Liberty. 95. Emma Lazarus plaque on Statue of Liberty. Augustus Francis Sherman, Women from Guadeloupe on Ellis Island. 96. Slave ship. Metavox Warwick Fuller, first arrival of Africans in Jamestown. 97. 98. To them. They are told to be Mr. American by conforming to something that not even many of the European immigrants might ever become physically. The representative American body of 1917 does not include their features, and their names sound like those of many Hollywood actors and actresses before they changed them into more palatable ones. Betty Joan Persk equals Lauren Bacall, Anna Maria Italiano equals Anne Bancroft, Anthony Benedetto equals Tony Bennett, Dino Crescetti equals Dean Martin, Margarita Cancino equals Rita Hayworth, Bernard Schwartz equals Tony Curtis, Doris von Kappelhoff equals Doris Day. Incidentally, if Hollywood once exported an Anglo-American image, it now also propagates an openly ethnic look. Most performers and producers have stopped camouflaging their ethnic names behind anglicized stage names. Whoopi Goldberg, Al Pacino, and Sissy Spacek stand for the new generation, and an anglicized name may now be an ironic comment on the old status quo, as when a transvestite appears under the name Hollywood Lawn. Christie's World War I poster could be read both inclusively and exclusively, and it is interesting to consider how important the manipulation of such symbols can be for the establishment of a national identity as well as for various ethnic identities. A very famous example is the Statue of Liberty. The dedication of the statue in 1886 inspired the poet John Greenleaf Whittier, whose career had climaxed before the Civil War, with his widely cited anti-slavery verse to compose the poem The Bartholdi Statue. Whittier stresses Franco-American liberty as an enlightening force, singing, "O France, the beautiful," and concluding with the lines, "Shine far, shine free, a guiding light to reason's ways and virtue's aim, a lightning flash the wretch to smite who shield his license with thy name." Whittier thus presents the official Franco-American interpretation of the statue as advanced during the dedication ceremony, which included hardly any references to immigrants. Yet the poet also celebrates the absence of slavery as the proof of American liberty. Unlike the shapes of Egypt's sands uplifted by the toil-worn slave, on freedom's soil with freeman's hands we rear the symbol free hands gave. Whittier's national and official reading thus also contained his own cause, the memory of the abolition of slavery. This element was not to remain in the 99 foreground of later interpretations of the statue, despite the inviting presence of broken shackles on the monument. The poet Emma Lazarus saw a different statue in her sonnet The New Colossus. Her poem, written in aid of the pedestal fund, constituted a recasting of the statue's officially intended meaning. Lazarus's statue, a mother of exiles, speaks. "Keep, ancient lands, your storied pomp," cries she with silent lips. "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me, I lift my lamp beside the golden door." Whittier's apostrophe "shine far" contrasts markedly with Lazarus's well-known motto "send these to me." The New England poet James Russell Lowell seems to have been among the first to recognize the cultural significance of Lazarus's poem. When he was the United States ambassador to England, he wrote her, "Your sonnet gives its subject a raison d'etre which it wanted before quite as much as it wanted a pedestal." A plaque with Lazarus's sonnet was affixed to the Statue of Liberty in 1903, and though this was noted in the Baedeker of 1909, and in some immigrant writing, it remained, according to John Hyam's book, significantly entitled "Send These to Me," relatively unnoticed until the mid-1920s, when the immigration restrictions were legislated. While the message of Lazarus's poem seemed to be an invitation to immigrants, the reference to the newcomers as wretched refuse also permitted a reading that an immigration historian convincingly paraphrased as welcome, garbage. And at least one nativist, James H. Patton, applied Lazarus's phrase wretched refuse. In 1906 to the beaten people of beaten races who come to America in order to desecrate / thy Sabbath and despoil thy rich heritage / purchased with so much Anglo-Saxon blood and treasure. Even though the imagery of Lazarus's pro-immigrant stance was multivalent, ethnic writers often adopted her reinterpretation of the Statue of Liberty as the symbolic space where foreign and American identities meet. In this fashion the Swedish-American journal Valkyrian, published from 1897 to 1909, had as its permanent cover illustration the image of a big Valkyrie, whereas a small Statue of Liberty in New York Harbor was recognizable in the background, thus connecting a Norse and an American goddess. A curiously ironic testimony to the power of the statue as the dominant symbol of immigrant arrivals is given by the anarchist Emma Goldman, who remembered in her autobiography Living My Life how, when she first came to America, she was enraptured by the sight of the harbor and the Statue of Liberty, suddenly emerging from the mist. There she was. 100. The symbol of hope, of freedom, of opportunity. She held her torch high to light the way to the free country, the asylum for the oppressed of all lands. Our spirits were high, our eyes filled with tears. Yet, as immigration historians have noticed, Emma Goldman could not have seen the statue, since she arrived in New York on December 29, 1885, months before the pedestal was completed and over half a year before the statue was assembled. In retrospect, even a radical anarchist like Goldman subjugated her own specific memory to the meaning of the statue that the other Emma had helped to propagate. Lazarus's voice opposed not only the sentiments that Whittier was to express but also opinions like those of Crowley that were later put into poetry by the New Englander Thomas Bailey Aldrich in his once famous Unguarded Gates. One may look at his poem as another interpretation of liberty. Wide open and unguarded stand our gates, and through them presses a wild motley throng, men from the Volga and the Tartar steppes, featureless figures of the Huangho, Malayan, Scythian, Teuton, Celt, and Slav, flying the old world's poverty and scorn, these bringing with them unknown gods and rights, those, tiger passions, here to stretch their claws. In street and alley what strange tongues are these, accents of menace alien to our air, voices that once that Tower of Babel knew. O liberty, white goddess! Is it well to leave the gates unguarded? Aldrich's liberty is imagined not as a mother's of exiles but, in exactly opposite terms, as a white goddess who should guard freedom against the menace of the beastly invaders. It is clear that Aldrich did not believe in the message "send these to me," but he also had little faith in liberty's ability to shine very far. It is characteristic that Aldrich thought the closing of the Boston Public Library on St. Patrick's Day in 1892 showed that Columbus didn't discover America, it was St. Patrick, and that he polemicized against immigration by arguing that America's true emblem was no longer the eagle but some sort of unnaturalized mongrel. It is a measure of the transformation of public memory that Lazarus's voice clearly won out over Whittier's and Aldrich's by the time of the statue's centennial celebration in 1986. At the peak of the new immigration, some old-stock American intellectuals perceived themselves to be outnumbered by the invasion of strangers in 101. The country their ancestors, real or adopted, had founded. I say real or adopted even in thinking of the group that was dubbed the Brahmin caste of New England in the first chapter of Oliver Wendell Holmes's novel Elsie Venner, in order to describe a race of scholars among students that was different from common country boys. In fact, many of the intellectuals who adopted the term Brahmin were not old stock descendants but upwardly mobile young men, several of whom had married into old families. Such intellectuals adopted and increasingly stressed the symbols of the Mayflower and Plymouth Rock as mythic points of origin. Their invention of Plymouth as an exclusivist ethnic symbol replaced earlier ideological readings in revolutionary, religious, or abolitionist contexts. The Pilgrims had landed in 1620 at the Pamet Sound near Truro, and leaving the Mayflower at Provincetown they sailed on to Plymouth a month later. The rock that commemorates this second landing is of dubious authenticity and, geologically considered, seems to be of African origin. In 1741, Elder Faunch, then 95 years old, had identified a boulder as the place where the forefathers landed, a phrasing that was probably misunderstood as referring to the first landing. This led to the increasing sacralization of the rock as well as of fragments that were chipped off from it in the 19th and 20th centuries. Like relics, exhibits, or souvenirs, pieces of the rock have been taken to Immingham, Lincolnshire, and to the Plymouth Congregational Church in Brooklyn. Other pieces were sold in the 1920s as paperweights by the Antiquarian Society of Plymouth. One fragment was sent to President Eisenhower by a citizen. In a footnote to Democracy in America, Tocqueville observed, "This rock has become an object of veneration in the United States. I have seen bits of it carefully preserved in several towns of the Union. Does not this sufficiently show how all human power and greatness are entirely in the soul? Here is a stone with the feet of a few poor fugitives pressed for an instant, and this stone becomes famous, it is treasured by a great nation, a fragment is prized as a relic. But what has become of the doorsteps of 1,000 palaces? Who troubles himself about them?" In 1852 Lydia Huntley Sigourney viewed Plymouth Rock as a sacred stone, similar to the Muslim Kaaba, and give him praise, whose hand sustained them with his grace, making this rock, whereon ye stand, the Mecca of their race. 102. James Kirk Paulding wrote an ode to Jamestown before the Civil War, in which he celebrated John Smith and Pocahontas. He also cast America as the peaceful synthesis of Plymouth and Jamestown, North and South. Jamestown, and Plymouth's hallowed rock to me shall ever sacred be. I care not who my themes may mock, or sneer at them and me. And in the next stanza he wrote, he is a bastard if he dare to mock old Jamestown's shrine or Plymouth's famous rock. This was apparently the special interest of a Northerner with strong sympathies for the South and for slavery, who wanted to reconcile Puritans and Cavaliers and defy abolitionist readings of the rock in the wake of Daniel Webster's address of 1820. In the world of widely shared national public memorialization, Plymouth Rock still seems to have played only a minor role until after the Civil War. The Society of Mayflower Descendants was founded in 1894. The 1920 tercentenary inspired the National Society of the Colonial Dames to erect the present memorial by architects McKim, Mead, and White, completed in 1921. Turn of the century legends of Plymouth Rock pondered the question of who first touched shore. The first claimant to this honor was John Alden, the second the maiden Mary Chilton. One such version of 1906 concludes as follows: "A youth in the full vigor of manhood, whose posterity should inherit the virgin land, sets his nervous foot upon the cornerstone of a nation, and makes it an historic spot. A young girl in the first bloom of womanhood, the type of a coming maternity, boldly crosses the threshold of a wilderness which her children's children shall possess and inhabit, and transforms it into an Eden." Surely John Alden should have married Mary Chilton on the spot. The story makes the supposed cornerstone of a nation nicely vivid in the dream of a founding couple, here imagined of purely English origin. It seems likely that the new immigrants and their reinterpretation of the Statue of Liberty helped to strengthen the Brahmins' countervailing consciousness of Plymouth. Thus the toga-clad allegorical figure representing faith, sculpted in granite, that crowns the national monument to the forefathers in Plymouth, was dedicated in 1889, 3 years after the Statue of Liberty, and does resemble her much larger sister in New York Harbor, Faith's left foot. 103. Rests upon Forefathers' Rock. In her left hand she holds a Bible, not the Declaration of Independence, and with the right uplifted she points to heaven, rather than clasping a torch. Horace Collin argued in 1915 that it was the new presence of vast non-English populations, the feared barbarian hordes, in the United States that had the effect of throwing back the Brito-American upon his ancestry and ancestral ideals, a development that manifested itself in a heightened public emphasis upon the unity of the Anglo-Saxon nations and in the founding of societies such as the Sons and Daughters of the American Revolution that have arisen with the great migrations. The more heterogeneous the country was perceived to be, the more Plymouth origins came to be stressed as a mark of distinction. This tension erupted in the controversy about the Russian Jewish immigrant Mary Antin, the author of the autobiography The Promised Land. Anton suggested the compatibility of Jewish and American identity, viewing her transatlantic crossing as a new exodus, and she expanded Lazarus's interpretation of the Statue of Liberty as a symbol of immigrants. Let it be repeated that the liberty at our gates is the handiwork of a Frenchman. That the verses graven on a tablet within the base are the inspiration of a poetess descended from Portuguese Jews. That the love of liberty unites all races and all classes of men into one close brotherhood, and that we Americans, therefore, who have the utmost of liberty that has yet been attained, owe the alien a brother's share. Though the word was not yet in use, this was, indeed, a multicultural reading. What Anton did for the Statue of Liberty, she boldly extended to the core symbols of Brahmin descent, the ghost of the Mayflower pilots every immigrant ship, and Ellis Island is another name for Plymouth Rock. Anton courageously equated the Pilgrim Fathers' increasingly enshrined American beginnings with the modern clearing center in which approximately 12 million immigrants were processed from 1892 to 1924 alone, and about 3,000 committed suicide. Thereby Anton attempted to subvert the point of view from which a Plymouth Rock and Mayflower ancestry gave a speaker the right to reject an Ellis Island immigrant as a potential citizen. For Anton, any arrival in America after a transatlantic voyage was thus comparable, and her view of Ellis Island as a synonym for Plymouth Rock, as well as her self-inclusion as American, were to become centerpieces of the expansion of the term American. In developing her elaborate analogy between Puritans and immigrants, she invokes the Brahmin James Russell Lowell and finds that he is a writer who chips away the crust of historic sentiment and shows us our forefathers in the flesh. Lowell would agree with me that the Pilgrims were a picked troop in the sense that there was an immense preponderance of virtue among them. And that is 104. Exactly what we must say of our modern immigrants. Anton's position illustrates the complications of national integration in a polyethnic country. Nations often need founding myths and stories of origins, beginnings in the past that authenticate the present. Those who do not share such pasts, or at least their myths, can then be excluded from the concept of the nation. If they mean foreigners when they say our forefathers, they may define themselves as aliens. If they mean the Puritan and revolutionary heroes, as Anton did, they forget who they are. By contrast, a myth of origin in a mésalliance may stimulate polyethnic integration, as ever newly combining mixed marriages can then be regarded as the fulfillment of a prophecy in the national past, and not as a novel and threatening penetration by foreigners. The children of such unions may combine memories of different, even antithetical pasts. By such myths of origins, immigrants and ethnic minorities can become directly related and affiliated with a shared national past. In 1918, the New York trial of the Russian Jewish anarchist immigrant Jacob Abrams, who had arrived at Ellis Island in 1908, brought to the surface the same problem. At the point in the trial when Abrams was about to defend himself for having distributed English and Yiddish leaflets against Wilson's war policies by invoking American revolutionary beginnings, saying, "When our forefathers of the American Revolution," the federal judge Henry Delamar Clayton, Jr., from Alabama, interrupted, "Your what?" When Abrams repeated, "My forefathers," the judge asked in disbelief, "Do you mean to refer to the fathers of this nation as your forefathers?" In the course of the trial, Abrams was asked twice, "Why don't you go back to Russia?" Later the judge recalled responding to Abrams's phrase, "Our forefathers, what? You were born in Russia and came here 4 or 5 years ago and not a citizen, an anarchist, who can never become a citizen. Our forefathers. Why, just look at it." Abrams received a 20-year sentence. As Everett v. Stonequist generalized, individuals of subordinate groups are sometimes made to feel that they do not really belong, adding that in the United States members of such groups may be quite fully Americanized and yet be referred to as Jews, Negroes, Chinese, etc. The Native American unconsciously excludes them when he speaks of Americans. Some Americans were resentful of the erosion of the very word American. Alternative terms emerged such as Native Americans, 100% Americans, or real Americans, as a white neighbor stylizes himself in order to distinguish himself from Chinese immigrants in Sui Sin Par's short story Mrs. Spring Fragrance, although the Chinese American characters so much accept the identification of American and white that Mrs. Spring Fragrance quotes a beautiful American poem written by a noble American named Tennyson. Both Nicholas Roosevelt and Brander Matthews called themselves American Americans when they reviewed Horace Collins' Culture and Democracy in 1924. 105. Like the Abrams case, Anton's literary reception shows how difficult the process of becoming American, of adopting another country's past, could be. The New Englander Barrett Wendell, for example, who was among the first professors of English to teach American literature at Harvard University, wrote in a letter of 1917 that Anton has developed an irritating habit of describing herself and her people as Americans, in distinction from such folks as Edith and me, who have been here for 300 years. Wendell's genealogical consciousness rests on the male line of descent. He says little about his mother's ancestors, and her middle name, Bernadette, is mentioned but not explained in a detailed genealogical account. His wife Edith Greenough Wendell served, incidentally, as president of the Colonial Dames Plymouth Executive Committee in 1920. Wendell conceded that the Antons' grandchildren may perhaps come to be American in the sense in which I feel myself, so for better or worse, belonging only here. In 1916 the conservative Atlantic Monthly journalist Agnes Repplier was also troubled by Mary Anton's presumptuousness in calling the Pilgrim Fathers our forefathers, as well as by her critical attitude. Why should the recipient of so much attention be the one to reproach us for our failure to observe the precepts and fulfill the intentions of those pioneers whom she kindly, but confusedly, calls our forefathers? Repplier failed to see any parallels between Plymouth Rock and Ellis Island. Had the Pilgrim Fathers been met on Plymouth Rock by immigration officials, had their children been placed immediately in good free schools, and given the care of doctors, dentists, and nurses, had they found themselves in infinitely better circumstances than they had ever enjoyed in England, indulging in undreamed of luxuries, and taught by kind-hearted philanthropists, what pioneer virtues would they have developed? Reviewing some evidence of the new ethnic heterogeneity, Repplier concluded with the question that gives away her restrictive sense of a national identity: it is all very lively and interesting, but where does the American come in? Repplier resented Anton's use of Lowell as a misquoting of the dead and, in turn, invoked the anti-assimilationist Horace Collin in order to support her dislike of Mrs. Amadeus Grabow, alluding publicly to the fact that Anton had married a non-Jewish German-American professor. Collin had criticized Anton earlier when he considered her intermarried, assimilated even in religion, and more excessively, self-consciously flatteringly American than the Americans, yet Collin had also partly adopted Anton's argument and, for example, compared Polish immigrants with the Pilgrims when he wrote, "The urge that carries in such 106 numbers to America is not so unlike that which carried the Pilgrim Fathers." Repplier recognized the danger with Anton's position: assimilation, full American identity, even if adopted unilaterally by declaration of will rather than by birth or acceptance from old stock Americans, and the notion of equal merit of Plymouth Rock and Ellis Island origins entitled Anton to criticize her adopted promised land quite openly. Young intellectuals among old stock Americans also found ethnicity useful for their purposes and invoked the promise of a future multi-ethnic intelligentsia in their melodramatic battle against the Anglo-Saxon genteel tradition, which they could thereby reject as the result of a British colonial mentality. The most outstanding of them was the culture critic Randolph Bourne, who was acutely aware of the political implications of the New Englanders' reaction to Mary Anton. "We have had to watch," Bourne wrote in his famous essay of 1916, programmatically entitled Transnational America, "hard-hearted old Brahmins virtuously indignant at the spectacle of the immigrant refusing to be melded, while they jeer at patriots like Mary Anton who write about our forefathers." Ellery Sedgwick, then the editor of the Atlantic Monthly and a long-standing admirer of Bourne, wrote him, "I profoundly disagree with your paper." Sedgwick sounded the voice of an older gentility when he insisted that the United States was created by English instinct and dedicated to the Anglo-Saxon ideal, exactly the tenets Bourne sought to undermine. Sedgwick criticized Bourne by saying, "You speak As though the last immigrant should have as great an effect upon the determination of our history as the first band of Englishmen. Like Repplier, Sedgwick simply could not accept the analogy of Plymouth Rock and Ellis Island, though he thought that Anton had written an important autobiography. For Sedgwick, Bourne's essay was radical and unpatriotic, though he did publish it in the Atlantic Monthly. In the course of Bourne's essay, the American core definitions and their symbolizations were again revised. Mary Anton is right when she looks upon our foreign-born as the people who missed the Mayflower and came over on the first boat they could find. But she forgets that when they did come it was not upon other Mayflowers, but upon a May bloom, a fleur du mai, a fier de maggio, a mag blomst. While implying in this example that various ethnic histories could be understood as translations of an original Mayflower voyage, Bourne did perceive the tremendous cultural opportunity for a nation in which each citizen could also remain connected with another culture. Bourne laid the foundation of the concept of a cosmopolitan intelligentsia that attempted to struggle free from English orientation in American culture and from the requirement that newcomers shed their cultural, religious, or linguistic pasts upon becoming Americans. He also did not think that immigrants could remain fixed to their pasts. Instead, Bourne advocated the new ideal of dual citizen 107 ship, both for immigrants who came to the United States and for the increasing number of internationally oriented individuals who, like American expatriates in France, were born in one country but lived in another. In Bourne's hands, the contemplation of Americanness in the face of diversity led to a reconsideration of the nationalist premises of citizenship, and Bourne's American nationalism is, in fact, anchored in diversity. Only the American, and in this category I include the migratory alien who has lived with us and caught the pioneer spirit and a sense of new social vistas, has the chance to become that citizen of the world. In order to strengthen his argument, Bourne also recapitulated the substance of Anton's plea to regard the new immigrants as latter-day Puritans, and with a touch of Henry James's perception of the difficulty of drawing a line between the alien and the American, we are all foreign-born or the descendants of foreign-born, and if distinctions are to be made between us they should rightly be on some other grounds than indigenousness. It is this proposal, clearly a minority voice in 1916, that became the semi-official core of a redefinition of America during World War II and, finally, the official line for celebrations from the bicentennial in 1976 to the dedication of Ellis Island in 1990. Immigrants had slowly become accepted as prototypical Americans after being considered among the problematic exceptions. However, those redefiners of America who wanted to make it more ethnic and pluralistic, such as Colin, Anton, and even Bourne, paid little or no attention to non-white Americans in their attempts at broadening American cultural categories. As Hyam writes, their theses were from the outset encapsulated in white ethnocentrism. As Hyam also stresses, however, the victory of pluralism may have been bought at a terrible price. The battle pushed the conservatives toward racism, anti-Semitism, nativism, and anti-intellectualism, and it alienated radical young intellectuals from the rank and file of the American working people, that is, from all the people except the culturally distinctive minorities. It helped to create an atmosphere in American intellectual life in which many participants value various ethnic backgrounds more than the ideas that emanate from them, a trend that may have persisted to this moment. Nowhere is Bourne's blind spot more apparent than in his venomous disdain for the marginal man who does not answer Bourne's Procrustean definition of ethnic identity. It is not the Jew who sticks proudly to the faith of his fathers and boasts of that venerable culture of his who is dangerous to America, but the Jew who has lost the Jewish fire and become a mere elementary, grasping animal. It is telling that Bourne, too, used the sinister animal image as well as the nativist term hordes in order to deplore the assimilated men and women without a spiritual country, cultural outlaws, without taste, without standards but those of the mob. Bourne surrendered to a strikingly paradoxical argument for ethnic purity in the service of cosmopolitan diversity. In order to construct a dynamic and pluralistic national identity, Bourne needed monistic 108 stable ethnic identities based on fixed origins. There was no room for dangerous marginal men and women and little sympathy for intermarriage. This is the dilemma of many pluralistic models of American culture, and it may be an inherent problem in multiculturalism too. Collins' Democracy versus the Melting Pot may also mark the multicultural position. Resistance to true and messy syncretism is what models of America as Plymouth Rock or as Ellis Island could share. After the battles of the 1910s and 1920s, the change from monoethnic to polyethnic thinking gained ground in the period from the late 1930s to the 1950s. In the late 1930s and early 1940s, the Slovenian immigrant Louis Adamic helped to further superimpose the American origins at Plymouth Rock and those at Ellis Island, in the section Ellis Island and Plymouth Rock in his book entitled, In the Anton Tradition, My America, and in lectures to hundreds of audiences, with references to Emma Lazarus. Adamic wanted to work toward an intellectual emotional synthesis of old and new America, of the Mayflower and the steerage, of the New England wilderness and the social economic jungle of the city slums and the factory system, of the Liberty Bell and the Statue of Liberty. The old American dream needs to be interlaced with the immigrants' emotions as they saw the Statue of Liberty. The two must be made into one story. Adamic reiterated the parallels between old and new American symbols, exclaimed Americans all, and invoked Walt Whitman's revived poetic formulation from the preface to Leaves of Grass, here is not merely a nation but a teeming nation of nations, presenting a line that John F. Kennedy would ultimately help to make the official one. One must remember, however, that as late as 1956, 2 years after the Immigration and Naturalization Service had abandoned Ellis Island, the U.S. government tried unsuccessfully to sell the island and its buildings, which suggests that its symbolic role had not yet been officially accepted. Comparisons between Plymouth Rock and Ellis Island became more and more widespread up to the present moment at which the two alternatively conceived symbols seem to have merged. No satirists seem to comment on the strange fact that America's former First Lady, Barbara Bush, paid $100 to commemorate her Puritan ancestor Thomas Thayer by having his name put on a copper plaque on the Wall of Honor now surrounding the Ellis Island Immigrant Museum, a wall that displays nearly 200,000 other names, among them Miles Standish and John Alden, though not Mary Chilton. It is also perfectly fitting that Pamela Berger's 1989 film The Imported Bridegroom, based on a 109 story by Abraham Cahan, represents the Old World Jewish shtetl by what looks very much like the Living History Museum of Plymouth Colony. Plymouth Rock and Ellis Island seem to have become interchangeable in contemporary American culture. And this is where accounts of an American success story sometimes end. Yet the old stock/new immigrant distinction on which much of the thinking about America and ethnicity rested did not, of course, apply to all ethnic groups. Unless forced into the somewhat misleading notion that they constituted America's first immigrants, American Indians may have an equally problematic relationship to Plymouth Rock and Ellis Island, though attempts have been made to connect them with both symbols. At Plymouth they are celebrated as the coinventors of Thanksgiving, and when during the restoration work of Ellis Island Indian skeletal fragments were found there, they were blessed in a public ceremony performed by Willie Snake of the Delaware Indians, a ritual that seemed intended to connect American Indians with the new national core symbol of Ellis Island. When Native Americans occupied Alcatraz, they may have wished thereby to create an alternative symbol. Those Mexican Americans whose ancestors became Americans by annexation and conquest are also likely to have a somewhat ironic relationship to the nation of immigrants and its symbols of arrival, as well as to the narrowing of the meaning of America to stand for the United States rather than for the whole continent. Among immigrant groups proper, American citizens of Japanese descent who lived in the western part of the United States were, exactly at the time that Adamic popularized the reinterpretation of the immigrants as new Puritans, stripped of their rights as citizens and property owners and interned in detention camps as a race. And other trans-Pacific immigrants. Maxine Hong Kingston ends a long story about her father's possible arrival in the United States as he is being smuggled into New York Harbor, where he notices a gray and green giantess and is told that she is not a goddess but the symbol of an idea, only to continue, "Of course, my father could not have come that way," followed by a long scene on Angel Island that contrasts sharply with his imagined happy observation that Americans saw the idea of liberty so real that they made a statue of it. The 17,500 Chinese immigrants who, from 1910 to 1940, were processed through the detention center at Angel Island in San Francisco Bay may have gone through a clearinghouse modeled on Ellis Island, yet Angel Island, called Devil's Pass by the Chinese migrants, undoubtedly treated immigrants worse than its model. Several of the Chinese poems that were written on the walls of Angel Island comment explicitly on the immigration procedure. For example, 110 History and Memory in African American Culture. Alas, yellow souls suffer under the brute force of the white race. Like a homeless dog being cursed, we are forced into jail. Like a pig chased into a basket, we are sternly locked in. Our souls languish in a snowy vault, we are really not even the equal of cattle and horses. Our tears shower the icy day, we are not even equal to bird or fowl. One also wonders what significance any of the old arrival points or doorstep and threshold symbols can have for the new immigrants who have come to the United States since the 1960s, borderlands, Kennedy Airport, or the green card. How can such diverse ethnic histories be reconciled with a generalizable American identity? I shall, in conclusion, concentrate on the problematic situation of Black Americans, one of the oldest and most indigenous yet most persistently excluded groups that consists mostly of descendants of people who did cross the Atlantic, though involuntarily and as slaves. Is Ellis Island a more appropriate myth than Plymouth Rock for African Americans? How would the American story have to change in order to accommodate Black history? In his last writings, the late historian Nathan Huggins raised such questions, taking American historians to task for dealing with African American history only too rarely, and then usually as an exception and anomaly, in their generalizations about America. I would like to continue his questioning with literary texts. Identifying himself in the Atlantic Monthly merely as a peaceable man, an astute observer wrote during the Civil War that there was a special affinity between Puritans and Southern blacks. There is an historical circumstance, known to few, that connects the children of the Puritans with these Africans of Virginia, in a very singular way. They are our brethren, as being lineal descendants from the Mayflower, the fated womb of which, in her first voyage, sent forth a brood of pilgrims upon Plymouth Rock, and, in a subsequent one, spawned slaves upon the southern soil, a monstrous birth, but with which we have an instinctive sense of kindred, and so are stirred by an irresistible impulse to attempt their rescue, even at the cost of blood and ruin. The character of our sacred ship, I fear, may suffer a little by this revelation, but we must let her white progeny offset her dark one, and two such portents never sprang from an identical source before. The observer was Nathaniel Hawthorne, and his appears to have been a lonely voice. The relationship between Plymouth Rock and American slavery more typically has been drawn as a contrast rather than as an affinity. The autobiography of Malcolm X, for example, formulated the relationship of a critically conceived Black history with the old American story most vividly. We didn't land on Plymouth Rock, my brothers and sisters, Plymouth Rock landed on us. This may be a statement with a separatist thrust, yet Malcolm X may also have been thinking of coal. 111. Porter's song Anything Goes, which opens with the claim that if the Puritans were to arrive today, they might not drop onto Plymouth Rock, the old rock might just drop onto them. In Plymouth Rock and the Pilgrims, an address given at the first annual dinner, N.A. Society, Philadelphia on December 22, 1881, Mark Twain said that those pilgrims were a hard lot. They took good care of themselves, but they abolished everybody else's ancestors. Then he offered his own putative genealogy. My first American ancestor, gentlemen, was an Indian, an early Indian. Your ancestors skinned him alive, and I am an orphan. The first slave brought into New England out of Africa by your progenitors was an ancestor of mine, for I am of a mixed breed, an infinitely shaded and exquisite mongrel. I'm not one of your sham meerschaums that you can color in a week. No, my complexion is the patient art of 8 generations. This led Mark Twain to a full-fledged attack on the genealogical associations. Oh my friends, hear me and reform. Oh, stop, stop, while you are still temperate in your appreciation of your ancestors. Hear me, I beseech you, get up an auction and sell Plymouth Rock. Disband these New England societies, renounce these soul-blistering Saturnalia, cease from varnishing the rusty reputations of your long-vanished ancestors, the super-high-moral old ironclads of Cape Cod, the pious buccaneers of Plymouth Rock. Go home, and try to learn to behave. Just to continue with an excerpt from a great canonical American author who resisted placid American myths of ancestry from another angle, consider William Faulkner's observation in his novel Flags in the Dust. In the 19th century, anywhere chortling over genealogy is poppycock, but it is particularly so in America, where we all have a common ancestry and the only house from which we can claim descent with any assurance is the Old Bailey. Yet the man who professes to care nothing about his forefathers is only a little less vain than he who bases all his actions on blood precedent. And in Absalom, he specifically connected the reminder of the immigrant as ex-convict to such high-toned views of Jamestown as those articulated by Paulding. Faulkner's narrator describes the American arrival of the Sutpen family with the phrasing "when the ship from the Old Bailey reached Jamestown probably." African American writers have, for a long time, taken on the special responsibility of questioning American national symbols by confronting them with the history of slavery and segregation. In the first novel published by an American Negro, William Wells Brown's Clotel, or The President's Daughter, the author dedicated a whole page to the contrast between the two American beginnings of the Mayflower and of Jamestown, of freedom and of slavery. 112. At the end of the novel, the titular heroine and slave woman dies, pursued by slave catchers, in the Potomac, within plain sight of the President's house and the capital of the Union. Her father, Jefferson, was the author not only of the Declaration of Independence but also of unacknowledged slave children. Whether or not this was literally the case is not important, since it is, as Nathan Huggins argued, symbolically true. In his famous work The Souls of Black Folk, W.E.B. Du Bois developed the well-known formula "an American, a Negro," and specifically mentioned the slave ship that first saw the square tower of Jamestown as an American beginning point. Near the end of the book, he asks, "Your country? How came it yours? Before the Pilgrims landed we were there." Richard Wright, in 12 Million Black Voices, came close to Hawthorne's critique when he wrote, "The Mayflower's nameless sister ship, presumably a Dutch vessel, which stole into the harbor of Jamestown in 1619 and unloaded her human cargo of 20 of us, was but the first ship to touch the shores of this new world, and her arrival signalized what was to be our trial for centuries to come." For black writers, Jamestown memorializes not 1607 and John Smith with or without Pocahontas, but 1619, the first arrival of Africans in the English colonies that were to become the United States. This is, incidentally, an event not remembered much even in Jamestown itself. It has hardly played a part in the various anniversaries of the founding of Jamestown, though Medavox Warwick contributed sculptures on the advancement of the Negro since he landed to the tercentennial of 1907, and Duke Ellington publicly claimed Jamestown descent. A poetic example is James Edwin Campbell's poem The Pariah, which makes an explicit case for the merger of Plymouth Rock and Jamestown through the union of the black-white couple that follows the formula, she the Brahmin, I the pariah. Speaking about the woman's father, the poem explicates, "Traced he back his proud ancestry to the rock on Plymouth's shore, traced I mine to Dutch ship landing at Jamestown, 1 year before." Whereas Paulding wanted to see a northern-southern merger of Puritans and Cavaliers, and immigrant enthusiasts such as Antin and Adamic thought that the whole American synthesis was embodied in the fusion of Ellis Island and Plymouth Rock, the black poet Campbell viewed the merger of the pariah and the Brahmin as the hope for a casteless country of Jamestown and Plym 113. Outh Rock. Both the Jamestown of African Americans and the Ellis Island of European immigrant were, in different fashions, symbolic alternatives to the narrow interpretation of America as May/Tower descended, yet alternatives that, even though they were both thresholds, could also exclude each other. In 1942, the black modernist poet Melvin B. Tolson contributed to Common Ground the poem Rendezvous with America, in which he seems to have desired to represent America as the merger of all points of arrival. The poem opens with the lines, "Time unhinged the gates of Plymouth Rock and Jamestown and Ellis Island, and worlds of men with hungers of body and soul hazard the wilderness of waters, cadence their destinies with the potter's wheeling miracles of mountain and valley, prairie and river." Tolson's critique of American symbols is directed against their exclusiveness, which he tries to break by the addition of many points of entry. The Whitmanian conflation of old and new national symbols reaches a higher pitch when Tolson explicitly makes a special place for those groups not automatically included by the Plymouth Rock and Ellis Island formula, when blind bigots are rebuked for their prejudices, or when the question "America" is answered in the following way: "America is the black man's country, the red man's, the yellow man's, the brown man's, the white man's. America, an international river with 1,000 tributaries. A magnificent cosmorama with myriad patterns and colors. A giant forest with loin roots in 100 lands. A mighty orchestra with 1,000 instruments playing America." Tolson worries about inadequacies in the image of the Statue of Liberty, yet his poem, written upon the occasion of Pearl Harbor, sees this inadequacy in a tranquilized Uncle Sam's lack of watchfulness. He pillows his head on the Statue of Liberty. In his harmonic vision of a polyethnic America, the shadow of one enemy, Japan, remains. Perhaps this enemy image may even have helped with the project of integrating red, black, and white. The incorporating mood of the war years affected even politically radical writers such as Richard Wright. He not only published American paeans such as Transcontinental, but he also let his character 114. Boris Max defend the black murderer Bigger Thomas in the model Native Son with the plea, "In him and men like him is what was in our forefathers when they first came to these strange shores hundreds of years ago." When Wright was invited to go to France shortly after World War II and repeatedly was denied a passport, he sounded a different note. His friends, among them the painter Marc Chagall, appealed to the French cultural attaché Claude Lévi-Strauss, and Wright received an official invitation by the French government and, finally, after more maneuvering, a U.S. passport too. In an allusion to the classic scene in the manner of Adolf Treidler's World War I poster "Remember Your First Thrill at the Statue of Liberty" and of Louis Adamic, Wright described his emotions in the essay "One Choose Exile." "I felt relieved when my ship sailed past the Statue of Liberty. The feeling is familiar, except that Wright was leaving the United States for France." Exclusion of any group from national symbolism may generate not only the insistent argument for the group's compatibility with those symbols but also a rejection of such symbols. This rejection may be undertaken with the intention of facilitating an ultimate integration on equal footing. Wright's ironic reversal of interpreting the Statue of Liberty was not a unique occurrence. Thus, Dubois described in his autobiography how, upon returning from Europe in 1894 on an immigrant ship, he saw the Statue of Liberty. "I know not what multitude of emotions surged in the others, but I had to recall mischievous little French girl whose eyes twinkled as she said, 'Oh yes, the Statue of Liberty,' with its back toward America, and its face toward France." This strategy is, of course, a politically radical as much as an ethnic device. Thus Emma Goldman may have misremembered her happy arrival in America with the Statue of Liberty precisely in order to build up a more dramatic contrast between what the generous heart of America meant to her when she arrived and her political imprisonment. She highlights a 4th of July in prison before she was ultimately deported from Ellis Island in 1919, when she has embarked the Buford in order to go back to Russia. She writes, "On the deck above us I could hear the men tramping up and down in the wintry blast. I felt dizzy, visioning a transport of politicals doomed to Siberia, the A-tape of former Russian days. Russia of the past rose before me and I saw the revolutionary martyrs being driven into exile. But no, it was New York, it was America, the land of liberty. Through the porthole I could see the great city receding into the distance, its skyline of buildings traceable by their rearing heads. It was my beloved city, the metropolis of the New World. It was America, indeed, American, repeating the terrible scenes of Tsarist Russia. I glanced up the Statue of Liberty. while both Dubois and Wright titled the interpretation of the statue From the Immigrant Toward the Franco-American Reading, which they, however, inverted. Neither of them drew here on Whittier's connection between the Statue of Liberty and slavery. 115. Yet in our days the symbol of Ellis Island is used explicitly to incorporate African Americans too. Thus the black former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan, together with Frank Sinatra, was awarded the Ellis Island Medal of Honor by the Statue of Liberty Ellis Island Foundation. More recently, Alex Haley was honored posthumously with the same medal, along with Natalie Cole, Norman Schwarzkopf, Connie Chung, Elie Wiesel, Strom Thurmond, and Arnold Schwarzenegger. It was during World War II and in the Supreme Court decisions and civil rights bills of the 1950s and 1960s that the term American actually became intertwined with ethnicity and flexible enough to include in widely accepted public usage such groups as immigrants, African Americans, and American Indians. Minorities have moved into the center of the cultural industry, and the metaphor of the invading hordes seems to have fallen into disfavor. The growth of a more flexible term for an American national identity thus seems to be a success story. Yet it is not only that, and the hymnic synthesis invoked by some poets has hardly become an American reality. After all, the successful expansion of the term America came about only in the heated debates about national loyalty generated by 2 world wars, and after immigration had been severely limited along racial categories. The broad notion of America has never really included everybody, all the redefinitions notwithstanding, and the inclusive use of American remains ambiguous even today. Xenophilic cosmopolitanism may have helped to alienate some liberal intellectuals from people other than those in distinctive ethnic groups and encouraged some conservatives to embrace racism and anti-intellectualism with little restraint. The educational system confronts tough debates over which American culture should be taught to children and adolescents. The battle for America continues, and there are today more contradictory notions and definitions of what is, or ought to be, American than there are views of the Statue of Liberty. 7. International Beacons of African American Memory, Alexander Dumas Père, Henry O. Tanner, and Josephine Baker as examples of recognition. Michel Fabre. Abroad as well as in the United States, African Americans have created different lieux de mémoire according to their divergent interests. The most well-known example of the Black American presence in France remains that of the Hell Fighters of 1918. As members of the American Expeditionary Force, these soldiers marked the official French recognition of black heroism in spite of America's Jim Crow regulations and came to symbolize Black American enjoyment of the warm welcome extended by the average French citizen. During the 19th century, the African American literary and artistic elite created their own lieu de mémoire in France. In this essay on the lives of Alexander Dumas Père, Henry O. Tanner, and Josephine Baker, I will examine the ways in which the black artist becomes a cultural beacon. Their professional and personal successes illustrate that prominent blacks, whether American or not, become African American lieu de mémoire for reasons quite different from the generalities which explain their appeal to the whites, and the recognition granted by them. For Black Americans it takes not only talent and economic success to become a lieu de mémoire, it also requires official recognition or international popularity. Not only have Dumas, Tanner, and Baker served as role models for other African American artists, but their very names evoke a feeling of racial pride and togetherness on a worldwide scale. The moral and ideological implications are that other nations, in providing an atmosphere or personal and artistic freedom, recognize black achievement to a greater extent than does their own country. Black Americans, having had little international recognition before emancipation, Phyllis Wheatley was a rare example, paid close attention to foreign luminaries of the race. These included ancient or contemporary military leaders such as Enter, the Chevalier de St. George's or Toussaint. 122,123. Elovicha, and also novelists such as Pushkin and Alexandre Dumas Père. There seem to be several reasons why Dumas became, and for so long remained, a cultural beacon in the eyes of African Americans. One may be that his father was a general in Napoleon's armies, although Napoleon restored slavery after it had been abolished in 1790, eliminating Toussaint by unfair means, he ranked surprisingly high in black American esteem. Because Napoleon had promoted the son of a black woman to the position of general, Marcus Garvey honored and admired Napoleon. There is no way to overestimate the appeal of the elder Dumas on blacks worldwide before emancipation. The grandson of the Marquis de la Palletterie, a Santo Domingo planter, and of dark-skinned Marie Cesset, he was a dazzling example of French recognition of black literary merit. Although his contemporaries knew him to be a mulatto, few French people spoke of his color, but to American blacks he was most assuredly a Negro. Understandably, Dumas was first claimed as a black literary lion and emulated by a handful of French-speaking free men of color from New Orleans, artists who chose to live in France in the 19th century. Dramatist Victor Séjour, poet Pierre Dalcour, and musician Eugene McCarthy all cultivated his acquaintance. One of the few antebellum African-American visitors to France, William Wells Brown testified to the reverence in which Dumas was held during those years. In Paris as a delegate to the 1849 Peace Conference, Brown was received only as a fugitive slave and militant abolitionist. By 1853, however, he would be known as the first black American to write both a full-length play and a novel. Holding Dumas in high esteem and eager to meet him, Brown had been given a letter of introduction to his friend, the novelist Eugene Sue, by revolutionary Louis Blanc. To no avail. Although Brown suspected that Dumas might not condescend to give an audience to a slave, while attending a performance of Norma at the opera he delighted in noticing a light-complexioned mulatto, apparently about 50 years of age, curly hair, full face, dressed in a black coat, white vest, white kids, who seemed to be the center of attraction not only in his own circle but in others. Those in the pit looked up, those in the gallery looked down, while curtains were drawn aside at other boxes and stalls to get a sight at the colored man. So recently from America, where caste was injurious to my race, I began to think that it was the woolly head that attracted attention when I was informed that the mulatto before me was no less a person than Alexander Dumas. Every move, look and gesture of the celebrated romancer were watched in the closest manner by the audience. Brown remarked that no writer filled a more important place in the literature of his country than the son of a Negro general. He considered Dumas's success as a tribute paid to the race, and proved that France rewarded artistic merit regardless of color. For black Americans, Dumas's achievements testified to the capacity of his race to rise and contribute to the culture of mankind. In the black press. 124. His name would appear as frequently as that of Pushkin or even Toussaint L'Ouverture, and his portrait graced the first issue of the Anglo-African magazine in 1859. In tribute, several African-American visitors to France made a point of visiting his grave in Villers-Cotterets. The spirited black recognition granted Alexander Dumas is reflected as late as 1892 in Lola Leroy, the novel by Frances Ellen Harper. The protagonist is an octoroon upon whom her white husband cannot impose his acquaintances. He decides to settle in France, knowing that their children can only be properly educated abroad, where merit and ability will give them entrance into the best circles of art, literature, and science. And the African-American character cites the examples of Ira Aldridge and Alexander Dumas, who was not forced to conceal his origin to succeed as a novelist. The tragedy on Ira Aldridge performed in Paris in 1866, opening at Versailles in a performance of Othello which the French press generally described as memorable. Many a Parisian celebrity attended, including Guizot of the French Academy and the elder Dumas, who, upon this rare occasion, insisted upon hugging Aldridge on his breast and proudly proclaiming, "My dear brother, one too am a Negro." Still, Frederick Douglass's race consciousness prevented him from admiring Dumas wholeheartedly, for Dumas generally did not define himself as a Negro. Douglass saw the statue of Dumas by Gustave Doré as an acknowledgement of the literary genius of a colored man, but refused to honor the character of a man to whom, as a Negro, he felt he had no grounds to be thankful. he was more enthusiastic about white abolitionists like Victor Hugo and Victor Schœlcher. However, the day after his arrival in Marseilles, Douglas took his wife for a boat trip to the Château d'Elf, the old rock from which Edmond Dantes had been reportedly hurled in the Count of Monte Cristo. Douglas made this special trip, he says, because the genius of the Negro writer had woven around it such a network of enchantment. 30 years later, another black American, Mary McLeod Bethune, would hail Marseilles for the same reasons as Douglas: the presence of many Africans in the harbor and the fictional memory of Dumas, the black writer fated by France for his talent. Dumas's star continued to shine over black America during the Harlem Renaissance. When John F. Matthias, a contributor to the New Negro Anthology, visited Paris in 1927, he likewise noted that Marseilles, with its large African population, was a discovery, and went to the Château d'Elf as a tribute to Alexander Dumas. Matthias remained an untiring propagandist for French culture among black Americans, and in 1936 he prepared an edition of the only work signed by Alexander Dumas that has a Negro protagonist, Georges. When young Langston Hughes told his father of his ambition to become a writer, he could only think of Alexander Dumas as an example of a colored writer who had made money. And his father countered, "Yes, but he was in Paris where they don't care about color." In 1925 young Gwendolyn Bennett made it to Paris as an art student, but 125 was also inspired to write poetry. Her lines written on the grave of Alexander Dumas sound unexpectedly solemn. "Thou, great spirit, wouldst shiver in thy granite shroud should idle mirth or empty talk disturb thy tranquil sleeping. A cemetery is a place for shattered loves and broken hearts." It is noteworthy that, in the minds of black Americans, Alexander Dumas was rarely associated geographically with his abode and grave at Villers-Cotterêts, but mostly with the place that affected Douglas and Bethune, the Château d'If. Their favorite reference to his fiction was not to the better-known Three Musketeers, and the deeds of D'Artagnan, but to the Count of Monte Cristo, possibly because, in this novel, the victory of Edmond Dantes over injustice could function as a parable for black endurance and eventual freedom. As late as November 1944, communist Hugh Moulzac, author of A Star to Steer By, was able to see Marseilles again in a troop transport ship. He remembered that before the war, boatmen used to beg the visitor to ride out to the Château d'If, the legendary site of the Count of Monte Cristo. In the 1920s, Alexander Dumas's role as a literary beacon had been partially superseded by the contemporary French West Indian René Marin. While serving as a colonial administrator in Ubangui in 1921, Marin was awarded the prestigious Goncourt Prize for his authentic Negro novel, Batwala, set in Central Africa. The New York World of January 9, 1921, referred to French General Mangin in the headline, "Negro real equal of pale brother," says Gen. Mangin. Mangin was quoted as stressing the meaning of the award: "It is a witness to the fraternal sentiment of our country for all of her sons without distinction of shade or origins, when those sons honor the country by their words and deeds." The article went on to recall the rougher treatment reserved for blacks in the United States. Langston Hughes, Alain Locke, Gwendolyn Bennett, Countee Cullen, Walter White, and many others met René Marin. In the September 1924 issue of his newspaper Les Continents, Marin published an article by Locke on the new African American poetry, which was the first mention of the new Negro movement to appear in France. Countee Cullen, inspired by his reading of Batwala, wrote a poem entitled The Dance of Love. Marin played a major role as a bridge between the Harlem Renaissance writers and the Negritude poets, and one is led to wonder why a man whose talent was crowned by the Goncourt Prize, who was far more race-conscious than Dumas, and who actually helped publicize the new Negro movement, never became an important cultural beacon for black Americans. One reason may have been his modest, retiring personality, another, the lesser dimension of his success, compared with that of Dumas. Mostly, however, Marin's career was hampered by World War II. He suffered because he refused to 126. Collaborate with the Nazis, also, the war meant disruption of cultural relations between the French and the Americans, with the result that Marin's mild criticism of the abuses of French colonialism now seemed somewhat outdated when contacts were re-established in 1945. When he visited Paris at the turn of the century, Booker T. Washington was received as an important American, an international figure. He attended several receptions given by American officials, met Justices Fuller and Harlan of the Supreme Court, and was asked to speak from the pulpit of the American Chapel. Convinced that Southern blacks did not suffer from comparison with Europeans in all that marks a lady or a gentleman, he strongly advised them against coming to France with the hope of finding employment unless they had prior contacts and wealth. Booker T. Washington never mentioned any personal interest in Alexander Dumas, but wished to visit the grave of Toussaint L'Ouverture and could not because it was in the north of France and without a monument. For Washington, Henry O. Tanner was a personal lieu de mémoire in Paris. To the editor of the Colored American, Washington wrote at length of his visit to Tanner's studio on Boulevard Saint-Jacques, noting the painter's perseverance, his talent, and his success at being one of the few American artists exhibited at the Luxembourg Museum. Mr. Tanner is determined that he shall not be known as merely a successful Negro artist but that his work shall stand upon its merit alone, Washington said. Here in France no one judges a man by his color. The color of the face neither helps nor hinders. Like Dumas, Henry Ossawa Tanner was a role model but also an embodiment of black American artistic merit recognized by France after having been spurned in the United States. After becoming convinced that his color would always prevent his work from being recognized in America, Tanner had gone into self-exile in France in 1891. In Booker T. Washington's eyes, the recognition granted Tanner in Paris was not especially an indication of a French lack of racial prejudice but, as he stated in Up From Slavery in guarded words, not to displease American whites, a reinforcement of his belief that any man, regardless of color, will be recognized and rewarded just in proportion as he learns to do something well. True to his gospel of self-help, he stressed excellence in any field, however humble, without remarking on the specificity of artistic achievement. When it became known that Tanner's painting The Raising of Lazarus had been bought by the French government and was hanging in the Luxembourg Gallery, the event and its implications became the object of a racial/cultural pilgrimage. In 1904 Mary Church Terrell went to Paris with the expressed wish of seeing Tanner's Raising of Lazarus in the Luxembourg, but she was told by the curator that the painting had already been taken to the Louvre. After one of the guards was sent to the Louvre with her to show her the painting, she commented, "Thus it was that I had the rare privilege and the great pleasure of feasting my eyes upon the masterpiece of a colored man." This experience gave her yet another reason for liking Paris and the French. 127. In 1929, when County and Yolanda Cullen honeymooned in Paris, he rented an apartment for them close to Tanner's place on the Boulevard Saint-Jacques because he wanted to be able to visit him easily. In similar fashion, although the pages of 50 years after recounting John Painter's few weeks in Paris in 1936 read like a guide to the architectural treasures of the city, Painter was race-conscious to the point of knowing that Tanner's studio stood at 51, Rue Saint-Jacques. Entertainer and dancer Josephine Baker soon attracted more attention than Henry O. Tanner, not only from mass audiences but also from the colored elite. Having come to France as a member of La Revue Nègre, Josephine Baker soon outshone Maud de Forest. Baker's clowning and her shapely body were an acceptable shade of blackness. She could present herself as animal-like enough to titillate, but she also could be polished and Parisienne. And she was an astute businesswoman. After winning over Paris through her grotesquerie in La Revue Nègre, she changed her style and became almost feline, satisfying the expectations of audiences and producers. A couple of years later, after touring Europe, she was earning $250 a night at the Folies Burgers. In 1929 drama critic Lincoln Kirstein was stopped in Paris by an English-speaking lady who asked him, "Where is La Rue Baker?" Meaning La Rue du Bac, to which he could answer, "It doesn't exist yet, but there will be one." Most of Baker's dark-skinned compatriots felt that seeing her performance in Paris was a must. Many an artist, entertainer, or writer visited her with a reverence comparable to that shown toward Henry Tanner. Mary MacLeod Bethune, Gordon Taylor, John Painter, Count E. Cullen, and Alain Locke all commented on seeing her perform. John Matthias, when he saw the city of Dumas, also made a point of sampling the cabarets. At the Folies Burgers, the dark-skinned Algerian who played the devil in the show told him about the Frenchman's own brand of prejudice, even though Paris had welcomed Josephine ecstatically. However, American tourists behaved much worse, and Matthias saw a couple of his white compatriots leave the room in outrage when his new acquaintance, the devil, appeared on stage among the white female cast. John Painter gives a more precise account of the same performance. Part of the crowd poured into the Folies and, as we drove up, from the flaming billboard, a gorgeously gay presentment of the star, Josephine Baker, greeted us in that characteristic flyaway pose which seems to have captivated the whole Parisian world. In the crush of the lobby, M. Akil found his friend, M. Firil Benglaya, a colored gentleman who, himself, has been a star in many of the Burgers' performances. The cast of some 40 beautiful girls was almost naked, and the highlight of the performance was a jungle scene, a tribute to Black Beauty. The gently rolling turf of a wooded dell had been abandoned to the lone occupancy of a recumbent exotic Venus. Suddenly, there appeared, descending cautiously from the hills, a brown-skinned native of giant stature, who espied the slumbering nymph on coming into the 128th clearing. And then intently gazing for a second or two, turned abruptly, his long arms cleaving the air and fled back into the hills. A typical French moment of suspense was the climax. By the early 1930s, Josephine Baker had become a must. On December 24, 1932, Paul Robeson's wife, Eslinda wrote Harold Jackman that she would be flying to Paris the following day to interview Josephine Baker to complete an article about the Negroes in Paris. I thought that the white folks would be interested to read all about what our folks are doing all over the world, but when I started in Paris I found that I was more interested myself than any white folks would ever be. Our people, if you will excuse the term, sure made progress. When Langston Hughes traveled to Paris in 1937, he went to the Folies Burgers to meet Josephine after her show. Clearly, Dumas, Tanner, and Baker were instances of such black firsts as can still be found in Ebony magazine. The choice of a foreigner like Dumas may seem surprising since, in the literary field, African Americans had produced several notable writers from their own ranks, Phyllis Wheatley and Jupiter Hammond, for example. What made the projection of the elder Dumas as a desirable lieu de memoire was the extraordinary range of his international popularity during the antebellum period. With the passing of time and increasing recognition of their achievement in art and literature, blacks in the United States needed to depend less on blacks from other parts of the world as race heroes. However, because of the prestige and money involved, visual art as an area of achievement had long been reserved for whites, and Henry Ossawa Tanner was certainly justified in seeking recognition in Europe at the end of the 19th century. Spoken reports about him abounded in black artistic circles, and incited painters like Hale Woodruff in the 1930s or Lois Mailloux-Jones in the 1950s to try their chance in Paris. It may seem more surprising that Josephine Baker should have been selected as a cultural beacon, given the widespread acceptance and stereotyping of blacks as entertainers. What made Baker's success exceptional was, on the one hand, the magnitude of its economic rewards, and, on the other hand, the legitimization of her dancing as a highbrow aesthetic contribution in Europe, very much in the way that jazz was considered there. Also, isn't it significant that in spite of the way black American women were seen by white Americans, this girl from St. Louis was viewed as one of the most attractive women on earth? Later, too, her activism, her services during the war, and her adoption of children of many ethnic backgrounds won her universal esteem. On April 15, 1975, when the funeral procession for Josephine Baker arrived at La Madeleine, Joe Bouillon wrote, "The Rue Royale was literally banked with Josephine's enormous public. They had come as they were, impressive in their dignity and silence. In the huge church, packed to capacity. The service was also that of Lieutenant Josephine Baker. The coffin, followed by a bearer carrying Josephine's decorations, was saluted by 24 flags representing various 129 branches of the military. Many public authorities, ministers, generals, and ambassadors were in attendance. The funeral was of almost national scope, decorous yet crowded with spectators. Still, it was a deeply personal occasion. Next to the President of the Republic's wreath lay roses from Papa and the children, a heart made of flowers from Brioly and Levasseur, and a Star of David fashioned out of roses from an anonymous friend, honoring Josephine's personal attachments and fight against racism. As such, Baker's triumph can be seen as embodying the legitimization of African American cultural offerings. Alexander Dumas, Henry Ossawa Tanner, and Josephine Baker symbolically signaled a recognition of racial equality by European cultural institutions, and thus they heralded the desirability and/or imminence of comparable moves in the United States. 8. On the wrong side of the fence. Racial segregation in American cemeteries. Angelica Kruger Kalula. For the first time in the history of the management of Cave Hill Cemetery, the Lord people were yesterday admitted to the beautiful city of the dead, and they accepted the opportunity and enjoyed the delightful scenery with evident satisfaction. 1. Residential segregation in the United States has been widely studied and commented upon. The black ghetto is usually understood to have been generated by oppression and maintained by discrimination and poverty. 2. The categories of caste and class that affect the residential patterns of the living also touch the homes of the dead. In the cemetery, lieu de mémoire par excellence, geography meets history and sociology. The sacred and the profane converge at the grave. Burial patterns reveal religious beliefs and social distinctions. They reflect intra and intergroup as well as interpersonal relationships and project them into eternity. Racism pervades the metropoles and the necropolis, biography and memory. Integrating the graveyard. The history of the civil rights movement against discrimination and segregation has a chapter on the integration of cemeteries, even though in this case the moves toward desegregation did not usually make it to the front pages of the national newspapers. The Korean and the Vietnam Wars brought home, with the bodies of soldiers killed in action, the realization that people good enough to die for their country were not even good enough to be buried in a place of their choice. The Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture keeps a vertical file on cemeteries in its microfiche archive. The clippings conserved there. 130. 131. Document the fight for admission to previously all-white burial grounds in the years from 1951 to 1963. Copies of the following 9 articles are to be found in the above-mentioned file. On January 19, 1952, America reported that the body of PFC. Thomas C. Reed, 19, killed in Korea, lay unburied in the Phoenix, Arizona, mortuary from November 28 to early January. Greenwood Memorial Park, the only non-Catholic cemetery in Phoenix to allow the burial of blacks on its premises, requested letters of petition from 3 veterans organizations before accepting the body. Such a procedure was not followed in the case of white veterans. In order to put an end to this discriminatory pattern, the local American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, and the Disabled American Veterans did not supply the requested letters. On January 8, 1952, the cemetery trustees voted to admit black veterans on the same terms as whites in future. On March 22, 1959, the worker related that several black families living in Flint, Michigan, buried their kin in Saginaw because only one undertaker and one burial ground in their hometown accepted black customers. The same newspaper reported on August 10 the successful attempt of a black district engineer's widow in Michigan to have her husband buried in a white cemetery even though she received hate calls after pushing for his funeral. A number of whites trying to disrupt the ceremony with violence were arrested. In August 1960, the New York Times featured 3 articles that documented a Winnebago family's problems of laying George Nash, a World War I veteran, to rest after he was taken out of the grave at the burial in Detroit, Michigan. The newspaper headlines followed the body's odyssey, Indian denied burial, Indian's burial set, family of George Nash finds plot in Pontiac, Michigan. Indian given burial. On August 12, 1960, the New York Post ran an article on the racial exclusion policy of a graveyard aptly named Whitechapel Memorial Cemetery. For the dead, 74% won't do. In order to be admitted, corpses had to be 75% Caucasian. On July 16, 1963, the Post revealed bias in an Oklahoma graveyard. A black man was finally buried across the border from his home state, in Coffeyville, Kansas, where an integrated cemetery was available. The Times comment on the same issue ran, U.S. Negro Colonel bars a bitter view over burial dispute 3. In the year after the March on Washington, on April 4, 1964, the New York Times announced, Episcopalians in Capitol clash on Negro burial in church plot. The article was fittingly set between one on libel proceedings in the aftermath of 1962 racial rioting in Mississippi and another one on Little Rock authorities bowing to federal law on school issues. The few blacks ever to be buried in Rock Creek Cemetery in Washington, D.C., owned by Episcopal St. Paul's Rock Creek Church since 1719, were the slaves of wealthy church members. In 1962 the church approved a policy of non-discrimination in the sale of lots, but for parishioners of St. Paul's only. 2 other cemeteries owned by the church were to remain segregated. A 132. 79-year-old black woman who had died on March 13 was denied interment at Rock Creek Cemetery even when another Episcopal church, St. Stephen and the Incarnation, applied for a plot for her. On Easter Monday, the congregation voted 38-22 to reaffirm its segregation policy with regard to outsiders. On April 15 the Times correspondent reported that the vestry had voted to bury the dead in the churchyard cemetery without regard to race, religion or national origin. In 1966 Flint, Michigan, was in the news again, court backs Negro on bias in burial. 5. Black mortician J. Merrill Spencer had bought a plot in Memorial Park, an all-white cemetery, but was not allowed to have his mother buried there in 1964. The Michigan Court of Appeals upheld his case and stated that the cemetery had violated a civil rights law. When, on December 7, 1966, the Times announced cemetery owners ending racial bias in Flint, Michigan, all the cemeteries in the county were dropping their bans against non-whites. On July 26, 1969, the Times readers learned that the wife of Pvt. William Henry Terry, Jr., was suing Elmwood Cemetery in Birmingham, Alabama, for refusing to bury her husband. The suit, believed by the journalist to be the first of its kind, was supported by the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund. The article referred to the case of another black man killed in Vietnam whose family tried in vain to have him buried in a public cemetery in Wetumpka, Alabama. Their request was refused on the ground that all available space had been sold. No court action was filed. 5 months later, on December 24, 1969, Terry was permitted burial in Elmwood, 7 and on January 4, 1970, his reinterment with military honors and 1,200 mourners present was reported, black soldier burial among whites. A photograph showed the funeral procession framed by 2 police motorcycles. On August 23, 1970, the New York Times ran an article entitled Mother of Black G.I. Slain in War Vows Burial in White Cemetery. Hillcrest Memorial Gardens in Ft. Pierce, Florida, had advertised free plots for servicemen but refused to admit black veterans. Mrs. Williams, the mother of Army Specialist for Pondexter E. Williams, was quoted as saying, "I feel that he being black and can't be buried in Hillcrest, then he didn't have any business going to the war. He died for nothing." A white acquaintance of the family had donated a grave site, next to that of her infant grandson, but was forbidden to let the Williamses use it. On August 23 Williams was given military and religious honors at an armory and then carried to a mortuary awaiting interment. The eulogy characterized him as a man without a country. 8. On the following day, the U.S. government joined the suit filed by the veterans' family and friends against the cemetery. The same petition brought suit on behalf of another black GI who had also applied for one of the Hillcrest plots for honorably discharged Vietnam veterans. 9 On August 27 the Federal District Court ordered Hillcrest to accept William's body. The court ruling came after a closed pretrial conference, with a U.S. attorney on instructions from the Justice Department participating. 10 On 133. August 30, 1970, the Times readers learned, Black GI buried in White Cemetery. In the same issue of the Times, Fred P. Graham gave an account of the Fort Pierce affair, putting it in the context of other civil rights legislation. He reminded the readers that as late as in 1955 California courts had conceded that cemeteries were not places of public accommodation and therefore they were entitled to excluding blacks. Cemetery desegregation was only to be achieved via the Supreme Court's 1968 Jones v. Meyer decision, which actually referred back to an 1866 civil rights law. The original provision guaranteed blacks equal rights in making and enforcing contracts and purchasing personal property. 11 Jones v. Meyer made the erection and maintenance of invisible walls and fences illegal, although it did not tear down the visible ones that had separated black and white burials for generations. Who had decided to build them in the first place? Old barriers in a new world, fencing in and walling out. The history of racially segregated burial places for Africans and Europeans is older than their joint settlement of the New World. In 15th century Spain, for instance, one of the objectives pursued by Afro-Spanish brotherhoods was to purchase graveyards for their members who were barred from those of white Spaniards. 12 In the North American colonies, segregated burial facilities appear to have been the rule. They took the form of internal segregation of plantation burial grounds or of larger premises, with separate sections for whites and blacks, or of external segregation, with different graveyards serving the black or the white community. The areas reserved for blacks might be evocatively referred to as an African reservation, as in Shawshine Cemetery in Bedford, Massachusetts, or simply as burial ground for Negroes, for Negro people, or Colored 13. Writing about colonial Connecticut, Bernard Steiner observed in 1893. Each large village had its Negro corner in the meeting house gallery and in the graveyard 14. Winthrop D. Jordan points out that the segregation of blacks in colonial churches and graveyards reflects a social worldview that is based on distinctions. It categorizes the orders of men, white, and black. Such models of the social order place African Americans at the lowest rung of the ladder. 15 Or up the stairs, if the most remote corner happens to be above ground level. In Rocky Hill Church, Connecticut, blacks were banished from the body of the building and the galleries. They had to go to a stall high up behind the singer's gallery, and at the farthest possible remove from the pulpit 16. In such seating arrangements social distance was literally carried to extremes. Following the hierarchical worldview, the graves of blacks in biracial cemeteries were carefully relegated to the obscure corners of the ground, along with those of paupers and criminals 17. Projected onto the flat surface of the 134. Burial ground, this model of society assigned people of inferior social standing and outsiders the margins of the cemetery, as they had occupied the margins of the community. In Boston, gravediggers petitioned the town in 1744 to provide a place for burying stranger and Negroes 18. In Worcester, Massachusetts, blacks were buried in the far left corner of the burial ground on Mechanic Street, behind the strangers section. 19 The grave sites of the few 18th and 19th century black New Englanders whose gravestones are still extant indicate their marginality. The markers for John Jack in Concord, Massachusetts, for Boston Trotro in Norwich, Connecticut, and for Jack York in Pittsfield, Vermont, are on the periphery of their respective cemeteries, or on what used to be the edge when they were buried. Interestingly enough, in the old Wethersfield, Connecticut, burying ground, the gravestones of Tenor-Abro, Francois, and Quash Gomer were set off the rest of the graves in the early 19th century, but due to cemetery crowding, the space once left between the different ethnic populations has been filled in the meantime. Population growth, not rapprochement between the races, caused this forced integration to happen. The three markers are situated at the foot of a hill, still close to the border, a fence separating the cemetery from a playground. To be sure, blacks were not the only group to be discriminated against in early American cemeteries. Indian graves were also relegated to isolated corners. In the burial ground next to the Wapping Community Church in South Windsor, Connecticut, the racial segregation that was practiced in the last century is still clearly visible. New grounds were made available before the old graveyard was completely full, so the latter has remained in its historical state and presents the contemporary visitor with a glimpse of the Order of Windsor society in the early decades of the 19th century. The graves are arranged in a field of neat rows next to the church. At the edge of the elevation on which church and cemetery are set, 4 sandstone markers are clearly segregated from the larger population. The one that is best preserved reads, "In memory of Molly Mohawk, who died December AD 1766. In the 28th year of her age. A squaw." Molly Mohawk's identity is defined for eternity by her gender and her ethnicity, or at least for as long as her stone withstands the onslaught of natural erosion and of pollution. The physical separation of her gravestone and those of her neighbors, Augustus M., Caesar, and 2 children, conveys a sense of their social isolation when alive. New York City was equally discriminating in respect to mortal remains. The Old Negroes' Burying Ground was located in Lower Manhattan in the vicinity of the poorhouse, the workhouse, and the debtor's prison in 1755. In 135. 1794 a new burying ground for the black people was established by the city at the present 195 Christie Street on the Lower East Side. 20 social distinctions were sometimes made between different classes of blacks. The city of Richmond, Virginia, for example, established 2 black cemeteries in 1815, one for slaves and one for free blacks. 21 Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta, Georgia, also had separate sections for slaves and free blacks. 22 The West proved to be more democratic, anarchic even, in its treatment of the dead. A report on Yerba Buena Cemetery in San Francisco dated 1855 describes with disgust the chaos of posthumous racial togetherness. American and European, Asiatic, and African are now the same filthy substance. In life, the white man prided himself that his veins held not the blood of yellow, red, or black races, the man of progress, that he was not like the slothful, ignorant, slavish native of warm climates. Now in Yerba Buena Cemetery there is none better, none worse in all human respects. 23. Equality of the races beneath the dust. In the Western Cemetery, the promise of the melting pot is finally fulfilled. The topography of American cemeteries reflects race, class, age, gender, and religious distinctions. Hierarchy and marginality are very often displayed in a literal sense. In 1805 the Episcopal Christ Church of New Orleans was given a rear section of St. Louis Cemetery No. 1 for the burial of non-Catholics. A graveyard for blacks was situated behind the Protestant section, that is, in the rear of the rear. 24 Pushed into the lowest levels of socio-economic status, African Americans had to accept the least attractive locations for their final resting places. In the mid-19th century, Frederick Law Olmsted visited one black cemetery in Richmond, Virginia, located beyond the city's principal cemetery, and called it a desolate place. 25. William Cullen Bryant described the black cemetery of Savannah, Georgia. At a little distance, near a forest, lies the burial place of the black population. A few trees, trailing with long moss, rise above hundreds of nameless graves, overgrown with weeds, but here and there are scattered memorials of the dead, some of a very humble kind, with a few of marble, and half a dozen spacious brick tombs like those in the cemetery of the whites. 26. The humbler appearance of the black graveyard compared to that serving the white population can be observed in both the South and in the North. in both the past and in the present. 27. God's acre, forbidden ground, different persuasions. Most churches allowed racial segregation of the dead, but sometimes condemned the indiscriminate burial of Christians. The Catholic Church tolerated segregation, but not the casual burial of Catholics in non-sanctified grounds. 136. The Code Noir required baptized slaves to be buried in cemeteries, with church ceremonies. In Louisiana, Locke de la Pommeraye was fined 30 livres in 1738 for having a slave girl interred outside the graveyard. The girl's body was to be exhumed and reinterred in proper grounds. 28. Differential treatment was practiced by the Quakers, whose cemeteries appear to be so highly egalitarian. Yet, colonial Philadelphia had a black cemetery outside the city. Other communities either had separate burying grounds for blacks or they fenced off areas in interracial grounds. Some provided graves in masters' orchards or on the edge of woods. 29. Others, in a more enlightened spirit, broke fresh ground. The charter of Allegheny Cemetery in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, stated in 1844 that everybody had a right to a dignified burial, regardless of race, color, or creed. 30. Perhaps most dramatic are the individual acts of protest against discriminatory policies. Joseph Carpenter, a Quaker from New Rochelle, New York, donated the ground for an integrated cemetery when he learned that blacks were excluded from the town's cemeteries. He was buried there, on his own instruction, to express his disapproval of racism. 31. An eloquent condemnation of differential segregation in death is made in the epitaph of Thaddeus Stevens, the majority leader in the House of Representatives during the Civil War, who initiated and championed the passing of the 14th Amendment. I repose in this quiet and secluded spot, not from any natural preference for solitude but finding other cemeteries limited as to race by charter rules. I have chosen this that I might illustrate in my death the principles which one advocated through a long life: equality of man before his Creator. Before his death in 1868, Stevens had arranged for his interment in Shriners Cemetery in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, because it did not practice segregation. His burial provided the occasion for an ultimate symbolic act of integration. Evidently, the major Christian churches of the United States did not pursue a firm and clear-cut policy in their treatment of black bodies to be buried. Sometimes they reinforced patterns of segregation, sometimes they mitigated the effects of discrimination. Similarly, Jewish communities signaled contradictory messages to blacks. Whereas African Americans who belonged to or worked for Jews seemed to have been encouraged to follow Jewish religious practices, they were apparently discouraged from seeking interment in Jewish burial grounds. Necrogeographic mapping was taken quite seriously in Jewish graveyards. 32. Legend has it that one black woman, Lucy Marks, made it into the Jewish Mikveh Israel Cemetery in Philadelphia. She worked as a cook for a Jewish family and observed their rites and holidays. When her employers, 137, were refused permittance to bury her in Mikveh Israel, they interred her there secretly, at night. 33. In conspicuous company, a mixed blessing. While looking at the provisions white Americans made to avoid physical contact with blacks before and even after death, we should keep in mind that contact between the races nonetheless took place within a social framework that, rigid as it may have been, did not meet the requirements of a caste system. There was spatial separation and a well-practiced choreography followed by members of the different races, but there was no strict ritualistic avoidance. 34. The spheres of action of masters and slaves interlocked, black and white people extended into each other's territory. Similarly, their resting places adjoined and occasionally overlapped. In some family burial grounds, favorite servants were allotted space in the white section, as an act of final grace on the part of the master. Family as a socially constructed entity can be based on ancestry, matrimony, and household membership. By including the latter category in their definition of family, slaveholders were able to manipulate group membership. Certain slaves, who were part of the racial outgroup, were drawn into the circle of the primarily biologically defined in-group of the white family, usually irrespective of their own matrimonial and lineage ties. For self-assured slaveholders, race boundaries were so clearly defined that they were less apprehensive about mingling their dust with that of blacks than other white Americans. Emotional attachment as well as an acknowledgement of loyal service prompted masters to have certain slaves buried close to themselves. Andrew Jackson's body servant Alf, for instance, was buried close to his master in the Hermitage grounds. 36 Whereas burial within the same area may reflect equal status, the actual disposition of graves may also suggest domination and subjugation. Assembling family and servants around the master's grave projects the latter's patriarchal image into the beyond. Those arranging for a burial in a particular lot were no doubt aware of the symbolic significance of a grave's location. The Blackwell family burying ground is located in Cobb County, Georgia. After the Civil War, friends of the family, Mr. and Mrs. Oliver, were buried outside the fence of the burying ground, close to yet separate from the biologically related in-group. A former slave of the Olivers is buried with his masters, at their feet. 36 J.C. Mooney reports the following rare example from Tennessee. Colonel James Tubb of DeKalb County requested that Caleb, his body servant, be buried next to him. After the war and Tubb's death, Caleb cared for Mrs. Tubb and the youngest child until they died. James, Jr., carried out his father's wish and buried Caleb at the head of the family section. 37. 138. At the head of the family section is the appropriate place for a patriarch. It is an unusual position to be accorded to a black man in a white family lot. Longfellow's poem In the Churchyard at Cambridge captures the ambiguity involved in interring masters and slaves in close proximity. In the village churchyard she lies. Dust is in her beautiful eyes. No more she breathes, nor feels, nor stirs. At her feet and at her head lies to a slave to attend the dead. But their dust is white as hers. Was she, a lady of high degree, so much in love with the vanity and foolish pomp of this world of ours? Or was it Christian charity, and lowliness and humility, the richest and rarest of all dowers? The question is not answered, who shall tell us? No one speaks, at the rude questions we have asked, nor will the mystery be unmasked by those who are sleeping at her side. 38. We do not usually know what the beneficiaries of such favors thought of the arrangement. 39. One slave biography, however, provides an explanation of why a slave might not want to be close to his master or mistress in perpetuity. In 1846 Lewis and Milton Clark pointed out that slaves preferred to be buried at a distance from their master because they did not want to be terrorized by his presence even after death. In a humorous anecdote told by the Clarks, a slave refuses the honor of being interred in his master's vault by explaining that when the devil comes to get the master, he might carry him, the slave, away by mistake. 40. Grounds for exclusion. Fear of spiritual contamination is not the only cause behind the choice of separate burial places by African Americans. When black communities were able to exercise authority over their graveyards, they did not practice indiscriminate burial. The spatial structure of black cemeteries in the United States reflects ordering principles such as biological descent, cultural community, and social hierarchy. The dead are assembled according to family ties and or membership in the community, church, fraternal society, etc. The social distinction of the deceased may be expressed in the decoration and in the location of the grave. In the local cemetery, the in-group may be kept separate from outsiders or relative newcomers to the area. A black resident of Sunbury, Georgia, affirmed in the late 1930s, "Everybody wanna be buried in de own town. And we never bury." 139. Strange wid our own folks. If a strangug die, we bury em in de strange's lot. 41. The categories of in and outsiders appear to be accepted by both parties concerned in the rather closed communities of the Sea Islands, where recent arrivals tend to meet with coldness if not open hostility. 42. After living on St. Simon's Island most of her life, Bessie Jones consciously assumed the role of the stranger and explained in 1983 that she would not be buried with the local folk. "I know I'm a stranger. Let me die and you'll see where I go. I ain't going to King's Cemetery, no sir. I'm going to Strangers Cemetery, or out there at Rose Hill, wherever my children put me, but not in the others. We have a lot in Strangers Cemetery. And a number of people who we thought weren't strangers, when they died they went down there. They sure did. St. Simon's is a spot. You stay here long enough, you'll find what you are." 43. The statement "we have a lot in Strangers Cemetery" indicates that close kin ties are maintained before and after death, and that geographic attachment, lineage, and local roots can be traced for generations. In some Sea Island communities, ancestry outweighs matrimony. The belief is strong among the Negroes that your body must lie with those of your ancestors. Sometimes this meant that a husband and wife were buried in different cemeteries, the woman being buried by her parents in one burying ground while the husband was laid with his family in another. Even today, when Negroes die elsewhere, their bodies are brought back from great distances that they may rest with their own people. 44. For people who take home burial very seriously, the idea of posthumous relocation for the sake of so-called development purposes is an abomination. Thus an 86-year-old Sea Island resident expresses her discontent. "I buried 2 husbands on Fusky, and now those folks talking about removing the cemetery. If the construction companies bother my husband's graves, that is the day I'll put them in." 145. It should be noted that she used to be the best shot on the island, who could shoot alligators between the eyes from a distance. Consciously discriminatory burial patterns and customs as found in the Sea Islands appear in geographic areas where demographic and political factors have allowed for a certain measure of black cultural autonomy. Members of black minorities living in predominantly white settlements, on the other hand, had a severely limited choice in where they buried their dead. John Jack in Concord and Boston Trotro in Norwich probably did not ask for solitary places in the overwhelmingly white cemeteries, they were assigned their lonesome spots in accordance with their standing in the community. The posthumous isolation of black individuals, as well as the ghettoization of small groups within larger biracial cemeteries, illustrates their subordinate status. Forced segregation in cemeteries also furthered the development of destin. 140. Live traditions relating to death. For better or worse, physical separation has played a part in keeping African American folk customs alive. The laying out, marking, and decorating of graves has been done according to local and ethnic traditions. Adaptation to the mainstream model, with streamlined gravestones and leveling lawn, has come with political equality and socio-economic advance. Gentrification, that is, cleaning up the graveyard, usually entails removal of folk decorations and plants that might obstruct the run of the electric lawn mower. 46. The following section looks at a historic New England cemetery that has not entirely succumbed to the power of the lawn mower. While it has never encouraged the use of folk grave decoration, its upright markers are held in esteem and good repair and provide tangible links to the past. Margin and Center in New Haven. The present Grove Street Cemetery in New Haven, Connecticut, offers an interesting illustration of the hazards of necrogeographic mapping. It was by accident rather than intention that the marginalized populations of this burial ground were moved to the center in the 19th century. On September 9, 1796, 32 citizens of New Haven decided to purchase a field of 6 acres situated at the northern limit of the city in order to establish a cemetery. They eventually bought 10 acres and founded the new burying ground in New Haven. It was the first in the country to be owned and managed by a corporation and to be divided into family lots. Lots were drawn for the tiers assigned to the ecclesiastical societies of the city and for the president and fellows of Yale College. For the remaining 5th section the following was laid down, noted, that lot number 1 in the 5th tier be appropriated for the burial of strangers who may die in the city. That lots no 3 to 5, 5- and 7 of the 5th tier be appropriated to the burial of the deceased poor of this town who have not title to any other lots. That lot number 1 of the 6th tier be appropriated for the burial of people of color. 47. A meeting of the proprietors on September 8, 1800, recorded another zoning division, noted that lot number 3 in the 5th tier be appropriated for the burial of Negroes who are not otherwise provided for. 48. The orderly layout in the new cemetery contrasted sharply with the haphazard dispersal of interments on the crowded New Haven City burial ground on the green as described by a later historian. We only know that within a space of 3 or 4 acres the bones of 6 generations lie indistinguishably intermingled. Magistrates and criminals, preachers, soldiers, merchants, lawyers, doctors, colonial dames, paupers, and Negro slaves are all consorting together in promiscuous companionship. 49. 141. To avoid such indiscriminate mingling, the reform-minded proprietors of the new burying ground established the rectangular grid pattern of domestic units in a mirror image of the social groups existing in town. The 5th tier was situated in the southwestern border of the burial ground, on the corners of Grove Street and Plainfield Road, diagonally opposite Jethro's Corner on Grove and York Streets. 50. A city map of 1748 identifies the property as that of Jethro a Blackman/farmer. 51. For black New Haveners, the abodes of the living and the dead were both on the periphery. At the end of the 18th century most blacks who had homes of their own lived in the State, Union, Fleet, and Water Street areas. 52. Even as late as 1845, however, almost 1/4 of New Haven's black population lived with their employers. 53. In 1800 there were about 80 slaves resident in New Haven, out of a slave population of almost 1,000 in all of Connecticut. The first, Partial Emancipation Act of the state was passed in 1784, and it specified that no black person born after March 1 of that year would be a slave after reaching the age of 25. In 1797 the age was reduced to 21. The holding of slaves was finally forbidden in 1848. 54. Not many New Haven blacks appear to have been included in their employers' or master families' last abode. 55. In 1814 the corporation bought another tract of land to enlarge the cemetery. 8 acres were added to the original ground on the west side. 56. Owing to the cluttered condition of the city burial ground on the green, burials there had been discontinued after 1812. In 1819 the city of New Haven acquired a lot in the new burying ground and divided it into 6 squares for the general population, adding 1 each for Yale College, 4 strangers, and 4 people of color. 57. Again, the black section was relegated to the periphery. It was situated in the northwesterly corner of the grounds. With the availability of a new potter's field, owned by the city, the old one in Tier 5 was sold off to individuals. As the stigma of former black occupancy was attached to this neighborhood, the invasion succession cycle took its course. Lots in that vicinity were acquired by black individuals for their families, for example, by Alexander Dubois, the Reverend Jacob Austin, and Ebenezer D. Bassett. Then, in 1828, a solitary act of desegregation was performed. On August 25, Jehudi Ashman, the first agent of the African Colonization Society at Monrovia, Liberia, and a white man, died of hepatitis in New Haven, shortly after his return from Africa. I have not found any information on the choice of his burial site, but as Ashman appears to have been quite in control of the circumstances surrounding his dying, I assume that he himself decided to be buried in the African section of the new burying ground. Contemporaries noted that there was moral sublimity in his death, and his later biographer wrote in a letter to a friend, "As he has taught us how to live, he is now teaching us how to die." 58. Before his death, Ashman meticulously put his affairs in order, donating most of his possessions to the African missions. 59. His interment in the lot. 142. Reserved for people of color was a final statement, a visual reminder of the role he had assumed in leading African Americans to what was considered their place. His humble act was to be understood as a token of solidarity, of identification with their situation. He relinquished his privilege to be buried in one of the more attractive sections of the graveyard. Burying down may be more acceptable to supremacists than mixing freely and on equal terms with the living members of the other race. We are left to wonder what the families of the black individuals in Tier 5 thought of the new neighbor. The monument on Ashman's grave was erected by the American Colonization Society in 1829. It is a sarcophagus on a pedestal, made of red sandstone, very similar to the Eli Whitney Monument which is in the same cemetery. Ironically, Ashman, who wanted to take black Americans back to Africa, is buried in the vicinity of the inventor of the cotton gin, which caused the demand for slave labor in the American South to rise. In another ironic twist, the inconspicuous corner was moved to the center of public attention. At the time of Ashman's death, the new burying ground had two gates, one between tiers 2 and 3, another between tiers 8 and 9. When, in 1846, the cemetery was provided with a wrought iron fence and an arched sandstone gate in the Egyptian Revival style, the new entrance was located opposite Tier 5. Visitors walking in would first see Ashman's sarcophagus and the lots acquired by black New Haveners. The margin had become center. When portions of the new Potter's Field were sold for private lots in 1836, the proprietors confirmed that the sections for ancient monuments, for college members, for strangers, and for blacks would be kept available for the groups intended. 60 Toward the end of the century, however, the proprietors noted that there had not been any interments in the place set apart for blacks and ordered the human remains from that section to be removed to another former Potter's Field and to specified vacant locations. The vacated lots of the pauper section were put up for sale. 61 Black New Haveners had preferred to bury their dead in less distinguished ground for several decades. Jim Crow dying, discrimination in other areas of the mortuary complex, separation and degradation occur in more ways than by the location of graves in allocated, unattractive burial grounds. In slavery, certain masters even had to be reminded to bury their dead slaves. The convenient disposal of slave corpses by throwing them into the river was interdicted by a cabildo ordinance passed in Veracruz, Mexico, in 1547. As a burial method, the procedure had proved to be hygienically doubtful but attractive to sharks. 62 Disparagement was also expressed in the prohibition against the use of caskets by people of color in colonial Latin America. Only Spaniards were permitted to use them. 63 Restriction might take the form of controlling funeral rites. African Americans were policed into their very graves. In the South and in the North. 143. Constraints were imposed, ostensibly out of fear of black conspiracies. 64 In New York, for instance, night burials of Indian and black slaves were prohibited in 1722. The interdiction was repeated in 1731, 1748, and 1763. Slave funerals were to be attended by not more than 12 slaves and deprived of such trappings as palls, gloves, and favors. 65 There were even segregated railway compartments for the deceased. In 1835 a railroad was planned for the transport of corpses and mourners from St. Claude Street to the cemetery at Bayou St. John in New Orleans. The city council stipulated that the contractor had to provide separate cars for white, free-colored, and slave corpses, with fees ranging from 50 cents for slaves to $3 for whites. 66 One positive consequence of differential segregation and white America's disregard of black mortuary and memorial needs was the establishment of black-owned business to supply the African American community with goods and services. When the Gupton Jones School of Embalming opened in Nashville, Tennessee, in 1920, embalming course in May and November catered to white pupils, courses in July and February to blacks. In 1921, 135 of the 597 embalmers registered in Georgia were black. Black funeral directors had their own state organizations, some founded as early as 1897 and 1916. 67 The present National Funeral Directors and Morticians Association started out as the Independent National Negro Funeral Directors Association in 1925. The name underwent a series of changes, From the Progressive Funeral Directors Association a few years after its founding, to the National Negro Funeral Directors Association in 1938, and to National Negro Funeral Directors and Morticians Association in 1957, before the racial tag was dropped. 68 With desegregation and/or demographic changes, African American professionals have attempted to broaden their customer base, sometimes neglecting or surrendering some black cultural values while adopting mainstream standards. In order to expand his business in a predominantly white area, black funeral director Lincoln Ragsdale had to reach out for white customers. Conscious of the political aspects involved, he changed the name and the ethnic image of his funeral home. When I was losing money, I made a business decision. I took down my pictures of Martin Luther King Jr. and Booker T. Washington and put up some white folk. I hired white personnel and my business increased over 300%. 69. Giving up part of his cultural identity and redefining the ethnic makeup of his firm paid off for him. More fundamental than segregated facilities in institutions pertaining to death and dying is, in the eyes of posterity, the denial of basic elements of commemoration and thus of historical record for blacks. First of all, during slavery, the vital statistics of African Americans were much more likely to appear in wills and inventories and plantation diaries than in the vital records kept by political or church authorities. Blacks were often listed among items of livestock, crops, and household furniture. The dreadful consequences of the legal status of chattel slaves for their life, health, and death need not be reiterated here. The lack of recognition for blacks was shown in manifold ways. On a 144 monument dedicated to the Revolutionary soldiers who fell at the storming of Fort Griswold, the names of the two blacks who were killed, Lombo Latham and Jordan Freeman, were not only entered last but with a blank space left between them and their white fellow soldiers trademark how strict the categories of separate and differential commemoration were then becomes apparent in the following case of mistaken identity. A man who had been passing for white drowned in a river in the Deep South. The newspapers gave the story the appropriate attention, with headlines on the front page and continuous coverage during the search for the body. The race of the drowned man was not mentioned, which signified classification with the white population. When his true racial identity was revealed, however, the newspaper coverage was shortened and committed to an inside page, and the man was referred to as a Negro. In spite of his mother's efforts to have him buried in the white cemetery, he was interred in the black one. 71 In the antebellum North, categories were similarly established and maintained. In the decades preceding the Civil War, New Haven vital records were classified according to church affiliation and community status, corresponding to the tiers reserved for each group in the new burying ground: First Congregational Society, United Society, Second Congregational, Episcopal Society, Methodist Society, Baptist Society, Yale College, Colored Persons, and Deaths at the Almshouse. 72 Until 1865, New Haven directories identified blacks by adding COL to their names. Even the legislation against vandalism in cemeteries made different provisions for white and black offenders. A city ordinance of 1857 that applied to Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta prescribed fines of up to $50 and imprisonment of up to 30 days for white violators. Free blacks were fined a maximum of $30, but if they failed to pay they were given 39 lashes and hired out at public outcry. The maximum penalty for slaves was 75 lashes. In 1878, when the grounds were crowded in Oakland Cemetery, the city council had the human remains removed from the so-called Slave Square to be reinterred in colored pauper grounds without any distinction of graves, except those who may have headboards. The former Slave Square grounds were to be leveled and divided to be sold at $50 or more per lot. 73 Dispossessed of individual rights in life, slaves were also deprived of lasting records of their existence in history. Profit margins outweighed considerations of piety and respect for the dead. Not even the repeated relocation of burials, however, destroyed underlying patterns of racial segregation in cemeteries. Segregation had to be perceived as an economic and cultural anachronism to be attacked. Mending fences. When civil rights legislation had cleared the grounds for cemetery integration, white supremacist resentment made use of its traditional repertoire of intimidation to maintain de facto segregation in the graveyard. In September 1971, 145. 1 year after the federal district court's decision against Hillcrest Memorial Gardens, a white couple in Bate City, Florida, had the body of a black man, the husband of their domestic employee, removed from their plot in a hitherto all-white cemetery after receiving threatening telephone calls. 74. A few days after their decision was disclosed, the widow, accompanied by an NAACP representative, bought a single plot in another part of the same cemetery. The UPI reporter noted that there were no objections to the purchase. 75. Another possible reaction to cemetery integration is white flight. In 1979, black funeral director Alfonso Dawson of Atlanta became the sole owner of the almost all-white Rest Haven Gardens of Memory, a 27-acre property in Decatur, Georgia. White families began to remove the remains of their relatives at an average of 25 per year. In 1985, the cemetery population was still 90% white, but the rate of disinterment seemed to be growing. Jet magazine published this case of necropolitan migration on May 6, 1985. 76. About a year after the publication of the article, the flight seemed to have run its course, with disinterments trickling down to approximately 1 every 4 months. 77. Even if we disregard such exceptional cases of discrimination and resistance to change, the persistence of ethnic segregation in American cemeteries is hard to overlook. Voluntary segregation is not necessarily based on white supremacist or black nationalist thinking. Nor is customary separation inextricably linked with economic necessity. Families may want to bury their dead with relatives, with members of the church or lodge the deceased were part of. Communities thus formed in the cemetery span the lifetimes of several generations. The inclusion of trips to the cemetery in African American homecoming rites underlines the function of family graves in traditions that foster a strong sense of community identity. The graveyard, locus memoriae in the literal sense, provides the members of a given community with geographic and historical roots. It is a place to return to, in life or in death. The connections between the choice of burial site and socio-economic advancement, between migration patterns, residential mobility, and necrogeography have yet to be explored. A close look at biracial cemeteries may reveal whether inclusion has led to egalitarian confusion or whether distinctions are being upheld through the position of burial plots and the exclusiveness of grave markers. As we know from the inner cities, the marginalized are sometimes found in the center. What one cannot remember mistakenly. Karen Fields. I chose this title deliberately to provoke. Nothing is more fully agreed than the certainty that memory fails. Memory fails, leaving blanks, and memory fails by filling blanks mistakenly. In filling blanks mistakenly, memory collaborates with forces separate from actual past events, forces such as an individual's wishes, a group's suggestions, a moment's connotations, an environment's clues, an emotion's demands, a self's evolution, a mind's manufacture of order, and, yes, even a researcher's objectives. In these collaborations, and in others I have not thought of, memory acquires well-noted imperfections. We seek to understand these imperfections systematically if we are scholars of memory in itself, and we seek to correct for them if we are scholars who use memory as a source. As researchers, we bind ourselves to skepticism about memory and to a definite methodological mistrust of rememberers who are our informants. We are fully attentive to the fact that memory fails. But memory also succeeds. It succeeds enormously and profoundly, for it is fundamental to human life, not to say synonymous with it. A large capacity for memory is an integral component of the complex brain that sets Homo sapiens apart. And, without it, the social life that is characteristic of our species would be inconceivable. Thus Nietzsche once spoke of memory in terms of our human ability to make, deliver, and collect upon enduring agreements, an ability from which much if not all else is constructed. So although nothing is more certain than that memory fails, equally, nothing is more certain that memory succeeds. Systematic thought about how it succeeds, and at what, is thus as much in order as the reverse. Otherwise, we who turn to it as a resource fall into paradox. My work with my grandmother, Mamie Garvin Fields, on her memoir, Lemon Swamp and Other Places, offers me a starting point for reflection about what memory succeeds in doing and about the ways in which it does its work. For it is important to refine continually our methods of observing and thinking about memory as a matter of scholarly or scientific enterprise. However, I will also reflect a bit upon this sort of enterprise itself, for it is equally important to refine continually our awareness of certain oddities and predicaments. 150. 9. 151. Larities that shape this enterprise, and that therefore shape our inner attitude as we go about our work. As researchers, we systematically doubt what we systematically count upon as ordinary human beings in the routine of daily life. One of the particularities of the enterprise is the paradox we flirt with when we turn, with methodological mistrust, to memory as a source. This danger was present from the beginning of my work on Lemon Swamp. I turned to my grandmother as a source about the past, aspects of which I had few or no other ways of knowing. The book deals with public and private events, attributes and assumptions current in her milieu, aspirations, judgments both collective and personal, habits about the body, natural and man-made objects in Charleston and elsewhere, and much else. At the time of working on this rich material, I liberated myself from the constraints of scholarship or science by refusing to call it sociology, history, or even oral history. Grandmother's term for what we were about was stories. In the end, we settled for the term memoir, Lemon Swamp and Other Places, a Carolina memoir. I made this liberation clear in the introduction to the book by saying it is a subjective, personal account of life and work in South Carolina from 1888 to now. Nonetheless, the two of us then, no less than the reading audience we imagined, thought of it as a source about the past. And since I was trained as a sociologist and had done historical research, this liberation remained incomplete. It was not possible for me to run methodological red lights unself-consciously, although I most certainly ran them. The running of them occasioned reflection about what some of the green lights permit. Consider, for example, the predicament that arises when we treat informants with the methodological mistrust that social science conventionally requires. A special existential condition arises between two human beings communicating face to face. Contrary to the face value methodology of everyday human encounters, ours requires skepticism, suspicion, a certain condescension, and above all a constantly open second channel in which to place those bits of testimony that are destined to float out of the interaction, back toward some source of corroboration. This is alien to normal human communication. Equally alien to everyday life is the patronizing of an interlocutor with silent knowingness when other information establishes that he or she is wrong, or even lying. Suppressing the social commonplaces of contradiction, correction, or dismissal belongs to that special existential condition I am talking about, the one our methodological green lights permit. Now, if the condition of gaining knowledge is first to create a surrogate of human 152. Interaction, thereafter deliberately to diminish it, this proceeding demands its own scrutiny quite apart from the scrutiny the testimony itself gets. This scrutiny amounts to examining our tools, in order to see clearly what they are accomplishing above and beyond our intended purpose. When a surgeon sterilizes the knife with which he cuts through flesh in order to repair the heart, he or she nevertheless still has to attend to the knife's secondary work. I ran the red light that blocks arguing with an informant. Liberated from the constraints of scholarship, I said to Graham one day that I intended to corroborate her testimony about the high regard certain white folks downtown had had over many years for the residents of her street, Short Court. I made my announcement after the departure of an elderly employee of the gas company. Graham was outraged, 1, that I would consider going around behind her to check on stories, 2, that I even had the idea of talking about her to somebody who operates gas meters. She was furious at this multilayered violation of our confidence in one another. At one level, I think she thought I thought she would lie. I argued back that scholarly historical work had to go by cross-checking of this kind. She didn't care about history, then. We fought that afternoon over what would and would not be part of my method. In more usual circumstances of doing research, penetration to this level of what is latent in the routine of interviewing most likely would not have come up. In the end, I could not establish as fact that white folks downtown considered short court residents to be aristocratic, in Graham's terms, although I certainly know from other contexts that white Charleston, for some intents and purposes, distinguished respectable black people from others. What our argument did establish is that Graham believed in, and perhaps was invested in, the special distinction, to white eyes, of the stratum to which she belonged. Was Graham remembering an aspiration or a fact? Later on that afternoon, her longtime friend Mrs. Da Costa dropped by to sit a spell on the porch, and Graham by skillful direction obtained corroboration from this dignified lady. Fighting with my informant is a red light I ran on many afternoons. One of these fights was about what is or is not a relevant set of facts in an account of a public event in Charleston for presentation to a public much larger than Charleston's, the future readers of Lemon Swamp and other places. In this case, Graham did the cross-checking of memory, and it was I who rejected the process. The issue was what can be called the wedding list or the church program sort of memory. This sort of memory has quite particular features: the utter necessity of getting it right, the methodological assumption of ordinary folks that any mistake is meaningful, a corresponding anxiety about forgetting on the part of the rememberer, the consequential nature of the result, and, last but not least, a god-awful exhaustiveness that can overwhelm all it touches. Everyone knows the gnawing fear that accompanies this kind of remembering. And I. 153. Dare say as well, no one has not at one time or another upheld it by drawing conclusions about omissions deemed incapable of being inadvertent, or, from the other side, by clenching jaws and making omissions with cold-blooded intent. The enforcement of flawless memory of this sort is in the nature of many kinds of sociability. It embodies what not only cannot but must not be remembered mistakenly. But when we shift to our historical mode in regard to memory, even memory aimed at answering historical questions that are clearly embedded in sociability, the wedding list/church program sort of memory is out of place, an encumbrance, and trivial. Such was the scene for a particularly passionate argument with Graham. Standards imposed by sociability battled with others. Decisions about the inclusion or exclusion of details were subject to different rules for the two of us. Graham was a leader in establishing integrated public daycare in Charleston. I put the story in the book's epilogue. The typescript I gave to Graham said that Charlestonians got together to care for the children of working mothers. Grandmother Fields will tell you, reeling off the names of the Charlestonian places from which people came to help: Holy Communion Episcopal, Zion Olivet Presbyterian, Plymouth Congregational, to name those in the neighborhood, then St. Philip's and St. Michael's, which are south of Broad, over toward the Battery, and, of course, Centenary, Old Bethel, and Wesley Methodist. Her list goes on. And you know what? She will go on, reeling off the name of pastors who came forward. When Graham saw this, she got down to historical business. She checked with others in a position to know, and added. My epilogue absolutely would not do. It needed to mention Mrs. So-and-so, of such and such street. It could not possibly be published without remembering Pastor this and that. Why, these are the people I have worked with for decades. They deserve the credit. These are the people who have been waiting to see my book, who put their names down to buy the first copies off the press. My rejoinder, that no one outside Charleston would care, did not count. The important audience was in Charleston. If the details got tedious to outsiders, well, we couldn't help that. Graham's purpose assigned those details to what cannot, nay, must not be remembered mistakenly. My purpose consigned them to just as obligatory forgetting. 2. These details are of a category familiar to scholars who try to reconstruct Africa's history using oral tradition. Graham's church program memory is an instance of ideologically tainted memory summoned in a view of present political purposes. Like that observed among African groups, it has the function of legitimizing and stabilizing a claim to some distinction. And part of its purpose is to perpetuate, by rendering it creditable to those concerned, a respectable consciousness of we-feeling. In that case, memory tainted by interest is a dead serious party to the creation of something true. The mistakes it may embody represent an imperfection only in light of the particular purposes scholarship has. Our scholarly effort to get the real past, not the true past required by a particular present, does not authorize us. 154. To disdain as simply mistaken this enormously consequential, creative, and everywhere visible operation of memory. It may be the case that human memory has it as a large-sized portion of its nature to be, in the psychologist Craig Barkley's splendid phrase, true but not veridical. 3. Considerations of this sort carry us back to Nietzsche's identifying memory as a building block of sociability. Returning again to our onions, however, we can take such considerations as a way of reminding ourselves of the biases scholarship requires us to adopt in our vocation to correct for bias in our data, and to select what is significant in terms of a given research program. In our dealings with informants, we constantly look beyond the encounter toward a scientific horizon where what matters is literal facticity, veracity, representativeness, general applicability, relationship to a set of questions generated by theory, and, above all, relevance in terms of a scheme that designates what we need and what we do not need to know, what needs to be remembered and what is legitimately forgotten. Although I did try to compromise, I did not make all my grandmother's amendments, which she crammed into the margins, and which still spilled over onto extra pages publishable. Remembering required their deliberate forgetting. On the other hand, I have kept them for our archive, well imagining some future historiographic predicament from which these names and places may provide a scholarly exit. Nonetheless, this action did not provide Graham an exit from her social predicament. It has troubled me ever since to reflect that preparing Lemon Swamp for publication required for me a certain condescension toward Graham and her compatriots. This certain condescension was essentially no different from the systematic condescension toward the not great with which we routinely tax documentary sources. I ask myself, now, how the church list episode with Graham was different from what happened to my grandmother's great-great-uncle Thomas, who she said accompanied his owner's sons as their valet, when they were sent to Oxford to have the rough edges knocked off their aristocratic South Carolina slaveholders' upbringing. Having been taught by those boys during slavery, Thomas educated his own and others' children, in a clandestine school English, Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, according to Graham. In consequence, Thomas's children were among those well-educated freedmen whom the missionary churches recruited to be leaders. Face to face with a remarkable set of facts, and trained to mistrust such claims, I deputized a friend, off to Oxford for studies, to find out what he could about slaves resident in the colleges in the 1830s or thereabouts. The answer, records of who lived where 150 years ago were scarce, names of servants' residents with them were non-existent because irrelevant. What would have been the conceivable purpose of remembering one Tom, who laundered the shirts of masters so and such Middleton? Those details held no more interest then than somebody else's church program list does for us now, or that Graham's list of Charleston luminaries in the daycare movement has. Only a then unimaginable future historiography could. 155. Make the names of slave servants resident at Oxford worth remembering. So while the contents of my grandmother's communication about her great-great-uncle Tom are rich and suggestive about a number of issues, Graham's communication could not be transformed into information. I did, however, take one more stab at transforming Graham's story about Thomas Middleton into information about Charleston's past. The source for most of the stories about dead Middleton kin had been Anna Eliza Izard, whom everyone called Cousin Lala. Lala had graduated from Avery Institute, a private high school for freedmen established by the American Missionary Association, and then from Claflin University, established by the Methodist Church. After earning her BA, Lala established a private school at her parents' home in Short Court. There she taught Black history, part of which was family history, including the Saga of Thomas. Now, sometime in the 1920s, a Black doctoral student named T. Horace Fitchett had come to Charleston to collect oral testimony from local Black people. Graham told me he collected a great deal from Lala. Thereafter he had taught for many years at Howard University. Reasoning that his notes and papers might yield corroboration, I contacted Howard's Moorland collection, and through it, his widow, Mrs. Fitchett, told me his papers would eventually be turned over, but that tragic circumstances at present made my consulting them impossible. Thus ended for purposes of the book my attempt either to make of Graham's story a bit of information or to discredit it as that. The historical fact that neither could be done appears in the next as the naming of Graham's sources, mainly Lala and a less distinct figure called Aunt Jane. Therewith I abandoned a would-be fact on the less respectable territory, so far as scholarship is concerned, of mere communication. But then, not long ago, I happened to read an essay that made me think further about this respectable territory of verifiable fact, The Storyteller, by Walter Benjamin. For in it he observes that the main form communication takes in the modern world is that of information, a form which, in his words, lays claim to prompt verifiability. He goes on to characterize this development, not as an advance, but as an impoverishment. Storytelling dies, he says, as this new form of communication arises. Storytelling's successor, information, represents an impoverishment because, and to the degree that, the producer of information accomplishes precisely what we scholars strive to do, namely, to induce some body of material to deliver up explanation of its own accord, without our adding anything to it. But the finest stories, according to Benjamin, are characterized by the lack of explanation. Because the hearer or reader is left to interpret according to his own understanding, the narrative achieves an amplitude that information lacks. If it involves our own participation, achieving this amplitude that information lacks is precisely what we as researchers strive not to do. Therefore, while we seek narrative from our informants, we are specifically precluded from handling it in such a way that it remains what it was at birth. According to Benjamin, it is the nature of every real story to contain 156. Openly or covertly, something useful. And the utilities of stories include counsel. Counsel, he goes on, is less an answer to a question, than a proposal concerning the continuation of a story that is just unfolding. To seek this counsel one would first have to be able to tell the story. Counsel woven into the fabric of real life is wisdom. The art of storytelling is reaching its end because the epic side of truth, wisdom, is dying out. Anyone who said in a conference on oral historical method that the researcher sought wisdom or counsel from his informants would, I believe, be met with stunned silence. We are usually free not to attend to these possible features of what we hear. But, when we exercise this freedom to disregard an inborn feature of what we encounter, what does this do to memory contained in it? What have we done, and what have we foregone, by carrying out surgery so as to put fact in a specimen bottle while throwing the unexamined rest of the body into the disposal unit? My own freedom from the constraints of scholarship went along with unfreedom in this regard. Since the project of doing Lemon Swamp did not change the relationship of grandmother and granddaughter, the elements of wisdom and counsel were not ignorable and hidden, but explicit and obligatory. She was, after all, addressing the child of her child. Graham was didactic. My attempt to transform another of her communications into information, into something that laid claim to prompt verifiability, engendered another fight. In this case, the offending deed was to take a photograph of the Calhoun statue for inclusion in the book, offering readers thereby a kind of proof for an observation of Graham's, thus replicating the trip I made to see the object she referred to. Key points of the story were not verifiable, as I will now show. Let me start by quoting her on the subject of the statue of Senator John C. Calhoun, the indefatigable defender of slavery and states' rights. We hated all that Calhoun stood for. Our white city fathers wanted to keep what he stood for alive. So they named after him a street parallel to Broad, which, however, everybody kept on calling Boundary Street for a long time. And when I was a girl, they went further. They put up a life-size figure of John C. Calhoun preaching and stood it up on the Citadel Green, where it looked at you like another person in the park. Blacks took that statue personally. As you passed by, here was Calhoun looking you in the face and telling you, "Nigger, you may not be a slave, but I am back to see you stay in your place." The niggers didn't like it. Even the nigger children didn't like it. We used to carry something with us, if we knew we would be passing that way, in order to deface that statue, scratch up the coat, break the watch chain, try to knock of the nose because he looked like he was telling you there was a place for nigger and niggers must stay there. Children and adults beat up John C. Calhoun so badly that the whites had to come back and put him up high, so we couldn't get to him. That's where he stands today, on a tall pedestal. He is so far away now until you can hardly tell what he looks like. 5. The point of that story, made repeatedly in many different ways, was that even during the ascendance of Jim Crow, even when it appeared from the 157 outside that black people had capitulated to their defeat, they resisted, even the children resisted. The counsel was, you resist, too. Be a worthy descendant of Thomas and I.B. and Lala and the others. You do it, too. You do it, too is not something we researchers are prepared to take seriously from informants. Indeed, this aspect of the narratives we hear for our scholarly purposes raises a danger flag marking bias, ideological special pleading, and the like. The flag marks a familiar site of misremembering, where the should have been displaces the was, where wishes fill the blanks, where facts are to be placed by dint of our own industry. I proceeded with industry. I made myself conspicuous in the reading room of the Charleston Historical Society, depository of many documents pertaining to the past of a very historically conscious city. Conspicuous, because I, like other black people of Southern heritage, still do not enter such formerly segregated places unself-consciously or unnoticed. I spent 2 days searching for information. I expected or hoped to learn that rowdy members of the colored race had vandalized this public work of art. Instead, I learned something that prevented the facts from speaking for themselves, that pushed into a dead end my search for mere information. What I found out was much more interesting. It opened out instead of pinning down Graham's story. It turns out that in 1854, the year Calhoun died, the Ladies Calhoun Memorial Association began planning the memorial. In 1879, they were finally able to commission A.E. Harnish of Philadelphia to execute a bronze statue of Calhoun on a Carolina granite pedestal, surrounded by allegorical figures Truth, Justice, the Constitution, and History at a cost of $40,000. But Harnish in the end built the memorial with only one of the female figures, and she in such a state of disrobement that some of the ladies are said to have fainted at the unveiling. When the white folks recovered themselves sufficiently for straight thinking, they found historical fault with the clothing besides the aesthetic fault with the nakedness. Harnish had put Calhoun into a Prince Albert coat, an anachronism. Black Charlestonians figured in the city-wide uproar in a curious way. The public work of art began to be called, in Gullah syntax, Calhoun and his wife. A newspaper article says, because of the female figure's state of desattire, the nickname greatly distressed the ladies of Charleston and Mrs. Calhoun, who was still alive. Besides, the statue's construction was poor, the pose bad, and his right index finger pointed in a different direction from the others, a habit peculiar to him in speeches, but in this instance exaggerated to the point of deformity. The various discomfitures continued until 1895, when the Charleston Post was able to report that the old statue, which has so long been a thorn in the flesh of the ladies of the Calhoun Monument Association, to say nothing of the general public, will be taken down and consigned to oblivion. Massey Rhind of New York won the commission to execute Mr. Calhoun No. 2, erected in June 1896. No. 1 found his resting place in the Confederate home yard. A finger was placed in the Charleston Museum. There ends the story obtainable at the Charleston Historical Society. There is no mention of the oddly tall pillar that stands on top of the grand 158 wide conventional pedestal with its luxuriating scrolls at the corners and its dignified plagues of speeches on each side. No explanation is offered for the remarkable disproportion of line that the pillar creates, nor for the fact that if you want to study Calhoun's features with your eye, or with that of a camera, you are interfered with by the sun and sky. Nothing I could find mentions certain Charlestonians' notice of the statues beyond the raucous Negro laughter implied by the nickname Calhoun and he wife. Graham and I fought about the picture I took of the statue. Innocently, I had intended it to illustrate her story. Graham said she would never have a picture of that man in her book. She was still passionate about a personage dead by then for nearly a century and a half. She intended, with malice aforethought, to exclude him from the list of guests just as surely as the Ladies' Society intended to include him on their own. I have already devoted more time to topics regarding the color line than my grandmother would have approved of. I need to pause to say something about this fact. Graham would be the first to say that Lemon Swamp is about her own life, it is not about the racist system that partly enclosed it. Matters of race and color are a permanent presence without being her principal subject. They are constituent to life, but they do not define life. For example, Graham fondly remembers the details of her very fancy wedding, a black affair, from beginning to end, but yet notices that curious white people from the neighborhood slipped into Wesley Church's gallery silently to behold the occasion's splendor. On the other hand, when she decided to go to Boston to get her trousseau, and took the Clyde Line ship, she did not at first remember whether it was segregated. The point was the adventure. She did not pay attention to where white people were on the ship. And in her story of the time she collided with a car driven by a white man, the initial subject had been proper dress, the motto mothers and aunts of all colors tell their nieces and daughters, dress, you never know. It turned out that she had thrown a coat atop her nightgown on the day of that accident. Her Aunt Harriet, severe exponent of dress, you never know, was proved right as grandmother made her way through downtown offices after the accident. But the fact that all the officials were white and all the aftermath unfolded downtown, among downtown white folks' colors for her in a distinctive way, a comeuppance anyone could have had. I would call these features involuntary memory, if the term had not already been filched from Proust and assigned a technical meaning. I use the term unintended memory instead, and I sometimes think it is also unintendable. Even so, such features are often not the main subject of the story, from Graham's point of view. This point needs emphasizing because, as I continue exploring matters of race and color here, I acknowledge that these did not command Graham's front-burner attention as they do mine. They are there in the way Mt. Kilimanjaro is there in Africa. For many intents and purposes, it is merely there, rising to its snow-capped peaks over the luxuriant tropicality of the town of Moshi. It is hardly to be missed yet hardly to be noticed, at once native and alien to the life around it. Tourists are the ones who preoccupy 159 themselves with looking at it. I am saying this to give warning that, as Graham's interlocutor, I was a tourist to her life with a tourist's habit of gawking. Graham criticized me more than once for my preoccupation. She called me angry. Once she even called me ugly on the subject and asked, "What must those people be doing to you up there?" So I invite you to exercise methodological mistrust in my case, to be suspicious of the selections I have made in my own exercising of remembering. It is a fact that I cannot help gazing at Kilimanjaro. The Kilimanjaro I gaze at, not always uncovered by clouds and mist, often comes into view in the form of unintended or unintendable memory. The inner horizon of the South's racial order is not the aspect we generally tend to think of first. It is easier to think of the South's Jim Crow regime in its outward and visible signs, its laws, its segregated spaces, its economic arrangements, its intermittent physical atrocities, and its civic iconography, items such as Calhoun's statue. But one learns through the testimony of inhabitants that it can at the same time be mapped out as an inward and invisible topography. It has objects analogous to mountains, rivers, and the like, which must be climbed, crossed, circumambulated, avoided, or otherwise taken into account. At the same time that these are not visible to the naked eye, and not immediately obvious to aliens on the scene, to insiders, much of the time, they are not specifically noteworthy. They remain, in the phrase of Harold Garfunkel, seen but unnoticed features of social life. 6. As such, they enter human memory. They often emerge in oral testimony as unintended memory. In actual life they emerge above all as social order. Whenever we start from a remove in time and space, these topographical features begin to seem less substantial than they are. We tend to think of them as movable by a mere movement of thought. Consider, for example, the 17th century English revolutionaries whom Christopher Hill describes in The World Turned Upside Down. These people embark on militant political projects by shaking and quaking, talking in tongues, and listening for the voice of prophecy. To us, they seem to be making a bizarre detour around a God present on the ground of ordinary experience that we nevertheless cannot see. To us, it seems there are more practical straight-ahead routes. It is as thought we watch from above as human beings walk, as we might walk, across a flat heath. But, unlike us, they then turn to walk around what seems to us a non-existent obstacle. Of course the obstacle is really there, unavoidably and materially there, but the knowledge of what it is, where it is, and that it is, they carry in memory. The memory I am talking about is not the individual's own. It is instead the fruit of a collaboration among the inhabitants of a common social locale. Having said this much, I think I can avoid the troubling yet expressive term collective memory, 7, although I mean something like it. Or, rather, I mean to say that fundamental features of human memory are not grasped at the level of the isolated individual. Upbringing or, to use my discipline's term, socialization provides the context in which the human brain's, and mind's, imperfect capacity for memory develops. It is also a process by which human 160 beings acquire things that cannot be remembered mistakenly. I want to present one example of this that emerged as unintended memory. Last spring while I visited my grandmother, a middle-aged woman dropped by. This woman and her brother had been Graham's pupils on James Island. They started to reminisce about those school days over 40 years ago. After a time, Graham spoke about the brother. What a fine, bright pupil he had been over the years. And very cute as a little fellow, his mother had liked to dress him in outfits with Peter Pan collars. And, oh, he was smart, he had a grand future because of his mind. The conversation seemed to be humming along in trivial sociability, but then I heard my grandmother saying, what they did to him was such a tragedy. How they could take that fine young man and put him in jail for all those years. How it broke his mother down. They both shook their heads in commiseration. My antennae went up. When I finally got my question in between the head shaking, the sister turned to me. Well, he didn't do it. The other boy did it, but he never would admit, so all those years my brother was in jail for what he did. He walked all around among us big as day, year in, year out, may he rot. And so forth in that vein, the anger at the other boy coming alive again, boiling, and engulfing the English syntax. Well, what happened? What happened? He never did ask for no drink of water. They said he sassied that white girl, talking about how he wants some water. My brother ain't do that, no better than that. Ain't stopped to ask that girl nothing. That other boy did, and my brother went to jail, never would own up that he asked for that drink of water. My brother went to jail in place of him. In a rush of renewed emotion, the woman had arrived at an invisible mountain and begun to walk around it. I piped up that neither one of them should have gone to jail 20 years over asking for a drink of water, not your brother and not the other boy either. If I hadn't seen the mountain yet, the awful way she looked up at me, and then ignored me, let me see it. I let further comment die in my mouth. I then saw what she saw, a black teenager who let his friend be convicted in his place. She did not see what I suddenly saw, a southern tableau, the impressionable white girl and her oppressive male kin enforcing an unjust etiquette of domination. A black young man did not ask a white young woman to address any sort of personal or bodily need. Her outrage at the wrong injustice revealed the Jim Crow order with an immediacy that intentional testimony never could. For this kind of unintended memory, I submit that cross-checking is redundant. For those of us who try to glean from personal testimony the movement of history, as well as history's congealment in an order, what is interesting in the end is the ferment. We went to glean from people's recollection what territory remained unsubdued, perhaps unsubduable, by the Jim Crow regime's obligatory remembering. We want to find out when and how they come to note, and wonder at, the positively audacious presence of Kilimanjaro. Not accidentally, it is the domain of education that we find continuous evidence of such ferment and continuous guerrilla war, for education is about what we agree that the 161 young should carry in their minds, what schoolbook lessons and what non-schoolbook lessons they should receive, about where they stand in the world and what that world is made of. In the 1950s, when the issue was desegregation, the guerrilla battles to fill the mind differently made the transition to conventional warfare. But in the 1920s and 1930s, Graham's heyday, this fight proceeded in the South on a personal or local scale, underground, and hit and run. But I would maintain that the larger fight that later entered national awareness is inconceivable without it. On Tuesday night of this week, PBS's McNeil/Lehrer NewsHour ended with one of its learned essays about national life. Roger Rosenblatt invited us to contemplate how Dwight D. Eisenhower, the sleepy, conservative president, surprised those who had elected him, by launching the civil rights era. His memory could not have been more mistaken. The launching was done by the people whose business it was. This launching was done not only by those who put their hand on the plow, and their eyes on the prize, in the 1940s and 1950s, but also by others who began long before that. Graham loved to tell the story of old Mrs. Burton, who lived on the same James Island where black people in 1,000 ways were inculcated with the unjust etiquette I described. No doubt in many of those ways Mrs. Burton was inculcated, too. But as a military widow, she was collecting a pension, which meant that she had to collect her check from the downtown white powers that be. When Graham began to teach her pupils' parents and grandparents, Mrs. Burton made it her business, old as she was, to learn to sign her name. People asked her why she bothered and asked Graham why she bothered with a pupil so old. But Mrs. Burton kept on coming and brought the teacher, Graham said, more eggs than the law allows. She was determined to be able to walk into that office of downtown white folks one day and sign for her pension properly. Mrs. Burton was after a schoolbook lesson, she was after a non-schoolbook lesson. She was determined to stop having to put herself down as X. Graham said, the day Mrs. Burton could go into that office and write Mrs. Samuel Burton, she almost didn't need her walking stick. In fights as small-scale and personal as this one, the fight to be known by one's own name, the guerrilla war went on in the worst of times, blasting away bit by bit the invisible mountains of the Jim Crow South. Let me close by saying that, during my time of liberation from scholarly constraint, Graham assigned me a part in a continuing guerrilla war in which memory is not only a source of information about the past but also a force in creating the future. But, in a development that gave me many hours of methodological bad conscience, coming to grasp history in this immediately human sense involved departing from rules that define its incomparably paler counterpart, a mode of scientifically disciplined study. In the process, I had to think again about what this scientific discipline is for, what a present-day scholar's pursuit of knowledge is and is not, and after thinking again, to see how called for modesty is about what it can add to civilization. What does inquiry disciplined by the ideals of science accomplish if it is neither here nor there in terms of the growth of the individual, if it must by its 162. Nature remains silent, as my mentor Max Weber says, on the question what shall we do, and how shall we live, if it paradoxically says that one way we shall live, as researchers, is according to an ethics of research that pertains to research and aught else, if it cuts through the flesh of human communication to expose for viewing an internal organ but marvels not at the act of surgery, if it is passionately committed to a search for truth that is not, cannot, and must not be a quest for wisdom. None of this is meant to disparage the scientific model of knowledge, but it is meant to take note of the possibility that the very prestige of this model in an age of information may obscure what is particular and odd about it, and thus obscure what vital tasks this mode of pursuing knowledge leaves undone, unconceived, perhaps even unconceivable. With this conundrum about method, I leave off speaking for myself and let the Polish poet Czesław Miłosz say what I think I have come to understand. To see means not only to have before one's eyes. It may also mean to preserve in memory. To see and to describe may also mean to reconstruct in imagination. A distance achieved thanks to the mystery of time must not change events, landscapes, human figures into a tangle of shadows growing paler and paler. On the contrary, it can show them in full light, so that every event, every date becomes expressive and persists as an eternal reminder of human depravity and human greatness. Those who are alive receive a mandate from those who are silent forever. They can fulfill their duties only by trying to reconstruct precisely things as they were, and by wresting the past from fictions and legends. 8. It is by trying to reconstruct things as they were by all means those that partake in scientific method, and those that display the method's limits that we fulfill our historic duties and, at the same time, fulfill our quintessentially human desire to know with nourishment worthy of it. 10. History-telling and time. An example from Kentucky. Alessandro Portelli. A multivocal art. History-telling is a form of verbal art generated by the cultural and personal encounter in the context of fieldwork. It differs from more traditional forms of storytelling in narrative range, and in kind and degree of audience involvement. The narrative range is wider, prompted by the interviewer. The history teller weaves personal recollections into a broader historical background, and is encouraged to expand the tale toward a full-sized oral autobiography in which the self-contained narrative units of anecdotes or tales are included in a more complex framework. In terms of audience involvement, while all oral speech acts and verbal arts imply a degree of interaction, history-telling differs in several respects. First, the interviewer is not usually a member of the speaker's immediate circle. Thus, mutual discovery is intrinsic to history-telling. The interviewer tries to learn the history of the interviewee, while the interviewee tries to figure out who the interviewer is, and how to deal with her, or him. Second, the interviewer is an especially active listener. Not only has he/she created the history-telling situation, but he/she shapes it by asking questions which are much more directive than the antiphonal audience reactions of traditional storytelling. Often, in fact, the interviewer will pose unexpected questions, encouraging the history teller to explore new areas of experience, or to verbalize explicitly what is taken for granted and remains unsaid when speaking to members of the immediate community. A good interviewer facilitates the history teller's overall strategy, but a good history teller subtly shapes the tale according to the presence and manner of the interviewer. To a degree much higher than other oral verbal arts, history-telling is a multi-authored, multivocal genre. Third, storytelling is a direct tapping of existing, outcropping memory. History-telling, as a cooperative effort between several narrators or between them and the interviewer, is an attempt to reconstruct memory. Thus, in a history-telling situation, listeners will prompt the principal narrator's mem. Ori or take narrative turns themselves in order to achieve a more complete reconstruction of the group's memory. While storytelling is largely an end in itself, history-telling is finalized to the production of an artifact and eventually a text. These differences result in a diversified use of space, rather than the single speaker facing a circle of listeners. History-telling is done in a face-to-face exchange between narrator and interviewer or, alternatively, a circle of narrators facing a usually lone listener/interviewer across a space mediated by the strategic placement of a microphone. Therefore, while memory is the stuff of both storytelling and history-telling, the latter is also specifically about memory. The spaces and times of history-telling sessions, therefore, are in themselves lieu de mémoire. You're free to tape choose what you want. In this essay I will use as my text one interview in which two narrators, a man and a woman, tell about life from the 1930s to the present in the coal fields of Harlan County, Kentucky. These Kentuckians tell their story with a wealth of detail and an extraordinary command of personal style and skill of language. Oral history is usually keen to frame individual stories in the collective discourse which is history. But by concentrating on a single interview, I hope to show that an oral personal narrative can achieve levels of structural complexity comparable to those of literary texts, and can therefore stand the close individual analysis we usually devote to written literature. I sought out Reverend Hugh Cowens and his wife, Julia Cowens, in Lexington, Kentucky, in October 1983, because friends at the Highlander Center for Social Research told me they were both very fine speakers, singers, and organizers for the Union and the Civil Rights Movement. Reverend Cowens had worked many years in the coal mines of Kentucky and Virginia, until he lost his sight from the consequences of an old war wound. A few years later, he received the call to preach. I went to see them on a Sunday afternoon. They lived in a nice house in a middle-class area. At least 3 generations of children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren kept coming and going through the living room. Also, my wife and another woman, a student/colleague from the University of Rome, were with me. The context was halfway between a formal interview and a social visit, culminating in a dinner of fried chicken. This was my first interview in the Appalachian Project, so I was there to listen rather than to assert a specific agenda of questions I wanted to ask. So it was Reverend Cowens who asked the first question, "You in the United Mine Workers?" After I explained that I was a union member back home, the history telling could begin. 166. Now, you all. Now you're free to tape choose what you want. First of all, I'll just let you know my name. My name is Reverend Hugh Cowens, Jr., and I reside at 3753 Marriott Drive. And, you have come for information and I'll readily give it to you. Now back in the 30s when I started in the coal mines, I was nothing but a boy. I had not reached my 13th birthday, 14th birthday, rather because, at that time, you could go in the mines, they'd take you at any age. 2. Reverend Cowens went on for about 45 minutes, without pauses or interruptions. The conversation then lasted all afternoon. The monologic form of the first section was shaped by several factors: Reverend Cowens's experience of public speaking as a preacher and organizer, his blindness, which made it easier for him to abstract himself from his listeners, and the fact that we, as interviewers, did not yet ask any interrupting questions. He delivered, then, what was largely a set piece, a public performance, which developed into a more personal dialogue only after his wife entered the conversation. In his opening monologue, Reverend Cowens told the story of his life not, however, in linear fashion, but cyclically, shuttling twice back and forth from back in the 30s to the present, and breaking the second cycle into 2 very distinct sections before and after he quit work in the mines. His speech may thus be divided in sections in which shifts in the handling of time and narrative form designate shifting layers of personal experience. His story moved from public history rendered in the third person to more personal biography rendered in the first person. History-telling and narrative modes. In earlier articles, I have described these modes of history-telling, that is, 3 ways of organizing historical narrative in terms of point of view, social reference, and space reference. 1. Institutional social referent, politics and ideology, government, parties, unions, elections, etc. Space referent, the nation, the state point of view, third person, impersonal. 2. collective social referent, the community, the neighborhood, the job, strikes, natural catastrophes, rituals, collective participation in the institutional level space referent, the town, the neighborhood, the workplace point of view, first person plural 3. Personal social referent, private and family life, the life cycle, personal involvement in the two other levels space referent, the home point of view, first person singular. 3. 167. These modes are never totally and explicitly separate, or separable, in oral history narrative. In fact, history telling is precisely the art of combining the modes into meaningful patterns. Also, their characteristics are more a matter of tendency than of norm. Each history-telling event is unique and creates its own style and grammar. We may, however, use these categories as a map to orient ourselves in the analysis. Each of the three sections of Reverend Cowens's opening narrative is controlled by a different mode, first the institutional, then the communal, and finally the personal, with frequent overlappings but with a recognizable overall pattern. As we listen to the first section, we can see that it is dominated by the impersonal pronouns and iterative verbal forms of the institutional mode, and you worked under all kinds of oppressive conditions. I mean, no organized labor and they had gun thugs. Now what we mean by that, they would go to the high sheriff of the county. He would deputize them, and then the company would pay their salary. That was in ordinance to keep United Mine Workers out. The iterative form and the impersonal pronouns designate a general and lasting condition. First-person pronouns and singulative verbs are introduced in anecdotes intended as examples of this broader situation. The narrator then quickly reverts to the impersonal iterative, and if you joined it, they would come in and beat your head and throw your family outdoors and throw you off the job and everything. I remember once on the job that they had my uncle to pull his britches down and they whipped him right before my face. And if you had to lay off, you had to lay off in the mines, they didn't allow you to lay off at home. The social referent is the union as political institution, with emphasis on the leadership. Reverend Cowens begins by associating himself with the top leaders, and we were glad when John L. Lewis came along and God sent the man along in 37-38 because I was instrumental in the drive. I was one of the leaders of that organization, and ends with a discussion of the current leadership crisis, in the union and in the country. I'm sorry that all of this corruptness come about in the organization, but that happens everywhere. You can look at Washington right now. The chief of corruption is right there. And some of it sprung from the Oval Office. And I feel sorry for our president Rich Trumka. And I don't know what is going to happen, cause when Reagan taken office, he went in bust in union. I mean, all he cares about is the rich, yeah, understand? And, we are at, roughly, a deep end. It's just about to go over it. If God don't help us, I mean, we're sold out. Having reached the present, Reverend Cowens goes back to the beginning and tells his story all over again in the very next sentence. But he now shifts to the first-person point of view. I have gone in the mines now, I want you to. 168. Hear this good. He uses the first person consistently from now on, and soon shifts also from iterative synthesis to linear narrative and to singulative verbs. I had left Harlan County, where I was instrumental in organizing. Left Harlan in 40, and I went to Gary, West Virginia, June I don't exactly June 1940. And I started driving mules in the mine. This second section is an interesting combination of the communal and personal modes. In fact, while Reverend Cowens uses the first-person pronoun of the personal mode, the space and social referents are those of the communal mode, the union local, the workplace. While the first cycle was the story of how the union changed the coal mines, the second section is the story of a representative working life. By combining the two modes, Reverend Cowens manages to project his own image as a representative man. He is a representative worker who shares the experiences of others like him and knows his job. I said I could do anything around and could. I could help on electricity, I said I could lay track, I can timber, I said I can help on the motor, machine, anything you have to. And, as an organizer in the union, he is also an institutional representative of the collectivity of the miners. This section, in fact, includes a variant of the typical standing up tough boss story which recurs in stories or organizers and celebrated working men. For and again he brings it up to the present by comparing the ethnic composition of the workforce in the mines of the 30s and the situation there today. So far, the working life had dominated the narrative. We have seen that he begins the story of his life as many working class narrators do, not with the day he was born but with the day he started in the mines. 5. Symmetrically, the second section ends with the last shift of work I performed was August 31, 1956. In the third section, although the narrative goes forward in chronological terms, the mode shifts dramatically. As he tells about losing his sight, leaving the mines, haggling with the Veterans Administration, being called to preach, Reverend Cowens no longer tells a story of political and union struggles, but one of intense personal struggle for identity and survival. Now the story is no longer about John L. Lewis, Ronald Reagan, or the mine management, but about his eyes and his God. And from then I kept moving and I had not accepted my calling in the ministry. But eventually the Lord bare down so heavy. And I, just one day backed in, that was in 60, I just backed my automobile in the driveway. And the doctors always did predict I'd lose my sight. I just backed my automobile in the driveway and woke up the next morning blind as a bat. But the Lord has been good to me. He brought us thus far. The space referents again shift toward the personal mode, the hospital, a very important space in personal narratives, and the home. We lived in a house in Harlan. It was a rent house. Symmetrically, the stories of confrontation no longer deal with bosses, but with landladies. 169. Now, I don't want you preachin'. And this is where we are today, Reverend Cowens concluded for the third time. And he passed on the floor to his wife. Is that right, baby? That's right. And she know because she was raised up on the coal cabin. She may have something she might wanna add. Do you have something, baby, you might wanna add? This, in fact, is where I asked my first interruptive question, mentioning that I had heard that they had met for the first time when they were on opposite sides of a picket line. So Reverend Cowens resumed the floor to tell that story, and again asked, do you want to say anything? Well, not really, Mrs. Cowens replied, but then she took over and spoke for almost 30 minutes. I mean, I was born and raised by there in Cardinal, Kentucky, down south, up in the mountains there, Bell County. That's the only life, you know, that I knew was coal mining. My father, grandfather, great-grandfather, they were all coal miners. And, as my husband said, when I was growing up, the coal mining was just very bad. You didn't really live, you just existed, Mrs. Cowens's time and space referents are different from her husband's. Her life story does not begin with getting a job but with being born, and in her narrative there is no break comparable to the last shift of work. In her experience, life and working life are never totally distinct. She was never formally employed outside the home and, symmetrically, she is never unemployed, even in her old age, inside the home. Even in her old age, she is helping to raise more than one generation of grandchildren. Her only outside work was housework, a continuation of what she did inside. 14 years old, I had to come out of school and take care of my mother, my 4 sisters and brothers. And you know I wasn't trained for anything, all domestic, you know. I knew how to keep house. And that's how I took care of my mother, my sisters and brothers, on my knees, scrubbing floors, climbing walls, just whatever I could do. And I worked all day long for $1. $1. I mean, I worked all day long. In this part of her narrative, however, the mode is communal rather than personal, and the space referent is the town rather than the home. She did not volunteer much information about children and marriages, partly because we were strangers, but also because of her husband's presence. When interviewed alone, 5 years later, she was much more open about these topics. Also, she understood our approach to be social and political, rather than personal, and felt she was also giving us what she thought we wanted, as well as staying on safer ground. The coal camp had been absent from her husband's story. His community was the workplace, not the town. Thus the male-female symmetry of space reference in this interview followed the division of experiences in the 170 mining community, where the men spent most of the time underground, while the women had to deal with the outside world. According to Mrs. Cowens, my mother would send me to the store, the grocery, and I never remember asking for but $1. $1. I've never gone to the window say $2, $3, $5. Whatever you had to have, you go to that company store and buy it. You did not leave off of that company property, to go to the next town to buy anything and bring it back in there. No, you didn't do that. And that kept the persons more or less, especially if you had a family of any size, that kept you in debt, all the time, you just stayed in debt. Work a lifetime and be in debt to the company, and some of the old coral camps, they had fences. They had guards to let you in there and guards to let you out. Like a concentration camp or something. And we grew up under those conditions. Her description of the coal camp, however, is also a way of explaining why she had been on the other side, throwing rocks at the Union pickets, when they met. While her husband uses personal stories as examples of a general condition, she uses the communal background to make sense of her personal behavior. She threw rocks at the picket because the employer's power extended to the control of what their workers knew and believed. Whatever the company officials said, that was the law. And all we knew was they were comin' to stop the men from workin', That's all we knew about it. And so I used to get a bunch of kids and we'd line up and get us a pile o' rocks and we'd see them comin' and we start throwin' rocks at 'em, When she recalled having to seek outside domestic work, she explained that there were no human resources, no welfare, no nothing in Kentucky, that I know about, at that time. Her narration was, indeed, much closer to the form of history telling that I was looking for. It was making politics and social conditions come alive through their impact on individual lives. From this moment on, Mrs. Cowens was firmly in command of the conversation. She delegated to her husband, to whom she deferred openly and sincerely, all discourse in the institutional mode, either by giving him the floor or by telling stories in which he played the central role. On the other hand, she successfully resisted her husband's attempt to regain control of the general drift of discourse. She allowed him to interrupt her, and frequently invited him to speak, yet retained discursive control. It was she who prompted his memory, suggested topics and episodes, and managed the timing and form his contributions. Rev. Cowens, baby, let me say something. Mrs. Cowens, now, I don't want you preachin', lemme hear. Rev. Cowens, I'm not gonna preach. One just wanna tell ya. In this, she was also helped by the fact that we, as interviewers, were much more responsive to her approach and encouraged it by our occasional case. 111. The result is a much more multivocal, interactive discourse in which all participants take a creative and explicit role. Place of memory. In this multivocal discourse, the handling of time becomes more erratic than in the two monologues. Rather than the earlier combination of cyclical and linear structures, we find a free flow of achronological associations. This is, in fact, the more frequent form in oral history interviews, determined by the interplay of the structure of memory and the dialogue situation. In memory, time becomes space, all the recollected past exists simultaneously in the same place. Speakers therefore may tend to arrange events along paradigmatic lines of similarity rather than along syntagmatic lines of chronological sequence. From the strike of 1939, Mrs. Cowens shifted to the Brookside strike of 1973, and Reverend Cowens associated the 1938 Union Drive to the National Miners' Strike of 1978. A more complex form is the multivocal association generated by the interaction of different speakers in conversation. In a typical sequence, a story told by Reverend Cowens about a speech he made in Detroit prompted me to ask him a question about preaching, which in turn unleashed a reminiscence of childhood on an Alabama plantation, and you see, to make a good minister, you got to bring things to people's remembrance. I remember that now and then, that when we worked on the farm and boys down there, you had to go to the plantation owner. The story thus begun evolved into a sermon fragment, which drifts into a speech on civil rights and then stories about his work in the movement. At this point Mrs. Cowens is reminded of other powerful speeches he made and takes us all the way back to the Detroit speech we had started out with. In all this free association, however, an underlying structure remains unchanged, the vision of history as a contrast between a generalized then and a generalized now. The watershed between these two epochs is the rise of the Union in the coal fields, the past is before they became organized. Stories about the rising of the Union, the organizing drive of 1938, the dramatic strike of 1939 are, therefore, pivotal to the whole structure of the conversation, and both narrators keep going back to them. We might define these events as sites of memory, and their significance as such is also revealed by the formal organization of the narrative. In the stories about these watershed events, all modes, institutional, communal, personal, come together, as if all meanings converged there. The first-person point of view, the communal space referent of town and workplace, the institutional social referent of union and government all intermingle in Reverend Cowens' story of the Union Drive. They came, and the first mass meeting we had was at Fabre, Kentucky. That's where I worked. All three pronominal forms they, we, I are concentrated in this opening clause. He then goes on. 172. It was a fellow called Chester Smith. He had a large pasture out there and he built a flat for him, and we had many speeches. And we would go and try to get individuals to sign a check-off slip. That was in ordinance to set up a local. And you'd crawl, and I'd crawl up in men's places on my knees and beg them to sign the cut-off slip. And they would cuss me out. But eventually, we were victorious, after I guess you can recall when Mr. John L. Lewis had gone into Washington, that time. Mrs. Cowens also tells about those times, weaving the personal mode together with the communal and the institutional. You Jews certainly wouldn't believe it, but before they got organized, Harlan County blood ran like water. Many a man lost their lives. And, oh, they were slaughtered like hogs. I remember right there in Cardinal, baby, when Governor Chandler, Happy Chandler, sent those tin horns in air to guard those, what they call scabs, in the mine and out. My mother used to take in washings and ironing. And she did the laundry, you know. My mother used to do the laundry for these soldiers that were there. The pivotal function of this site of memory is shown by the fact that this is where the narrative becomes most movingly biblical. Both narrators take the floor, swapping tales back and forth, reinforcing each other's testimony with converging points of view. I faced the machine guns that morning, Reverend Cowens breaks in. You see, we had a women's local in Kearney, Kentucky. And their sons was manning the machine guns. And we went for them. And they came down the road with clubs in their hands singing Amazing Grace and all o' these spiritual songs. And one woman looked up from singing her songs and she said, "What you doing up there?" And she got him off that machine gun. After he has told this story, he gives the floor back to his wife. "Sorry, I just wanted to go ahead." As she resumes, the story connects back to her early anti-union days and forward to the women's role in the Brookside strike of the 70s, and we had women picket lines. I gone on a picket line after, you know, growing and knowing what this was all about. And we talking coffee and donuts to the men, you know about this Brookside episode, that Brookside deal. Well, we were just about 3 miles above this at that time. There's always gonna be a line in many oral history narratives. All modes converge not only on pivotal events but also on crucial themes. War, for instance, has such a total impact that it can be narrated in all modes. Mussolini ruined the country, our town was destroyed, I lost a son. In the Cowans's interview, all modes converged on another pervasive theme, race. 173. In Reverend Cowans's opening monologue, each section contains a reference to racial discrimination. The first occurs when he is describing the impact of unionism. It is a personal anecdote, told in the framework of the political, institutional discourse. My father, he's past and gone now, he told me, says, you're crazy to go on those picket lines. You'll get killed. He said, it's not going to benefit anybody but the white man. I says, well, I know it will benefit him more than it benefits me, but I see some good in that for you and I see some in it for me. In you old age I see medical benefits, I see retirement, and everything, I says, although, I said I know that it is discriminatory practice in it but it's better than what we have working in those water holes and slave condition. And, sure enough, when he reached the age of retirement, he had medical benefits. He died drawing his pension. Now I've lived up to the age where I draw my pension. And there's nothing better than United Mine Workers. At the end of the second section, the reconstruction of his working life, Reverend Cowans takes time for another comparison between then and now. This time, it has to do with the presence of blacks in the communal space of the workplace. Now if you were black, back when I went in the mines and there was stevedore work, you got your job. All the man wanted to know, if you were black, you get a job. If you were white you probably were laying track or you were running a motor. Very few blacks operated the motors then. If you worked on a motor at all, you had to be a brakeman. And my father, he was a machine operator. And they would put whites with him to learn him how to operate the machines and after he learned them, then he was subject to be fired. And, when the Mantrap 6 used to run y'all believe it or not, the Mantrap looked like a bunch o' blackbirds. But now when it run, it looked like a flock of geese, white. You might see one black in there that looks like a fly. Reverend Cowans concludes his speech with a final reference to racism, which stresses again the political approach, and an optimistic view in the then and now framework, but now although there is prejudice within the ranks of the United Mine Workers, but here is the best thing for the working man in the mine because all of these issues can be straightened out and it is somewhat better now than it was a long time ago. Throughout his performance, Reverend Cowans never discusses the impact of racism on his own life and personal feelings. Only later, after his wife has shifted the mode, he tells a story with a personal space referent, about a white lady who refused to rent to them when she found out they were black. When Mrs. Cowans begins to speak, she shifts the discourse on race from the institutional to the personal mode, from politics to feelings. At first, she also speaks in rather abstract terms, about the KKK, divisions in the civil rights movement and in the black community, the NAACP. Then, a sudden change of pace, and I'll tell you another thing. We as a race we've been oppressed. The change is palpable also on the 174. Linguistic plane, in the shift from the standard English we've been to the black English we've been. As she goes on to describe the discrimination and exclusion of black people in Harlan County, and her struggle, with her husband, against these conditions, the communal forms and referents are animated by a deeply personal urgency of feelings, revealed by the gushing of words and the intensity of her tone, and I'll be done. And if I have to die for standing up for what I believe in, that's just the way it'll be. Cause fear see, that's what it's about anyhow, they rule you with fear, that's what they did to us threats and fears. Cause I would rather be dead than to live under the oppressive kindi one don't want my children and grandchildren to come under what I did, what I had to come through. Finally, as if making another conscious decision to escalate, she touches where it hurts most, At the very personal level of sexual politics, of lynching, miscegenation, the white fear of rape. And I'll tell you anytime, that they wanted to have trouble, bring trouble with the minorities, they'd use a black man and a white woman. Referring to a nephew of hers who is involved with a white girl, she says, I told him at a meeting, I said, now, I'll tell ya right now, if you think you prejudiced, I said, you just meet in prejudiced. That's cause I don't want my daughter to marry your son any more than you want you son to marry my daughter. I said, that's just the way I'm raised. I'm black. God didn't make no mistake when he made me, I said. I didn't make myself. He made me what he wanted me to be. But now I'm telling you, I don't want my son to have your daughter any more than you want your daughter to have my son. I said, ain't nobody gonna drag my son or my daughter out, like they have done and hang them or whatever. I said, have been a time that this happened, didn't nobody die but black. I said, but, brother, you better believe that if they bury somebody black, they gonna bury somebody white. I said, you'd better believe that. This rugged speech about a dramatic confrontation and the horror of lynching is a long way from the blandly optimistic view of evolving race relations in the Union. This progression, from the institutional to the personal mode, is shaped to a large extent by another factor, the interpersonal authorship of history telling. Race is not only a pervasive element in the black experience, but is also a very touchy subject when black history tellers are interviewed by white historians. The formulaic I'll tell you, which marks each new step in Mrs. Cowens's narrative, signals also a new step in the relationship, as if she had decided either that she could talk to us or that certain things needed to be told anyway. In the passage in which Mrs. Cowens confronted her deepest feelings toward white people, the historical discourse mingled with an implicit statement about the interview, my grandma she was a daughter of SS slaves. Her parents were slaves. And they used to sit around and tell things, you know, that happened when they were children and what they parents said. And I'll tell. 175. You what that will do for you, although you might not have done a thing in this world to me, but because you're white, of what my parents said. I don't trust you, you know. And so for being misused by a white person, I've never been. But I've seen conditions of others, you know, blacks as a whole. So I was raised, my grandmother always told us, I don't care what nobody say, I don't care how good they look, how good they talk, you gonna always be black. There's gonna always be a line. I don't trust you. She is ostensibly, and perhaps intentionally, speaking in general terms, using the impersonal you. But I could not help feeling that this broad, political mode was indissolubly twined with a very personal, immediate mode. She was talking in general, but she was also talking to me. Several passages later in the conversation, Mrs. Cowens endeavored to attenuate the impact of this statement by historicizing it. So, that's what I had in mind all of my life. Okay, but as you live, time changes, see. And so when God changed my heart toward a lot of things, then I could see better. And learn to just love people because you're you, not because you black. During my second visit 5 years later, she was hospitable, talkative, eloquent. But it was said, it remained said, and it was the most important lesson I learned that day. One part of the lesson was political. Why, indeed, should she trust me, just because I may have acted and spoken nicely and sympathetically? As a character in Toni Morrison's Beloved puts it, nothing in the world more dangerous than a white schoolteacher. 7. There's gonna always be a line, Mrs. Cowens said. It takes more than goodwill and good manners to overcome the historical barrier between blacks and whites, and I had learned from Richard Wright's Mary Dalton that it is not up to me to decide when I can be allowed to step across. Perhaps one reason for her relative openness may have been, indeed, that we showed no inclination to invade her territory. Another part of the lesson was methodological. The concept of line is intimately related to writing, and thus evokes the fact that my own role in the multi-authored and multi-vocal enterprise begun with Reverend and Mrs. Cowens's narrative was to write it down, turning history-telling into oral history and literary text, which can be distanced from the original narrators and performers. On the one hand, the line is also a class line, on the other, it stands as the boundary between orality and writing, a written trace of the absence of the voice. Indeed, the polysemous word line connects the very concept of geographical and social boundaries in a primary reference to writing. For instance, in an essay on resistance to enclosures in South Africa, Isabel Hofmeyr demonstrates that fencing has a number of cultural functions that are not unrelated to the preconceptions of literacy. Fences, for example, write certain forms of authority into the countryside, and by representing the thin, fixed line of the boundary in the earth, they imprint the textual world of maps, treaties, and surveying on the landscape. While oral or, more precisely, paraliterate societies obviously recognize and 176 mark boundaries, these are always fluid and have none of the fixity of the pencil-thin boundary of the sheer, narrow fence. Since boundaries are never rigid and, in any event, have to be accommodated to the character of the landscape, they are always subject to some form of negotiation. 8. Thus the interplay of line as metaphor and line as writing points to a complex question of representation, the braiding of artificiality and reality. Ultimately, the line itself becomes a physical lieu de mémoire. On the map, the Kentucky-Tennessee line just southwest of Harlan County across Cumberland Gap looks just as if someone had penned a straight line across uncharted territory, but on the other side of the county, the Kentucky-Virginia border follows the winding natural outline of the mountain ridges. By now, the written Tennessee line is no less real than the physical Virginia line. History has its own way of making the artificial real. This also applies to Mrs. Cowens's line. You don't even be aware of this prejudice, she said, till you become a certain age and the parents go to separate in, you know, but because this line is artificial, there's no reason to pretend it isn't there. As W.E.B. Du Bois put it long ago, the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line, and it's still with us. One of the clichés of fieldwork is that the interviewer must endeavor to win the confidence and trust of the interviewee, and to a certain extent, this happened also in our encounter with the Cowenses. But the plural authorship of history-telling requires a plurality of subjects, and therefore a degree of difference. Thus, much of the eloquence and drama of the interview was generated precisely by the awareness of the distance and difference which still stood between us. When Mrs. Cowens said "I don't trust you," in one breath she both drew and erased the line, as she declared her inability to overcome the line. By recognizing it openly she was already speaking across it. Notes. A different, shorter version of this essay originally appeared in the Oral History Review, 20, NOS 1-2, 51-66. 1. Black Elk Speaks, as told through John G. Neihardt. Arnold Krupat notes that this is a common practice in Native American oral narration. 2. The interview is quoted here as transcribed by Ms. Julia Hairston. 3. Seconds the death of Luigi Trastulli, memory and the event, and the time of my life, functions of time in oral history, both in A Portelli, the death of Luigi Trastulli and other stories, form and meaning in oral history. Also relevant is form and meaning of historical representation, the Battle of Evarts and the Battle of Crummies, Harlan County, Kentucky, 1931-1941, lecture presented at the European Oral History Conference, Essen, Germany, March 1990, to be published in the conference. Proceedings, forthcoming. 4. See Life and Times of Valtero Pepoloni, worker, in the death of Luigi Trastulli, for several stories of this kind told by Italian steel workers. 111. 5. For another Harlan County example, compare this excerpt from an interview with Mr. James Hall, a black miner from Lynch, Kentucky. I went into the mines when I was 16 years old. What year were you born in? I was born in 1917. When I went in the mine. 6. The mantrap is a vehicle which carries miners into the mine. 7. Toni Morrison, Beloved, 266. 8. Isabel Hoffmeyer, Antara v. The Wire, Fences, Boundaries, Orality, Literacy, International Journal of Oral History 11, 69-91. An example of fluid boundaries in paraliterate societies is found in the case related by Harlan County lawyer Sidney Douglas of the land deeds in which the boundary between two properties is marked by a snowbank, which obviously melts in the summer. Interview with Sidney Douglas, Harlan County, Kentucky, July 13, 1987. 11. Susan Willis. The relationship of history and memory to African American life cannot be fully addressed today without confronting the influence of mass culture. In the United States, the 90s marked the burgeoning of an African American presence throughout the media. Rap is everywhere. Cars pulse and throb through the suburbs to its rhythms, rendered all the more effective with the windows rolled up. Rap-inspired music dominates the pop charts, making it acceptable for white teeny bopper consumption. Meanwhile, campus radicals debate the politics of Public Enemy, Ice-T, and the Notorious 2 Live Crew. Rap monologues are even used in TV and radio commercials for everything from furniture to toothpaste. Television programming as a whole has opened itself up to African American actors, styles, and language. Where some 15 or 20 years ago television shows occasionally featured a singular black character, such as Uhuru in Star Trek, black actors today have become an all-but mandatory feature in TV's weekly diet of cop thrillers, dramatic series, and family, slice-of-life sitcoms. Not surprisingly, the controversial series In Living Color recently presented its take on Star Trek. The skit held Captain Kirk up to ridicule for his privileged indulgence in authority over a diverse crew whose multi-ethnicity was the basis for each member's subservient position. As TV and radio have given way to an expanding black cultural presence, so too have the newsstands. Where ebony was once an anomaly on the magazine rack of white fashion trends and lifestyles, there are now many new black magazines, each corresponding to a particular marketing niche in the black community. One of these is the up-tempo magazine Young Brothers and Sisters, intended for the adolescent and young teen reader/consumer, whose horoscopes urge black youths to get part-time and after-school jobs in order to buy all the things advertised on the pages of the magazine. The influx of African American participation in the media and in mainstream American mass culture represents a striking change for a country that less than 30 years ago tried to maintain the separate but equal status of black Americans. My intent here is not to undermine the significant gains that entry into the media mainstream includes. Nor do I want to lose sight of 178. 179. The consequences that ethnic diversity has for white Americans who may have been schooled to think that reality was the world of the primer that Toni Morrison deconstructs on the first page of The Bluest Eye. Nevertheless, I want to pose some difficult questions about the relationship of African American culture to the mass culture industry. None of what follows will be definitive, nor will there even be tentative answers. The field of cultural studies, which is my academic base, is itself in formation. It stands to gain from raising issues, exploring possibilities, and posing rather than answering questions. The intersection of cultural studies and African American studies ought not be foreclosed by definitive statements, but allowed to give shape to the practice of interdisciplinary inquiry. The central question is whether or not mass culture provides a site for the recovery of history and the expression of cultural memories. Put another way, does mass culture offer African Americans a means for preserving cultural practices and the group's history over time as these were once preserved and conveyed in folk culture and oral traditions? I want to suggest some distinctions that I use as a way of conceptualizing the difference between folk culture, popular culture, and mass culture. Basically speaking, these are historical categories. Each articulates a different relationship to the mode of production. While history doesn't fall into neat periods and there is much interplay among these cultural forms, folk culture largely pertains to the pre-capitalist world, an agrarian or tribal mode of production, and all the traditional cultural objects and practices that enhanced people's spiritual and secular lives. By comparison, I see popular culture corresponding to the centuries-long transition, which is in no way complete, to a fully capitalized globe. I would define the slave cultures of the Americas as popular cultures representing the articulation of many different folk forms under an emerging capitalist economy. In determining the difference between popular culture and subsequent mass cultural forms, I would make one crucial distinction. That is, popular culture defines a cultural community where the producers of culture are also its consumers. For instance, the workers in the Florida turpentine camps whose tales were recorded by Zora Neale Hurston were simultaneously the producers and the consumers of their tales. Hurston's book Mules and Men represents the transition of the popular form to a consuming audience whose only separation from a mass cultural audience is the literary nature of Hurston's book. Popular culture forms are extremely resilient and may erupt out of the homogeneity of mass society. The Hootenanny is a recent countercultural example, for the way it called upon the audience/consumer to hoot and join in the production of the event. This community of production/consumption is cancelled out by mass culture, which is synonymous with capitalist culture, and the commodity form, whose primary feature is the distinct separation between those who control and produce the cultural commodity and those who buy it. Mass culture limits participation to consumption. I offer this model not as a device for categorizing all forms of cultural expression but rather as a means for recognizing cultural expressions that 180. Stretch the categories. Most minority cultural forms emerge as instances of popular culture and undergo transformation to mass culture. For instance, breakdancing claimed the public space of urban street and sidewalk for the articulation of community. Harking back to traditional dance forms as old as the diaspora, breakdancing featured a calling-out format where dancers challenged one another to acrobatic combat. Being spectator and being participant were one. However, the reciprocity between production and consumption gave way when breakdancing was picked up by the media for wider distribution and consumption. Movies like Harry Belafonte's Beat Street attempted to preserve the cultural integrity of breakdancing while taming its dangerous relationship to urban street culture and gang rivalry. As a final development of the form, breakdancing troupes began to provide entertainment at mass-market venues like suburban shopping malls, thus recreating a social dynamic as old as the plantation that distinguishes the black, exotic dancer from the dominant white spectator. At this point the dancer undergoes transformation and becomes a performer rather than a producer of culture. Production is now controlled by unseen organizers and owners of venues, while the spectator becomes a consumer, wholly removed from the possibility of ever being challenged or called out to join in the production of culture or to question the racially dense separation between performers and spectators. These considerations have a bearing on the question of history and memory in mass culture. The example of breakdancing suggests that distinctly recognizable African American cultural forms including rhythms, dance patterns, and the phenomenon of calling out can be transmitted across geographic space and historical time to emerge in new communally produced cultural forms. However, it is not clear by this example whether cultural memories continue to inform cultural expressions once they attain mass form. If MTV is any indication of cultural trends, then the dominant culture seems to have an insatiable need for the ethnic and the new. Furthermore, expanding technologies facilitate the immediate assimilation of diverse culture expressions for mass audience consumption. Breakdancing existed for a number of years before it was channeled into the mass market. So, too, did the combination of floppy socks and high-top sneakers before Nike made them into the look of Michael Jordan in order to sell a basketball street-style back to black youth at $100 a pair. What are the consequences for cultural memory if the day should arrive when there are only mass forms available? Recently, I observed an aerobics class at a suburban gym in a small southern city. The gym's membership, like the demographics of the town, is 40% black. The class was jumping and sweating to a loud and rapid beat, the participants densely packed with no room for a mistake. Curiously, All the black participants were dancing their way to fitness, while the white participants looked like cheerleaders. Moreover, the body movements of the black participants, their use of shoulder, arm, thigh, and hip included many of the same movements that specialists on African American dance have recognized as African dance forms. Aerobics is clearly 181. A mass cultural form. Like the mass media, it was once a whites-only cultural practice which has broadened its constituency to include many working class and ethnic populations. In my book on daily life in capitalist culture, I define the workout as the commodification of labor and leisure. It puts the practitioner in an individualized and competitive environment and replicates the sort of fragmentation and specialization that characterize the division of labor in the workplace. In working out, the individual turns self into commodity. The perfectly honed workout body does, then, the performance of African American dance patterns in the commodified setting of aerobics constitute historical memory. Has African American culture taken over the commodified mass cultural setting and turned it into the site for the enactment of cultural memories, or has the mass cultural form simply absorbed the other's cultural discourse, hollowed it out, and made it a performance where the performer no longer has access to cultural memories? One way to begin to think through these questions is defined in the extensive body of scholarship produced by the Centre for Contemporary Cultural Studies, located in Birmingham, England. The emphasis of the centre is on collective intellectual investigation. Culture is understood as practice, with particular interest in the resistant practices of subcultural groups. Dick Hebdige's book Subcultures is a landmark text for its analysis of the way different subcultural styles that have developed in post-World War II Britain, from the Teddy Boys to the punks, articulate the politics of emergent class factions. Hebdige is concerned primarily with class as the motive force behind style, particularly as post-industrial capitalism erodes the cohesiveness of the working class, causing fragmentation and the sort of cross-class rivalries expressed in the antagonism between subcultural groups. Nevertheless, his work on reggae and crossover music in Britain too delves into the complicated relationship between West Indian immigrants and working-class skinheads. On this basis, something of a case might be made for translating the notion of subculture into the North American context and using it as a basis for understanding the relationship of African American cultural practices to the dominant culture. The biggest obstacle towards such a translation is the history of slavery, which defines African Americans as an internal oppressed minority rather than an emergent class faction. Nevertheless, the theory of subcultures facilitates an analysis of rap music culture along the lines that Hebdige develops in interpreting punk. Punk music and dress represented a rejection of bourgeois culture and its emphasis on upward social mobility. It expressed resistance in a style concocted out of discards and the affirmation of everything the bourgeoisie sees as loathsome in working-class dress and behavior. In analogous but contrasting fashioning, African American rap expresses a challenge to bourgeois cultural values by way of fronting out. Significantly, the challenge is lodged primarily by and in the figure of the black male rapper, who, to the extent that he represents all black men, comes also to represent what the media have designated as an endangered species. Interpreting rap as a form of fronting out would find support in Kobina Mercer's analysis of the conch. 182. Hairstyle. 3. Contrary to popular opinion, which saw the conch as a pitiful attempt made by black men to whiten their appearance, Mercer interprets the look as an audacious, red-hued challenge and resistance to white-defined style and identity. In these examples, resistance is related directly to the production of new meanings in style. This is the cornerstone of subculture theory, which apprehends mass culture as a site where disenfranchised groups make new meanings out of the debris, the odd juxtapositions, and the glut of mass-produced commodities. Rather than seeing mass culture as imposing limits on the sorts of meanings that can be made, subculture theory promotes the empowering attitude that the degraded and alienated raw materials of life in capitalist culture can be appropriated and reworked to produce affirmation. The emphasis on new meanings poses problems for the adoption of subculture theory as a means for fully addressing the relationship of African American cultural expression to mass culture. There is nothing in the British account of subcultures that speaks to memory. Indeed, the very notion of subculture represents a refusal of history, just as its theoretical elaborations prioritize the new over any possible rootedness in previous forms of working-class resistance. One of the reasons I think this is so has to do with a critique of authenticity, which runs throughout post-structural theory but finds thorough elaboration in James Clifford's Predicament of Culture, a scrutiny of the political and historical function of anthropology and the position of the anthropologist. The question Clifford asks, which I would pose here as well, is whether it is possible for social minorities to enact the memory and recovery of history in culture without simply bowing to the dominant culture's requirement that all marginal groups be authentic. Clifford fleshes out the politics of authenticity in the conclusion of his book, where he documents the court proceedings of the Mishpee Indians' attempt to restore tribal title to Indian Town on Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Winning the right to the land demanded that the Native American plaintiffs prove they really were Indians. In an area denned by 3 centuries of colonization and assimilation, they were put in the position of having to demonstrate an unbroken relationship to Indianness. Clifford's descriptions of interaction in the courtroom suggest that the outcome for the plaintiffs hinged on whether or not they lived up to the court's expectations of authenticity. Plaintiffs who wore braids and headbands were felt to be more authentically Indian than those who showed up to testify in suits. In a strikingly similar context of judgment, Toni Morrison exposes the power relations bound up in the notion of authenticity. In her novel Song of Solomon, she portrays Pilate's transformation from a courageous, resourceful, and independent woman into a submissive, stooped, black mammy in a head rag. In the stereotypically authentic guise of Hollywood's version of the plantation slave, Pilate wins the release of her nephew from police custody. Morrison's treatment shows that authenticity has no real attachment to people's histories and experiences but resides in the dominant culture's ideological stereotypes. Clifford's solution to authenticity is the notion of radical. 183. Inauthenticity. His vision of multi-ethnic cultural borrowings on a global scale, in which Native Americans would employ objects from Africa, Eastern Europe, and Latin America in their practice of traditional religious ritual, corresponds with the subcultural practice of making meanings out of the world's range of mass cultural possibilities. In contrast, Morrison's response to the burden of authenticity is to demystify its historical and social roots. The urban white cops who are fooled by the black mammy enact a desire for subservient black women that is as old as the plantation. The dominant culture's desire for authenticity has been enhanced rather than eroded by the mass market, mass media-generated postmodern culture, whose fascination with diversity requires that the entirety of the world's ethnic populations represent themselves in authentic native music and costumery. Only as authentic can they be appropriated for use by the metropolitan-style machines and upscale decor factories. The only culture not required to be authentic, to replicate its past in its present, is the invisible, never stated, but all-powerful central void of the dominant culture. Can anyone imagine the white middle class put on trial and asked to prove its claim to property on the basis of cultural authenticity? Fronting outstates the individual in opposition to authenticity but not necessarily in opposition to historical memory. Currently many black men choose to wear gold chain necklaces. The style cuts across the entertainment industry and the black working class. It is a less obvious example of fronting out than the conch, but it has occasioned a great deal of controversy with respect to violence committed over the theft of chains and the focus on wealth competitiveness that the chains represent. The widespread use of gold chain necklaces among black men represents much more than a cosmetic improvement on the heavy iron chain that Mr. T wore on the popular TV series The A-Team. No matter what they mean in terms of competition over wealth and commodities, chains, whether they be gold or iron, make reference to slavery. As such they articulate the embeddedness of history in style and the contradictory meanings that style statements make precisely because they are defined simultaneously by history and by consumer society. Furthermore, the meanings associated with chains are already historically complex because the chains of slavery were worked upon and redefined in the African American system of signification, whereby the chains as a means of enforcing enslavement were also the basis for making connection to Africa and the idea of release. Shango, the African god who presided over lightning, thus fire, thus the forge, thus iron, was present in the chains, carried over the ocean as a hard and fast desire for freedom. Chains are the simultaneous and contradictory embodiment of slavery and liberation. This complicated set of relationships gives shape to John Aggard's visually lyrical and rhythmic poem Man to Pen. Aggard tells the story of the suppression of the steel drums in Guyana, and in so doing expands the metaphoric relationship between Shango and chains to include the steel drums whose music creates a rhythmic web. This image, which Aggard reproduces on the printed page by ordering the words in the shape of a spider's web, summons 184. Up a different reference to Africa and liberation in the figure of Anansi, the spider known throughout the folklore for his subversive trickery. Aggard's poem is a masterful piece of historical memory, meant to be read aloud to the beat of the drums for the collective fusion of history in cultural expression. Aggard's poem poses a different sort of question that has to do with conscious versus unconscious memory. As an artist and an intellectual, Aggard is culturally literate. The beauty and power of his poem reside in his ability to articulate all the historical references that are implicit in the music of the drums, buried in the steel itself but not rendered immediately accessible in the music. By comparison, most black men who wear gold chains are conscious of making a style statement and are also conscious of a sort of resistance to white cultural norms in their choice to wear gold chain necklaces. But how many have the cultural literacy to experience the whole range of historical meanings that their style includes but does not render accessible? The presence of these meanings may even be cancelled out by the fact that they are absorbed in a commodified, memoryless form. The acquisition of cultural literacy may offer a means for revealing and recovering the submerged historical references that the mass cultural commodity requires for its production but denies by its fetishism, just as it also denies reference to the workforce that produced it. Mickey Mouse offers a good case in point because Mickey Mouse is black. For one doubt any of today's generation of cartoon consumers sees Mickey Mouse as a derivative of African American culture, even though it is common knowledge that mainstream white culture has continually ripped off black music and style. Notwithstanding his little black body, Mickey Mouse is thought to be as white bread. Nevertheless, the black body that debuted in Steamboat Willie dancing a jig and singing and whistling to Turkey in the Straw makes direct reference to minstrelsy. There are some who would argue that the minstrel shows are hardly worthy of being reclaimed by African Americans. The notion of cultural literacy responds to this objection by demonstrating that the struggle is not simply to reclaim cultural reference points but to work through the complicated relationship between white and black cultures as these have been articulated in mass form and structured by the politics of domination, exploitation, and at times, subversion. In any society defined by social inequality, culture is a terrain of struggle. No cultural form is so unilaterally defined as to preclude contradiction. The minstrel shows which presented themselves as plantation comedy include complex forms of representation that transcend stereotypes. These include black actors who blackened themselves so as to be blackface actors and white and black actors who played black female roles. The theatrics of crossing gender and race categories in the context of a form that was already satirical animates innumerable social contradictions, all of these contained and managed by the notion of entertainment. The fact that Mickey Mouse partakes of this tradition suggests that mass culture is the site where highly contradictory social and historical forces come 185 together for their eventual erasure. As a cartoon commodity, Mickey Mouse has no past, he is only Mickey Mouse. Seen from this perspective, cultural literacy supplies a tool for unlocking the commodity and revealing the suppressed traces of its counter-histories. The acquisition of cultural literacy may not have been a problem for folk communities where historical memory is enunciated in oral tales and the lessons of forebears are embedded in the process of producing the artifacts of daily life. However, cultural literacy is not the same in a highly stratified society such as our own. In her short story A Girl's Story, 5 Toni Cade Bambara portrays a culture worker. BB is a repository of traditional knowledge, and for confused and abused black teens she is the source of responsive feminist nurturing. Hired by public money and housed in a neighborhood community center, the culture worker defines a model for the community-based transmission of cultural literacy. Reaganomics and the relentless drive toward a wholly privatized economy put the question of cultural literacy squarely in terms of class. As public monies for community-based social services are withheld, cultural literacy is redefined as a privilege of those who can afford higher education. As the privatization of the economy eliminates culture workers, it replaces these with a professional class of experts, hired by the corporations and universities. Cultural literacy is bent to meet the needs of writing advertising copy or channeled into academic discourse. Cultural literacy in the era of privatization and professionalization does not inform community. Speculation on the possibility of using cultural literacy to deconstruct the commodity form or to build community in more socialized economic environments suggests ways of thinking about cultural literacy in positive terms. There is, however, an equally compelling negative argument that would cast cultural literacy as an exercise in futility. Such a reading would adhere more closely to Marx's theory of the commodity. From this perspective, the commodity is apprehended as wholly fetishized and therefore incapable of rendering submerged social meanings no matter what the deconstructive lever. According to Marxian theory, the commodity cannot be looked to for the revelation of social meanings and relationships because its very existence is the alienation of the social. The can of peas on the supermarket shelf presents itself as if it had spontaneously emerged out of the shelf itself. The can of peas cannot be deconstructed so as to reveal the interlocking but fragmented and isolated workforces that produce the peas from seed to store, the can and its label, nor the corporate structures that control and abstract the process of production. These can only be grasped by coming to understand the economics of capitalism. Only the Marxian critique of capital can reveal the labor and productive relationships that fetishism denies. Without such a critique, the consumer has no way of reckoning her relationship to the numbers of people whose creativity and labor supply her needs. She only has a relationship to the can of peas and all the other commodities that fill a shopping basket. While Toni Morrison's doesn't go so far as to suggest the need for a Marxian critique of capitalist economics, she does condemn commodity con. 186. Sumption as a dead-end street. Song of Solomon is an inquiry into the process of recovering African American histories through cultural practice. Using the antithetical characters Milkman and Hager, Morrison questions the influence of consumer society on the possibility of recovering historical meanings. Milkman, whose journey south maps a process of reclaiming his family's history and by extension the larger history of post-emancipation blacks, learns to relinquish all the commodity trappings and egotistical practices that defined his bourgeois life as cloistered and ignorant. Contrariwise, Hager is unable to reclaim her past even though her female forebears embody significant histories shaped by migration and urbanization. The only journey Hager makes is her here trending trek through the department store, from perfume and cosmetics, to shoes and fashion, and then to the beauty salon. Morrison's painstaking enumeration of Hager's purchases highlights the contradiction between their promising brand names and the hollow fulfillment each has to offer as the whole shopping bag full eventually becomes sodden in the rain. As Hager stands before her grandmother disheveled, feverish, and close to death, Morrison enunciates in dramatically human terms the dehumanization and destruction inherent in the concept of fetishism. Morrison's portrayal of Hager facilitates a comparison between all mass-produced commodities and crack cocaine. Indeed, in Morrison's treatment the flood of readily available consumer goods is as addictive as it is destructive. Actually, the point is not to see consumer goods as a drug but to recognize to what extent crack, as a mass-produced and therefore cheap and accessible drug, is a commodity only slightly more lethal than a steady diet of fast food. Morrison's critique of consumer society brings the discussion back to the work of the Birmingham cultural critics who posit the possibility of making and reckoning meanings through the articulation of style and the practice of consumption. Morrison's portrayal of Hagar is a bleak negation of any possible meaning-making or historical recovery in consumption. Rather, she suggests that memories are social and can be accessed only by becoming aware of one's place in a complicated system of interlocking life stories. In considering the relationship of African American cultural memory to mass culture, I have implied as much about the field of cultural studies as I have about the object under question. Clearly, cultural studies is polarized between theories that see people's cultural practices as empowering for the resistant and creative meanings they produce, and the more traditional Marxian interpretations that see all cultural practices as limited if not manipulated by the structures of capitalist social formations and the commodity form. There is a great need in cultural studies to question this polarization and to begin to articulate a theorization that would bridge this impasse. In my opinion, grappling with the specificity of a particular culture, rather than theory per se, asking the sort of questions that I have posed, and undertaking the extensive and painstaking research it would require to answer these questions offer a means to unblock the polarization in theory. I am reminded of an observation a student made recently in class. We were discussing the new 187 trend toward world music. Black music is world music, he said, and it is very old as well as new. He went on to trace the call and response tradition through the history and geography of the diaspora to embrace the a cappella sounds of South Africa's Ladysmith, Black Mambazo, plantation work songs and gospel music from the South, even Motown, and much of rap. When memory is conceptualized as form rather than content, it suggests a structure of meanings more fundamental than the sort commonly attached to theories of resistance that focus on the content of meaning-making. Memory as form also provides access to a continuum of cultural forms, some older than capitalism, whose influence on social relationships may continue into the present, as an alternative to alienation and abstraction. The possibilities that my questions evoke can be met only by collective, interdisciplinary scholarship. Such endeavor would define the radical potential of claiming cultural literacy. 12. Performing the Memory of Difference in Afro-Caribbean Dance, Katherine Dunham's Choreography, 1938-87. V. Clark. Ironically, the development of lieu de mémoire as a concept among scholars of French revolutionary history presupposes emotional and intellectual distance from memory and history. In African diaspora cultures where peasant communities continue to survive and their memories with them, the evolution toward lieu de mémoire has been far more simultaneous. Distinctions among memory, history, and lieu de mémoire in Africa and the Caribbean result primarily from class distinctions rather than the erosion of trust in telling one's history which currently defines the deconstructionist agenda in France. Pierre Nora's rereading of the French Revolution and his notion of lieu de mémoire can be applied universally to traditions of historiography and history, and to significant events celebrated worldwide. 1. Milieu de mémoire, alluded to briefly in Nora's essay, are especially relevant to an understanding of lieu de mémoire in African American dance, largely because certain obscured black environs or milieu retain the memory from which choreographers of the 1930s drew their artistic inspiration. 2. To name the more obvious cases, Assadata de Fora Horton, Katherine Dunham, and Pearl Primus represented on the concert stage dance cultures they had studied in either Africa or the Caribbean. When Dunham and Primus transferred these dances of the diaspora to performance spaces in North America, their choreography challenged the norms of male-centered African American performance of the 1930s and 1940s, confined significantly to 19th-century formulas, namely shuffling and tap, no matter the degree of improvisation or attempts at sophisticated representation. I shall focus here on the transition from research to performance as one significant tradition within African American dance history. While many of these milieux exist to this day, it is clear that some of the dances had lost their cultural base of support even in the 1930s and could, with the passing of an older generation, depart from memory. 3. 188. 189. Early in the 20th century, ethnology replaced both colonial historiography and alleged scientific theories that prevailed in the colonies and in France during the 19th century. Ethnologists became present-day historiographers whose studies in West Africa, for example, reflected memories and a history forgotten deliberately by the keepers of hexagonic records. For certain Caribbean historians of the 18th century, like the Creole writer Moreau de Sainte-Mary, early on had published chronicles attempting to blend memory and history. 5 In 1935–36, when Catherine Dunham sought out milieux de mémoire in various Caribbean countries and succeeded in documenting aspects of dance culture, she uncovered cultural artifacts revealed to only a small coterie of scholars during that era. Between 1937 and 1945, Dunham established a research-to-performance method to which her first dance company was exposed. She would use this method of scholarly inquiry as a means to recreate the memory of regional dances among her dancers and a variety of audiences in North America and abroad. For this essay, I shall focus on the memory of difference to examine Dunham's research methods, dance technique, and performance principles, and to evaluate critical response by reviewers. Ethnology, the New History. An epistemological break with the narrative of European history and memory occurred during the Haitian Revolution. No longer would black history be remembered solely as an appendage, a former colony was producing a memory of its own. Later in the 19th century, during the period when Nora claims that certain French historians were becoming more scientific in their analysis, French writers, such as Gobineau, were defending the notion of European racial superiority in response to Darwin's theories of evolution. To European arguments for racial hierarchy, several Haitian writers responded vehemently in opposition. 6. Their views were dismissed and did nothing at the time to influence or overturn the prevailing white colonial versions of memory and history. Having inherited a tradition of exclusion from Western narrative history, a number of Caribbean and African intellectuals of the 1920s turned to ethnology for support. Ethnology, or the history of the other, established in the 1820s and 1830s by the nation-states of Europe, created a branch of memory and history whose purpose was to record tribal practices in the regions dominated by European powers. The French historian Delafosse and others, writing at the turn of the century, revealed the integrity of African socio-political structures as well as a hitherto ignored memory of family/clan rule, Africa's forgotten history, as it were. 7 In Nzi Parle l'Oncle, Haitian scholar Jean Price-Mars attempted to prove the continuity of memory and history in the New World colonies, particularly Haiti, despite colonialist narratives arguing the contrary. Ethnology soon became the new history, the preferred methodology which in Core 190. The inclusion of folk memory in historical narrative. More importantly, however, Price-Mars's study became an antidote to the warped historiographies that colonialists wrote based on their memory of exile in the colonies. Price-Mars was followed by Herskovits, Romain, and Metraz. 8 In the 1930s, such ethnologists accumulated a memory of difference deriving from folk memory and ritual observance that ultimately challenged official histories written by European colonists. Price-Mars and others uncovered what Nora would call milieu de mémoires discrete, regional remembrances beyond the pale of official history so insignificant as to be known only among practitioners, a living chronology revealed to members only. In the Caribbean, milieu de mémoire survived in Haitian Vaudown, Shango cults of Trinidad, and the urban dance halls of Martinique and Jamaica. Dunham was attracted to all of these milieux. In 1935–36, when she traveled to Jamaica, Haiti, Martinique, and Trinidad, she was following an ethnological tradition established a decade before by her mentors, Robert Redfield and Melville Herskovits. Ethnology in the 1930s did indeed privilege the study of peasant culture or the milieu de mémoire of rural, non-literate communities, and Dunham followed the precedent into the field. She was interested especially in observing and documenting dance cultures that had been overlooked by others. The privilege Dunham gave to peasant culture persevered throughout her career but was accompanied by an equal devotion to urban and rural black dance research in the United States. Consequently, the Dunham shows became a repository of black dance of both North America and the Caribbean. Moreover, Dunham's research became the basis for character dances and ballets, all of which demonstrated her extensive knowledge of dance forms recreated from African diaspora memory. When the dance steps, music, and other cultural forms were transformed for stage representations, they become lieux de mémoire, reworkings and restatements of historical danced events whose memory Dunham had also preserved in writing or on film. 9. Dunham's lieux de mémoire became at once a celebration of Caribbean memory and history preserved in dance form and a reminder of cultural artifacts one should not forget. In 4 of Dunham's works, one witnesses a creative dialogue between milieu and lieu de mémoire. The dialogues appear in the choreography she created for the film Stormy Weather, with the full ballet Lag Ya, set in Martinique, and 2 overtly political works, Tango and Southland, first performed in South America. My interpretations here are meant to encourage innovative critical approaches to black dance, particularly to the work of choreographers who, like Dunham, participated in a research to performance method. I urge dance historians to provide readings that go beyond pure description, beyond the choreographer's biography, beyond the definitions of black dance as ethnic dance or as concert dance, the genre ghetto to which much of black dance history has been banished. 10. In Dunham's case, one must set her research and performance style in historical context. Her writing on the dances of Haiti applied a form/function, structuralist analysis to the dances she observed, while her choreog. 191. Raffi belongs to the narrative, modernist tradition. 11. When we view the Alvin Ailey Dance Company's recent reconstructions of several Dunham pieces, we as audience members, critics, and scholars perceive them in post-structuralist/postmodern intellectual and artistic environments, whether or not we acknowledge the existence of this fundamental change in artistic form and audience expeditions. Given the current taste for non-narrative, decentered, or abstract choreography, the postmodern perspective may, indeed, inhibit our abilities to appreciate the history and memory embedded in Dunham's Caribbean and African American dances. The challenge, then, is to develop a critical literacy for dance analysis so that we may decipher and interpret choreography just as we read literary texts closely or read the language of cinema. Performance studies by such scholars as Richard Schechner, Victor Turner, Judith Lynn Hanna, and Robert Ferris Thompson provide models for analysis of this kind. 12. When dance scholars participate more fully in current critical discourse, their work will, no doubt, encourage comparative studies across genres with the novel, with theater, and the fine arts. Developing a critical discourse that is appropriate for the Dunham oeuvre is a complicated affair, because unlike most choreographers, she was trained both in dance and in anthropology. Consequently, her sources and allusions are extensive, and refer to dance styles she learned in Chicago as well as to the dance vocabularies she observed in the Caribbean and South America between 1935 and the mid-1950s. The South American dance idioms appeared in her shows as individual numbers, while the Caribbean dances were incorporated into ballets, the likes of Lag Ya. Dunham applied a similar method of recovery when she studied urban black dances of the 1920s which reappeared in Flaming Youth. Long before Dunham sought out black dances of the diaspora, she was trained in modern and character dance by her Russian-born instructors Ludmila Speranzeva and Vera Morova. Her exposure to black community theater and ballet came by way of Ruth Attaway, Mark Turbeville, and Ruth Page. These eclectic influences would later define the dance training style known as the Dunham technique, a specific set of exercises and movements that she developed in the early 1940s, whose vocabulary evolved through the late 1960s to include Asian performance styles as well. Inevitably, critics not as learned as Dunham have applied their own standards to evaluations of the company's performances. Many expected Dunham to represent Caribbean regional dances in documentary form. When she did not do so, she was chided for stylizing authentic dance forms. 13. Criticism of this kind is irrelevant, because it fails to understand that Caribbean dance has been stylized and transformed throughout its history. More important, stylization has been a tradition in American modern dance since its inception. Note, however, that other moderns were not criticized when they visualized milieu de mémoire that no longer existed or never possessed a dance tradition. 192. Research to performance inverted. My original method for studying Dunham's choreography was to trace her research and/or creation process to the ultimate performance of a particular piece. Useful as that approach was in the research stages begun in 1983, I decided to change direction when I overheard negative responses to the Dunham ballets during the 1987 Ailey reconstruction of her choreography in New York City. At that point, I realized that American audiences have not been trained to see black dance historically. Consequently, I reversed my process of analysis by following the performances backward to research and by setting my analysis in the postmodern climate that informs our contemporary perceptions of dance. That inversion has raised questions that my chronological approach had failed to notice. Before turning to the study of specific dances, however, I will describe the dance research environment a half-century ago into which Dunham was drawn as dancer and scholar. In the 1930s, dance ethnology offered American scholars a new field within cultural anthropology where the potential for rediscovery seemed limitless. The discipline attracted the attention of social scientists, dancers, folklorists, and writers alike. Franziska Boas, daughter of the eminent Franz Boas, was among the neophytes who brought credibility to the burgeoning field, as were Jeffrey Gorer, Harold Kurlander, and two African-American choreographers, Pearl Primus and Dunham. The former directed toward African dance, the latter focused primarily on Caribbean culture and dance. 14. With the support of a Rosenwald grant in June 1935, Dunham departed for the Caribbean with dance archaeology on her mind. The significance of her first 18-month stay in the Caribbean lies in the breadth of her exposure to sacred and popular culture and the example she later established as a black choreographer for herself and others who were, in the 1930s and 1940s, reinterpreting for staged presentations the secular and sacred dances indigenous to African diaspora communities in the Caribbean and North America. Dunham was drawn to folk culture rather than elite society because of her interest in African art forms surviving in the Caribbean. Her orientation reflected the scholarly concerns of her mentors Redfield and Herskovits, who were respectively attempting to reveal the dimensions and integrity of Mexican and African diaspora culture. Dance had been neglected prior to 1935 primarily because anthropologists and sociologists had gravitated toward the hard specializations of their disciplines. Dance was not among them. Moreover, none of these scholars was a trained dancer who could understand the language of dance without the aid of an interpreter. Herskovits, whose field experiences in Dahomey and Haiti were well known, directed Dunham's work. He suggested approaches that influenced her way of seeing and her subsequent manner of documentation. Nonetheless, Dunham diverged radically from prevailing methodology by becoming a participant observer in Haitian Vodun during an era when only a minority of social scientists practiced this form of information gathering. 193. Herskovits cautioned against such engagement in a letter dated January 6, 1936, "Once again, I am disturbed at the amount you are trying to do, his time principally because of your health. I hope you haven't contracted malaria, but whatever it is, you owe it to yourself not to try to do quite as much as you are. I am a little disturbed also at the prospect of your going through the Kanzo ceremony, and I am wondering if it would not be possible for you to attend merely as a witness. Of course, as you know, the trial by fire is an integral part of this initiation, but I wouldn't like to see you suffer burns as a result of going through it. However, you know best in such matters. I am not surprised that the natives are amazed at the way you pick up the dances, and that it induces them to believe that you probably have inherited Loa that makes this possible." 15. Dunham did not follow her mentor's advice, nor had she done so previously in Jamaica, Martinique, and Trinidad, where she gained entry into milieux de mémoire whose practices were shrouded in secrecy and mystery as a means of protection against censure by adversarial religious orders Catholic and Protestant, ultimately the keepers of the status quo in the Caribbean of the 1930s. When the research to performance method is reversed, a viewer's attention is drawn first to Dunham's stagings, the lieux de mémoire that exist on film and in the recent Ailey reconstructions. Looking back from performance to research inspires a number of questions, and when one studies the archival footage Dunham shot in 1935, say, in Martinique, issues of reconstruction for the stage become apparent. In the case of the martial dance form Agia, an explicitly male milieu, one wonders how Dunham gained access. Given the potential for bodily harm during these bouts, I question whether Agia was repressed by the constabulary or, as one sequence suggests, these bouts may have been sanctioned by local authorities and their constituencies as well. In her filming of Agia, Dunham documented a memory of difference that has been forgotten by most Martiniquans. The dance form does appear frequently in advertisements for tourism, however, representations of Agia in contemporary Martinique are equally as stylized as were Dunham's presentations in the 1930s and 1940s. To my knowledge, no historical record exists in Martinique to remind us of the distinctions which must be made between Agia as milieu de mémoire and the lieu de mémoire it has become in recent decades. The relationship that exists between mimesis and figuration is a central issue in the research to performance method. The process is highly complex, particularly when the transfer of research is cross-cultural, as it was in Dunham's case. The notion of performing the memory of difference may suggest ways in which historians of black dance might assist contemporary audiences and those of the future in seeing and appreciating the dialogue, both cultural and performative, that Dunham's better-known choreography represents. 194. Performing the memory of difference. The memory of difference in dance provides a paradigm for examining the dialogues between research and performance, between research and the training of dancers, and between the established order of repertoire and the ways it changes over time, as well as the portrayals of class and gender differences that have not always been acknowledged as significant elements in Dunham's choreography. As of this writing, I have isolated 7 elements, all or some of which may affect our readings of dance when difference in diaspora culture is represented on stage. These elements come into play on several levels, whether the problems refer to research, performance, criticism, or scholarship. 1. Historiography of a researcher's individual memory of regional dances. 2. Representations of African American and Caribbean milieu de mémoire on stage. 3. Style and mood conveyed to the audience through characteristic movements memorized, as it were, during the training and rehearsal process. 4. Allusions in the text to which audiences respond differently as a company tours. 5. Subtle differences in performance over the period of a company's history as principal dancers are replaced. 6. Responses to cultural difference on the part of mainstream critics whose literacy of black dance varies. 6. Class and gender differences that challenge an audience to recognize variations in black culture. In L'Agia, for instance, we are confronted with the lives of peasants in a small fishing village in Martinique. Through mime, posture, and costume, all mimetic in character, the Dunham Company brought us closer to peasant environments that, in the 1930s and 1940s, were viewed principally from the outside. Gender differences appear in pieces Dunham choreographed for the men in her company who, as she says, needed a display of their own. Thus Nonago. Dunham's ballet Women's Mysteries from the 1950s was another attempt at developing gender-specific dance language and settings. Stormy Weather, although designed for a mixed group of performers, privileges the lead woman dancer. This convention dominated American dance throughout the 1930s and 1940s, when dance dramas created by women choreographers replaced male fantasies and prowess as they appeared, for example, in Nijinsky's Afternoon of a Faun and Assaida de Fora Morton's wonderful display of male athleticism, Kikinker. In illustrating the various modes of rereading the process of performance to research, a number of approaches seem relevant, including stylistic/aesthetic, agitprop, cultural, and semantic. The latter two are representations of memory I shall discuss in Stormy Weather and L'Agia. 195. The break in Stormy Weather, envisioning modernism in black dance. Stormy Weather is a lieu de mémoire which serves as a dictionary of black dance, including 19th-century forms such as the cakewalk and shuffling, as well as 20th-century versions of cool tap performed by Bill Robinson. In addition, black performers parody the Astaire/Rogers elegant variety, and in one short sequence a young man performs modernized tap accompanied by interpretive moves that would later become the sign of Gene Kelly's cinema dance. The section in which the Dunham Company appears occurs during the break as Lena Home performs Harold Arlen's urban white version of the blues, Stormy Weather. Her blues is uptown, sophisticated, and smooth, stylistically well removed from the Ma Rainey and Bessie Smith variety, largely because technical advances like the microphone and boom had erased the need for singers to belt out their lines. Dunham's choreography literally replaces the section in a blues song during which musicians improvise on the theme. In this instance, black dance is improvising, and it is here that Dunham's visions of modernism in black dance are expressed forthrightly. The vision contrasts dramatically with the opening scene in which the performers lean forward on each other and in a casual but deliberate manner recapture the movements of 1920s Black American get-down social dancing. Their style is meant to be mimetic, and John Pratt's wonderful costumes suggest a reality of the Chicago streets. The angular lines in the costumes reflect the reticulations of the elevated train tracks above, under which this disparate group has huddled. This same angularity will be restated in the following section. I would argue that both sections are lieux de mémoire. The first is mimetic, representing the tradition of black popular dance and its transmission from generation to generation. The second is figurative and visionary. As the music becomes increasingly jazzy in the second section, the dancers' movements take on an off-center perspective. Only recently had this modernist tradition been established publicly, in 1937, during a presentation by Edna Guy, Dunham, and others at the YMHA in New York. 16. Dunham's vision of a new dance is also ironic considering the background theme to which the dancers perform, namely stormy weather. As many black choreographers and dancers of the era and afterward would testify, their art was indeed caught in the stormy weather of unpredictable obstacles that would confront a black company performing the memory of difference in the United States. 17. Paradox in Lag Yat. This ballet was Dunham's first. It was performed for the WPA series of productions in 1938 and has always intrigued me. Even though I have read 196. 10 elsewhere on the structure of Lag Yat, I have felt that my analysis was insufficient, that there was far more to learn from the narrative and from Dunham's use of various Caribbean dance idioms. 18. When I began to focus on the sequences, I realized how deeply this lieu de mémoire expresses the paradoxical nature of black culture in the New World. History in Lag Yat visualizes dramatic moments in the silenced working and recreational lives of peasants and working-class individuals. The setting is a village in rural, southern Martinique of the 1930s, known as Vauquelin. Mundane fishing and marketing activities in which the dancers participate daily are offset by feast days when they transform themselves into another. To dance the Creole mazurka, the mazouk, villagers dress in former colonial apparel imitating ruling class behavior of a century ago. This type of transformation seems to be socially acceptable. When Julot, one of the featured characters, engages in sorcery as a way of seducing Lulaus away from her lover Alcide, his attempts to transform reality are considered antisocial and a transgression against the community. The ballet ends with a martial arts duel, the Agia between Julot and Alcide. The latter is killed in the process and Julot is chased away from the scene and the community as a form of reprimand. Memory in the ballet is cross-culturally presented through a sequence combining ballet, modern dance, and Caribbean dance. Of the Caribbean dances, the sequence includes the habanero, mayjumba, mazouk, baguine, and agia, the latter three from Martinique. L'agia is the quintessential ballet of memory because of its composite representation of dances from the wider Caribbean. Dunham's melange of cultural references in the piece leads to a more profound portrayal of Martinican society of the 1930s. At the time, Caribbean culture was entering a second phase of Creolization through emigration on the one hand and cross-cultural communication among intellectuals associated with the Harlem Renaissance, indigenism, indigenismo, and negritude movements. Some of these intellectuals would share their coming to consciousness in the salons of Paris or meeting halls of New York City. The syntax of Dunham's choreography in L'Aiguille reflects the profound class and color antagonisms that existed in 1930s Martinique. L'Aiguille is a perfect example of oxymoron in dance. The narrative opposes work/feast days, seaside/jungle, love/fantasy, respectable, community-oriented behavior/questionable, ego-centered desire. The subtext of the ballet reinforces such a reading. Consider the constant use of dance movements which by their style are opposed modern/ballet, old world/new world, colonial/post-emancipation, ecstatic/martial. Dunham's choreography reflects social oppositions existing simultaneously and paradoxically in a society governed at a distance from France, and further controlled economically and socially in those days by former plantation families known as Becs or their elite mulatto co-conspirators. In such an environment, dance of the majority black population demonstrates the contradictions of New World acculturation. Having settled on paradox and oxymoron as the principal semantic devices. 197. Operating in L'Aiguille, I looked back at one of Dunham's letters to Herskovits written in September 1935 when she reported on the barriers she was then facing. This is a very difficult country. It is small, and the people are much amalgamated. There is much more to be done here psychologically than artistically or anthropologically. The country is slowly decaying and the people with it. I have been not so well here physically, partly because my work has gone so poorly, I suppose. There is just nothing to see, but I hang on, hoping. I've seen several phases of the Begin, the Aiguille, an acrobatic dance that much resembles the Dahomean thunder dance, and Sunday I go to see an Indian ceremony which is climaxed in cutting the throat of a sheep. But I can't seem to get any pictures. 19. 17 years later, the Martinican theorist Frantz Fanon would analyze some of the same behavior, using as documentation two literary works written by Antilleans rather than the opposing traditions of their danced history that Dunham had observed. 20. While the sequence in which Mazouk is followed by Bequine maintains an established custom during set dances in Martinique where the memory of old/new world form persisted side by side, Dunham's juxtaposition of other dance traditions was unconventional. L'Aiguille was Dunham's Ballet des Antilles, the title she gave to the work in an early summary. 21. It was her attempt to consolidate the various dance styles of her training and research efforts. In the company's repertoire, L'Aiguille represented Dunham's vision of diaspora culture, a concept that in the 1990s seems more real than imagined. Agitprop transforming lieu de mémoire. Agitprop is not a performance technique associated generally with dance. Normally, the practice has been confined to dramatic representations, workers' theater of the 1920s and 1930s in both Europe and America, subsidized versions during the Federal Theater Project, experiments in the 1960s among, for example, the San Francisco Mime Troupe and El Teatro Campesino. 22. Throughout the 1930s, however, several choreographers associated briefly with the Workers' Dance League, the likes of Anna Sokolow and Sophie Maslow or Helen Tamaris, participated in their versions of social protest in dance, and did so following the precepts of agitation propaganda as a showcase for left-wing political objectives. 23. In the historiography of the Dunham Company, agitprop is a term which does not appear, perhaps because it may seem abrasive in its suggestion that control has been lost, the very reverse of the company's aesthetic. The Dunham style was elegant, intense, and at times raunchy in the ballets and single pieces based on the reformation of American, Caribbean and South American dance idioms for world stages. Yet two works, a dance piece and full ballet tango and Southland, both of which were first performed during the 1950s in South America, Dunham. 198. Engaged in agitprop to respond to political situations as they were then unfolding. Unlike the choreography analyzed earlier, which focuses on modernism and transcultural adaptations, the agitprop works in the Dunham corpus were deliberate recastings of regional dances designed to express anger and protest against certain socio-political practices. These two texts were part of the European tours seen first in South American and later in Paris, but, in the case of Southland, never performed in the United States. As lieu de mémoire, the dances were evaluated as sites of comparison by critics who had enjoyed the company's performances earlier in the late 1940s and early 1950s. Although these works were newly created, they reworked familiar idioms, such as the tango, plantation dances, and the blues, in a performance climate playing clearly upon difference. Reviews of Southland from Paris bristled with expectation not only because the ballet dealt with lynching but also because 4 years after the initial tour the program generally had become a lieu de mémoire critiqued by association with memories of earlier performances. 24 In part, the return of the company to South America or Europe, and later to the United States, was a typical lesson for reviewers and audiences in reading choreography, as Susan Foster has defined the phenomenon which I am calling the memory of difference. Only the viewer who retains visual, oral, and kinesthetic impressions of the dance as it unfolds in time can compare succeeding moments of the dance, noticing similarities, variations, and contrasts and comprehending larger patterns, phrases of movement and sections of the dance, and finally the dance as a whole. 25 Tango, presented for the first time in Argentina for audiences accustomed to the forms of their national dance, allowed readers of Dunham's choreography to appreciate the ways in which the tango might be used to express defiance. Buenos Aires theaters were not new to the company in 1954. The dancers had performed there in the fall of 1950 a program including America, Sun, Coros, Nonago, Batucada, Shango, Lag Yat, Flaming Youth, Barrel House, and Jazz Finale. But no tango. During that first tour, the company participated in a benefit performance for Eva Perón's Ayuda Social. 4 years later, the political climate had changed so significantly for the worse that Dunham used the tango as an agitprop form of persuasion that would both distance her company from former support of the Peronist agenda and record the degree to which disappearance was becoming a mainstay of Argentinian political life. 26 In advance of her arrival, she informed the composer of tango, Osvaldo Pugliese, and the pianist/conductor, Bernardo Noriega, both Argentinians, that she intended to make a political statement with this particular number, in which she was to appear with the black Argentinian Ricardo Avalos, a member of the company, and 3 others, Van Woykens, Lenwood Morris, and Lucille Ellis. 27 There is no filmed record of the dance, although it stayed in the repertoire. Katherine Dunham's choreography, J 938-1987 199. Well into the 1950s. Only a few photographs remain, but these are striking because they show Dunham in the lead role and angry in performance. These pictures, housed in the Dunham Archives in East St. Louis, prompted me to inquire about the tone of tango, with what seemed a dramatic departure from Dunham's usual persona on stage. According to her recollections, tango played upon the implied Argentinian audience's probable readings of sentimentality, sexuality, and brutality in her reconstructed work. Members of the audience knew that Dunham intended to use their national dance as a form of protest and were prepared that the usual confrontations between male and female would allude to a particularly disturbing occurrence within their midsts. Dunham's remembrances of tango explain how she used the memory of difference as an agitprop technique among an audience which would implicitly comprehend her political statement about death and repression advancing under the Perons. Tango is a street number. I used to go walking in a Buenos Aires district which is very much like Les Halles in Paris, and used to do so well past midnight after our shows had closed. There were a number of taverns and cafes nearby where tangos were played, and when the dance was not being performed socially, I thought of it as though it were occurring on a street in Afro-America. When the woman in tango enters, she is going somewhere with great urgency, looks back over her shoulder as if she were being pursued. She meets one partner, then 2 others, and has a brief tango step with the first partner. She is suffering from high, nervous tension. When she performs with her central partner, she demonstrates several authentic tango steps, but also engages in confrontation with him. She executes a series of movements in which she very sharply opens her thigh due to his pressure, he hits her with his knee so that she opens hers, and there are 2 or 3 movements like that which imply sexual motivation, but also refer to the clashing of two people ideologically even though they are politically on the same side. In the process, however, she seems to fling away everything around her in an intent to express another political position. The piece ends on a harsh, sharp note of defiance. The defiance is directed toward the Argentine people, the Perones, and the situation. One was a different person then. That was my second trip back to Argentina and I had no illusions about the political situation by then. 28. The political references in this dance text were so clear that audiences previously drawn to the Dunham Company's performances in 1950 either gave a standing ovation after tango was premiered or stayed away, possibly for fear of reprisals. Why was Katherine Dunham so angry, in 1954, when she returned to Buenos Aires? The program notes, reworked as the company toured throughout the 1950s, suggest in understated form the political context surrounding her own emotions at the time. In the Argentine, there have been many changes in recent years, but the vast city of Buenos Aires still covers the underbeat of the tango. In the cantinas of the street people, Katherine Dunham felt the nostalgia of the tango and the restlessness of the times. 29 other versions of these notes. 200. Contain equally personalized references to Dunham's experiences in the city and to the memory of Pepita Quino, a personal friend and one of the first women to become a radio announcer, who died in the interim between the 1950 and 1954 tours. She died under mysterious circumstances and might have been murdered by the tango player whose career she had launched as either a crime passional or a political assassination connected with disappearance methods of dispensing with activists, or both. Moreover, tango was reacting to similar harassments of the composer and conductor, the former jailed and the latter known for his anti-Peronist sentiments. 30. The memory of difference in tango contains a quality of agitprop which some members of the audience feared to sanction and others applauded forthrightly. Such, indeed, is the contrastive climate within which this particular style of performance has been received since the 1920s in both theater and dance. Southland became Dunham's Achilles heel after its premiere in Santiago de Chile in January 1951. This full-length ballet depicting lynching was her undoing as a trusted representative of American culture abroad as far as the State Department was concerned. 31. By portraying overseas our country's dirtiest social laundry, Dunham betrayed a trust of silence. As in tango, the work expresses anger, this time reporting about the trial of the Martinsville Seven and Willie McGee in a replay of the rape topo surrounding the Scottsboro trials of the 1930s. Having recently experienced institutional racism herself during her company's tour of Brazil in the summer of 1950, 32 Dunham was reminded of similar acts of discrimination against which she had fought legally during the 1940s within her own country. She believed in the 1950s that the practice was typically American, and moreover had been resolved. In Brazil, the pervasiveness of color prejudices surfaced once again when she was denied entry into one of the better hotels because she was black. From this personal experience and news about the recent lynchings back home, she created Southland. The work is a dance drama in the Commerny tradition and closer in aesthetic to tragic ballets presented by the Ballets Russes. As such, it reflects Dunham's early training with Speranzieva, who had worked in Commerny, and the choreographer's expressed desire in the 1930s to create her own ballet negra. Before arriving in Chile for the premiere, Dunham composed dialogue for Southland in 2 acts which the dancers, to their dismay, had to memorize in preparation for actually performing these feelings in pantomime on stage. In production, however, dramatic action was sustained by a Greek chorus of singers who explicitly express and comment upon the dialogue which the dancers enact but do not express in words. 33. At intervals, the chorus engages in irony and allegory. In the opening scene they literally signify upon Southern plantation sentimental melodies, "Is it true what they say about Dixie?" by responding ironically with the other truths about the plantation South known among black Americans. When the lynching occurs, the tone of the chorus shifts to allegory as Claudia McNeil sings the Billie Holiday version of Strange Fruit, thereby setting in broader perspective the endurance of this pernicious social phenomenon in American social history. 201. The curtain opens to reveal a huge magnolia tree and the whitened pillars of an old, southern mansion, a wonderfully understated set by John Pratt. Throughout Southland the time frame is condensed so as to associate the memory of plantation oppression with segregation and despair among the urban black populace. Briefly, the problem of this dance drama unfolds in the following manner: two young country folk express affection for each other. The joyful ease of their relationship is reflected in the carefree performance of plantation square dances drawn from the company's Americana repertoire. Following this opening sequence, a young white woman is battered by her white companion and left unconscious just below the magnolia tree. The field hands returning to the scene come upon the woman's body, and one of them shows compassion while the others draw away, knowing instinctively that a black man should not try to console a white woman in such a state of disarray. The tragic consequences of such an effort were implied. When the woman awakens to a black man hovering over her, she calls him nigger, and through pantomime arouses an invisible mob to defend her pristine virtue and punish a reckless black eyeballer instead of the white companion who actually abused her. Although the young black man attempts to escape mob violence through every possible exit on stage, he does not succeed, and in the next sequence his body is seen hanging from the lofty branches of the magnolia tree. In the final act the performers are on Basin Street, dancing the blues. They are anesthetized equally by segregation and alcohol, as a New Orleans-style funeral cortege passes through the cafe bearing the lynched body. Most of the clients do not know how to react. At ballet's end, only the blind beggar recognizes the depths of the tragedy which has transpired. In 1951 Southland was a daring dance drama indeed. Beyond the subject matter itself, the use of lieu de mémoire exemplifies agitprop in dance. All of the four dance idioms were familiar to company members, audiences, and critics alike, as the company toured Europe following the South American engagements. Basically, Dunham transformed the setting of these lieux de mémoire within the repertoire in order to make a political statement. The Apache in the pseudo-rape scene had appeared in Windy City, the habanero performed to incite the mob was used in the zombie scene of Lag Ya. The plantation dances and blues had been long-standing numbers within the company's repertoire since the 1930s and 1940s. But here they were performed with a difference. The Apache and habanero signified anger and arousal on the part of a woman victim. The American dances provided comforting yet paradoxical brackets for the violence developing at the center of the drama. For those viewers aware of how these dances appeared earlier in Dunham shows, they were witnessing the memory of difference. References to a culture's authentic dances suggested that communities surrounded by familiar traditions, whether square dances or blues, might be disrupted periodically and perhaps predictably by racial hysteria with its own set of performance tactics learned, practiced, and ultimately leading to the death of an individual hanging without trial by the neck. 202. As one would expect, the State Department responded negatively to Southland during a period of congressional conflict prior to the McCarthy proceedings and the civil rights movement between 1952 and 1954. Criticism of the ballet was mixed, particularly in Paris, where the ballet was performed in 1952. As in the response to tango, the reviews were partisan from communist left to conservative, from enthusiastically supportive to bored. 34. On a broader level, agitprop in these two works is not nearly as unconventional in the Dunham oeuvre as it might appear to be. In fact, tango and Southland are examples of a persistent choreographic tendency, beginning with the early experiment tableaus of Spanish Earth, one of many pieces performed at the time in support of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade's efforts during the Spanish Civil War, through the Federal Theater Project in Chicago where Lag Ya premiered, followed by a show sponsored by the Ilguya, Pins and Needles, for which Dunham served in 1939 as dance director. These commitments to the representation of political issues prepared the way for tango and Southland, as well as Dunham's work with poet Eugene Redmond on Ode to Taylor Jones in East St. Louis, Illinois. Ode was a dance drama dedicated to the memory of a black activist killed in an automobile accident the year before. 35. When this type of dedication to representing social issues radically in dance is recognized as part of the Dunham legacy, the move to East St. Louis and the work with gang members of the 1960s are not the startling and abrupt changes in lifestyle that they appear to be among many observers of her company's successes in America and worldwide throughout the 1940s and 1950s. The memory of difference in Dunham's choreography is complex and still misunderstood. This brief survey of several works provides glimpses of the ways in which her transformations of indigenous Caribbean, African American, and South American dances challenged her dancers, audiences, and critics to develop their dance literacy as they appreciated the changing same.